The story begins with a 30-year-old man reflecting on his insignificant life, marked by the absence of talents or skills. He has spent the last 15 years working just to survive. Suddenly, his life comes to an abrupt end when he is hit by a truck. As he bitterly accepts his fate, he wakes up in a new body and hears someone referring to him as Lord Jink, although he does not recognize the name. A young man with blue hair wakes up in a luxurious bed and, when he gets up suddenly, shows confusion when he realizes that something is strange. He appears to be in an unknown location. While a maid approaches worriedly, she explains that he had fainted in front of an important figure and was now exiled and relieved of his duties. The young man, still stunned by the situation, reflects on the confusion of his identity and circumstances. Jink Nonland, heir to a duke, reflects on his life as he watches an event in which he was publicly humiliated. From a young age, he served as one of the guards of the crown prince of the kingdom of Rosalta, but he never distinguished himself. Recently, the prince cruelly dismissed him, ordering him never to show his face again. This pressure has led him to go astray and fall into delinquency, as he feels he does not possess the necessary talent with spears, something expected of his lineage. The frustration is evident in his words and expressions. As Jink reflects on his situation, he realizes that he now has two distinct memories. In addition to his memories as Jink Nonland, the memories of his past life as Setu Jinkaru are gradually coming back. He deduces that he has been reincarnated, something he only knew from novels. Jink tries to understand the reason behind his new memories, possibly resulting from his recent breakdown. He also notices that his personality is changing, with Jinkaru's traits appearing, which makes people around him notice a difference in his behavior, now more gentle and calm. Jink, upon hearing the word exile, reacts with surprise and tries to understand the gravity of the situation. Elsa, the maid, confirms that he has been exiled, stating that in addition to being removed from the crown prince's custody, he has been disinherited by his own father. Jink lost his title of nobility and was given a month to leave the country. The title of successor passed to Lord Esther. Elsa, distressed by the cruelty of the situation, begins to cry, lamenting the injustice Jink is facing. Jink reflects on the exile that was imposed on him, realizing that once outside the capital, the world is filled with monsters and dangers, making his situation a death sentence. He recognizes that his reincarnation has placed him as an outcast, someone destined to face great adversity. Even so, he accepts his fate with some resignation, saying that this is his life now. Undeterred any longer, Jink asks Elsa for help getting dressed, ready to face what awaits him outside the capital. As Jink watches Elsa, he suddenly sees a status screen of sorts floating in front of her, showing level 18 inches and profession, maid. Surprised, he wonders if there is something wrong with his vision or if only he can see that. The maid, not realizing what is happening, is confused by Jink's reaction, but he decides not to mention anything. To Jink, the screen looks like something out of a game, which further increases his bewilderment at his current situation. Jink, when focusing on the floating status screen, notices that he can see more details about Elsa, including her level, skills, and abilities. He confirms to himself that he can actually visualize this information as if it were some kind of special power. Jink remembers legends that mention magic eyes, a rare ability in this world that allows some people to see information hidden from others. He begins to suspect that he may have developed this power after his reincarnation, which leaves him intrigued about his new abilities. Jink, curious to see if he can view his own status, tries to focus to see information about himself. However, the screen that appears in front of him is blurry, and he cannot clearly discern the details. Frustrated, he remembers how these skills work in games, where the more they are practiced, the stronger they become. Determined, Jink decides to concentrate and continue using his ability, believing that with time and practice, it will become clearer and more powerful. Elsa watches her attempt curiously, without fully understanding what is happening. Jink is finally able to visualize his own status clearly. He discovers that he is at level 9 and has several skills listed, but most of them are at a very low level, such as Spear Mastery, which is at level 1. Despite his training, Jink realizes that no matter how much time he dedicates to certain skills, they will not improve due to their natural limitations, as their talent in some areas, such as spear handling, is extremely low. He also notes that there is a letter grade for his skills, indicating where he has the most potential. Elsa observes the situation, somewhat confused, while Jink reflects on his abilities and limitations. Jink continues analyzing his skills and realizes that some of them are at an extremely high level, such as his sword skill, which is at S level, and his enchantment magic, also at S level. On the other hand, his skills with spears and weapons rods are classified as F, confirming their limitations in these areas. He also notes that his magical abilities vary between A and B levels, with the exception of recovery and wind magic, which are also at S level. Jink begins to understand that his inherent appraisal ability allows him to visualize his own detailed status and potential, which makes you even more aware of your capabilities and weaknesses. Jink is shocked to realize that he possesses the rare talent of enchantment, a skill that he says is only mastered by 3 people in the entire world. Initially incredulous, he quickly recognizes the potential of this ability and realizes that he can use it to strengthen several things. Excited by this revelation, Jink feels that this could be his salvation and his chance to survive in a hostile world. He begins to plan how to use his new power, while trying to hide his excitement, asking Elsa to forget what just happened. Esther, Jink's younger brother, enters the room carrying a spear and some money. He expresses his helplessness regarding Jink's situation, stating that the circumstances were beyond his control. Even so, Esther shows solidarity, being one of Jink's few supporters in the family. He offers these resources as a way to help his brother on his difficult journey after his impending exile. Jink, in turn, recognizes Esther's kindness and understands that, despite everything, his brother is still by his side. Jink thanks Esther for the spear, but explains that, despite her good intentions, it would be useless in her talentless hands. The mere fact that Esther bothered to get it is enough for Jink. He then asks his brother to sell all his unnecessary personal belongings, since after losing his title of nobility, merchants would probably not want to do business with him. Jink also requests that the money from the sale be used to purchase the supplies needed for his journey. Esther agrees and commits to doing so, asking if there is anything else Jink needs before leaving. Esther informs Jink that all of the requested items have been delivered, filling the room with boxes, barrels, and supplies. He expresses concern that Jink will have to transport everything himself, given the large amount of stuff. Jink, however, reassures his brother and asks the servants to leave the room so he can organize the bags. With a confident smile, Jink suggests to Esther that he has a plan to deal with the situation, but only reveals this to him, asking for discretion in the matter. Jink warns Esther that he cannot tell anyone about what is about to happen until he has left the country. He emphasizes that not even his father can know this. With a tone of confidence and mystery, Jink makes it clear that he is organizing something in secret and that he trusts Esther to keep this information. Esther, still surprised, calls for her older brother, but Jink seems determined to go along with his plan without giving too many details. Jink reveals his secret ability to Esther, the item box, an extremely rare technique that allows you to store anything in an alternate dimension. He explains that he discovered this ability recently and kept it a secret from everyone until now. Esther, surprised and impressed, asks to take a look inside the item box. Jink allows it, but warns her to be careful. With this ability, Jink can easily carry all items and supplies, solving the problem of how to carry everything during his journey. Jink observes Esther's status and notices that he also has the item box ability, although it is of a lower level, and it seems that Esther is still unaware of it. Jink ponders whether he should tell his brother about this ability, but decides to keep his own appraisal ability a secret for now. Meanwhile, Esther is impressed by the size of Jink's item box, expressing her admiration for her brother's rare ability. Jink, with a smile, continues to reflect on the situation, keeping his plans and abilities secret. Jink asks Esther for a small amount of her blood, explaining that it would be for something like a contract, but makes it clear that it is not an order, and that Esther can refuse. However, Esther readily accepts, showing her loyalty and willingness to help her brother in anything. Jink thanks him, and then asks Esther to accompany him to the Adventurers Guild so he can register, mentioning that it will be difficult to do so alone due to his current situation. Esther, once again, agrees without hesitation, impressing Jink with her obedience and devotion. As Jink and Esther walk through the streets, the people around them begin to whisper and make nasty comments about Jink being exiled. Some despise him, saying he deserves it. Jink, with a resigned smile, admits to himself that he already knew he was hated, but that there is nothing he can do about it. Esther, worried about the gossip, tries to console her brother, telling him not to pay attention to the slander. However, Jink seems to accept the situation calmly, aware of his reputation and the hatred that surrounds him. Jink reflects on his past behavior, recognizing that he used his noble status to treat commoners in a violent and arrogant manner. The harsh words of those around him label him as a talentless and indulgent heir, something he admits he deserved. However, he wonders why Esther, his younger brother, still looks up to him with so much respect and admiration despite his flaws. Although he understands the affection of Elsa, who raised him since childhood, Jink cannot fully understand why Esther remains by his side. While trying to remember something to explain this, he and Esther arrive at the Adventurers Guild. At the Adventurers Guild, Jink begins his registration process as an adventurer. The receptionist confirms his information and asks him to leave a drop of blood on a card to complete the process and make him official as a B-rank adventurer. She offers an explanation on how the guild works, but her monotonous and quick attitude leaves Jink with the impression that she wants to get rid of him as soon as possible. As she talks about the rank system and the missions she can accept, Jink and Esther notice the employee's impatience, who seems to just want to complete the process without delay. Now that Jink has managed to register as an adventurer, he decides to do some sword training before dinner. He reflects on his status, which indicates that his talent is much more promising with swords than spears. As he practices with the sword, he wonders how his life would have been different if he had discovered his abilities sooner. Jink shows a focus on improving his sword skills, believing that this is the key to a new path in his life, after all the challenges he has faced so far. During sword training, Jink performs quick and precise strikes, completely destroying the training dummy. He is impressed by the lightness of his 14-year-old body, noting how it facilitates his movements and improves his performance. He reflects on the gift Esther gave him, the shirt he's still wearing, which makes him feel even more motivated. Jink's confidence grows as he realizes how well his body responds to training, strengthening his determination to face the challenges ahead. Jink reflects on his skills in enchantment and alchemy, in addition to his other magical abilities. With Esther's blood in hand, he plans to use these abilities to transmute something of value to his brother, as a form of retribution for all the support he has received. He commits to studying magic after dinner, excited about the possibilities his new abilities can bring. In the dining room of the Nonland family mansion, the head of the family, Gordon Nonland, addresses Jink seriously, insinuating that there is something important that Jink should already know. The scene sets the stage for a possible confrontation or significant revelation involving Jink's future. During dinner, Gordon Nonland informs Jink that this will be his last meal at the mansion, as he will be leaving the next day. Jink calmly recognizes and accepts the situation, understanding that his exile is near. Gordon mentions hearing about Jink's sword training earlier, asking if there were any problems. Jink calmly responds that there was no problem, and then excuses himself from the table, claiming that he needs to make preparations for his departure. He leaves the room with determined steps, while Gordon watches silently. The tension in the air indicates the formality of the moment and Jink's imminent fate. Jink, determined to prepare for his journey, begins enchanting his equipment. It verifies that your enchantment level is currently at level 3, which means that the applied enchantment level will be the same. He quickly sets to work, enchanting the armor pieces and items he will take with him. Each piece of equipment receives a body reinforcement +3 bonus, from the adventurer's shirt and pants to boots, gloves, goggles, and the sword. By adding the effects of the enchantments, Jink realizes that this will significantly increase his power and resistance, which will be crucial to his survival outside the capital. He calculates that the total number of reinforcements added to his base value will result in a significant increase, which makes him confident in his chances. After enchanting all of his equipment, Jink notices that when he wears everything, his body reinforcement level rises to 52. He is eager to test the effects the next day and confirm how powerful his body will become with the enchantments. However, the constant use of his alchemy and enchantment skills left him exhausted. He feels the need to consume a mana potion to recover his energy. As he regains his strength, Jink reflects on how he has already sold almost all of his personal belongings in preparation for exile. Now, he thinks about his next steps, including preparing a gift for Esther using his alchemy skills. The feeling of exhaustion weighs on him, but Jink is determined to continue, drinking his potion and planning his next moves. On the morning of his departure, Jink says goodbye to Esther and Elsa at the capital's west gate. Esther expresses her concern and asks her brother to be careful, while Elsa wants his safety. Jink thanks them both and, determined, moves forward, aware that they can only accompany him up to that point. As he walks, Jink thinks about the spear he received from his grandfather, made of mithril. He decides to turn the spear head into an ingot to increase his funds, planning what to do with the rest of the material. He concludes that he is ready to begin his new journey and mentally prepares himself for the challenges that await him outside the capital. Before leaving, Jink gives Esther a gift to thank her for all the help she received. He gives his brother a card and a small box, explaining that Esther must open the box and use the card only after Jink has left the country. He instructs Esther to secretly drip some of her blood onto the card later, suggesting that these items will be useful in the future. Esther, surprised, looks at the gifts without fully understanding their meaning, but trusts her brother's words. Jink lightly pats Esther on the shoulder, reassuring her that the items will help him at some point. Jink, now ready to leave, says goodbye to Esther and Elsa with an emotional farewell, wishing them well and asking them to take care of themselves. Esther, with tears in her eyes, pleads for Jink to also stay safe and healthy, praying sincerely for her brother's journey. With a heavy heart, Esther holds tightly to the gifts Jink gave her. While Elsa comforts him, Jink, in his determined stance, walks through the city gates, setting off on his new journey and facing the uncertain future that awaits him. Jink, now outside the capital's gates, stares at the mountains in the distance with determination. Dressed in his cloak and prepared with the equipment he enchanted himself, he claims to himself that this is the true beginning of his journey. Jink sets his first objective, to reach the border. He calculates the journey, starting with 2 days of walking to the city of Rio, and then a further 4 days of traveling through Belch County to reach Morbit's March. He reflects on the dangers of camping alone along the way, especially in the outer areas of the city, and knows that it would be risky in his current condition. However, Jink is curious to see how much his body, reinforced by the enchantments, can handle on this journey. He prepares himself mentally, determined to test his limits as he pushes towards the border, without letting fears stop him from moving forward. As he begins his journey, Jink quickly realizes the impact of his enchantments. His speed is much greater than he expected, and he is surprised to notice how fast he is moving. With enthusiasm, he reflects that, with this speed, he might be able to reach his destination much earlier than expected, perhaps even on the same day. Jink's excitement grows as he feels the power of his body reinforced by the enchantments, which makes him confident that he will be able to face future challenges with greater ease. He moves forward, enjoying his newfound ability and the feeling of freedom that comes with it. An hour into his journey, Jink is still amazed by his enchantment-enhanced resistance. He realizes that no matter how hard he runs, he doesn't run out of breath, which makes him reflect on how powerful and broken his enchantment ability really is. However, as he continues on his way, Jink comes across a dark scene, an attacked wagon with several bodies lying on the ground. The sight surprises him and makes him stop. The surrounding atmosphere is tense, and the situation clearly involves recent violence. Jink, still under the influence of the adrenaline from his trip, begins to process what he sees and prepares to face any possible threat that may be nearby. Upon encountering the bloodied bodies and the brutal scene, Jink panics, screaming in shock. The sight of the dead and the violence affects him deeply, causing him to tremble with fear. He desperately tries to calm himself, repeating that he needs to stay composed, but the situation leaves him unsteady. Jink briefly wishes there were an enchantment to strengthen his mind, as, while his body is prepared for combat, his mental fortitude is clearly lacking. Still shaking and breathing deeply, Jink tries to control his anxiety, cautiously observing his surroundings. The sound of slight movement nearby increases your tension, putting you on alert for any threats that may be lurking. Shortly after the suspicious sound, a group of goblins appear, screaming and charging towards Jink. Immediately, he realizes that these goblins are most likely responsible for the brutal attack he had just witnessed. Jink quickly spins around to defend himself, his mind still processing the shock of the situation. Despite his emotional inexperience, he prepares to face the goblins in combat. The adrenaline begins to take over, and Jink prepares to fight, determined to survive and avenge the victims of the ambush. He knows this will be his first true test since he began his journey. Jink quickly springs into action, slicing through the goblins with precise swings of his sword. Despite his strength and the resistance of the goblins, who have a level 8 body reinforcement, Jink manages to take them down without much effort thanks to his own body reinforcement enchantment. He notes that unless he lets his guard down, the goblins are no real threat to him. As enemies fall, Jink realizes that his preparation and skills have put him in an advantageous position. However, he maintains his vigilance, aware that any carelessness could be fatal in a real battle. He continues fighting, determined to eliminate all the goblins and ensure his safety. In the midst of battle, Jink experiences a moment of pure instinct as his body moves on its own. Reacting before he can think, he executes an agile movement, dodging a goblin's attack and quickly counterattacking with a well-aimed blow. The goblin is knocked down before it can react, and Jink is surprised by the suddenness of his own actions. He reflects on what just happened, realizing that his training and body-boosting enchantments have increased his agility and reflexes to an impressive level. Even without consciously thinking, his body was able to react to the threat in an efficient and deadly way. He smiles slightly, realizing that his skills are truly at a new level, but remains vigilant, knowing that there may still be more enemies lurking. Jink continues his fight with agility and precision, slashing the goblins with a combination of strength and technique. He reflects on the power of the enchantment that reinforces his body, realizing how effective his ability is. With each successful strike, he feels more confident, enjoying the moment and recognizing that his skills have given him a great advantage. After the battle, Jink sits down to catch his breath and reflects on the fact that he can improve even more with time. He checks his statistics, realizing that despite being exiled and rejected, his abilities will allow him to move forward and grow even more. Determined and confident, he accepts his destiny and prepares to face anything the future may bring. He knows that with his skills, he can go far and carve out his own place in the world. After the intense battle, Jink begins to calm down and reflects on the reality of his world, where the smell of flesh and blood, both humans and demons, is common. He recognizes that these scenes of violence are part of everyday life, something he will have to get used to if he wants to survive. With his mind and heart returning to normal, Jink looks to the future with renewed determination. He has accepted the fact that this is the beginning of his journey, and despite the difficulties, he is ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. Jink, now calmer, begins to remove parts of the defeated monsters. He reflects on the reality of his world, where it is not considered a crime to take items or monster parts from people who have been killed by demons or creatures. In fact, it's even recommended, since if left behind, other demons could end up taking everything. Jink realizes that he can exchange these parts at the guild for money, which would be a form of sustenance as he continues his journey. He, however, still feels uncomfortable with the task of collecting monster parts, recognizing that he needs to get used to it if he wants to survive. As he works quickly to leave the scene as quickly as possible, Jink remembers that this is just a small part of the cycle of his world, where survival often depends on these actions. Jink, somewhat disgusted, takes the proof of his victory over the goblins, his ears and the magic stone next to his heart. He reflects that adventurers who cannot perform this basic task are ridiculed in the guild, and he needs to get used to this dark part of the job. Despite the initial discomfort, He understands that this is necessary to maintain himself and survive in the brutal world in which he lives. The next morning, Jink appears to be more used to the task. As he faces wolf-like beasts, he realizes that familiarity with these situations has transformed him into something he never imagined himself to be, someone who compares, in certain ways, to the very monsters he faces. Although he has evolved, this evolution has a psychological cost, making him reflect on how survival can change a person. However, Jink presses on, determined to continue his journey and grow in strength and skill. Jink checks his statistics and notices that he is progressing well as an adventurer. Now at level 20, his swordsmanship and spear skills are well advanced, and his enchantments continue to increase his power. He reflects on the importance of having several spare swords, especially when they are enchanted, as they can be continually reinforced. He feels that things are going well so far, noting that the current level of his magical enchantment is at level 8, satisfied with his progress. Jink continues to improve his weapons and abilities, aware that each reinforcement will make him more prepared for the challenges ahead. Determined, he continues confidently on his journey, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Jink upgrades his sword with the Sword Art +8 skill, making it even more powerful. He decides to keep his ancient sword as a backup as he continues to advance on his journey. A day later, he arrives at a forested area in Morbitz's territory, where he finds other adventurers resting. As Jink considers camping there for the night, he takes a mana potion to regain his energy. However, he soon realizes the urgency of a situation around him. A group of adventurers is in despair, with one of the members crying out for a healing potion as his friends are dying. The tension rises, and Jink watches the scene, pondering what to do next. Jink observes the man's desperation, asking for a healing potion, offering to help him as long as he can pay him back. The man, in agony, accepts any condition, promising to pay any amount to save his friends. Jink, looking at the situation, realizes that the adventurers do not appear to be criminals, and he feels compelled to help. He hands the healing potion to one of the injured men who has never suffered such a deep wound before. Jink, curious to see how effective the potion really is, watches as the healing magic begins to work. Expectations are high, and Jink hopes that the effect of the potion will be enough to save the seriously injured adventurer. Jink's healing potion works perfectly, surprising both him and the group of adventurers. The injured man quickly gets up, and his brother hugs him, relieved to see him okay. The group's leader, Alexander, introduces himself as the leader of a team of C-ranked adventurers known as the Tears of Dragons. He thanks Jink for saving his companion and explains that they were facing a powerful creature called Red Ogre and a class monster. Alexander gives Jink all the money the group has managed to scrape together, but he admits it's not enough to completely pay for the healing potion. Jink, curious to understand the situation better, asks for more details about what happened. Alexander explains that his group had the misfortune of encountering the Red Ogre, which led to the near destruction of his team. Alexander, in an act of extreme gratitude for having his life saved, offers to become Jink's slave until he can repay the debt for the healing potion. Jink, taken aback by the proposal, contemplates how prevalent slavery is in this world, but he feels deeply uncomfortable with the notion of owning anyone, especially Alexander, a strong and determined man. As this situation unfolds, a new danger suddenly emerges, a horde of orcs advancing towards the group. The scene is chaotic, and the orcs appear in large numbers, ready to attack in full force. The imminent battle promises to be difficult and challenging, and the group will need to prepare quickly to face this new threat. When faced with the approach of a horde of orcs, the characters immediately realize the gravity of the situation. One of them, with a focused look, recognizes that the orcs followed the scent of blood to get to them. The tension increases when the horde approaches quickly, and another experienced character understands that the number of enemies is much greater than expected. As the group prepares for combat, a young warrior, clearly worried, assesses the situation. He has faced orcs before, but never in such large numbers. With his advanced physical strengthening abilities, he is prepared for battle, but realizes that he is still at a disadvantage, especially when he learns that he does not have the proper equipment, having lost it in a previous confrontation with a red ogre. In the middle of the confrontation, the main warrior uses a special ability called Item Box, surprising his allies, who did not expect such a feature. He quickly summons several weapons, distributing them among the group members, allowing everyone to be better equipped to face the orcs. Without wasting time, he advances with agility and precision, eliminating orcs with quick and precise blows, demonstrating his great skill and strength in combat. With a powerful leap, he brings his blade down on an orc, brutally decapitating him as he continues to advance, moving with dexterity between his enemies. The group, now more confident and equipped, follows the warrior's lead as the battle intensifies. With the battle still ongoing, the warrior continues to slaughter orcs with impressive speed, even though they are classified as low level. The orcs do not pose much of a threat to him, and he easily takes them down one after another. His battle companions watch, admiring the ease with which he deals with his enemies, and are motivated not to be left behind. Meanwhile, the warrior keeps his mind focused on victory and collecting experience, instructing others to eliminate as many orcs as possible to increase his own experience points. The fight intensifies, with the group now advancing together, slaughtering orcs and using the chaos of the battle to their advantage. Each strike is strategic and precise, aiming to increase efficiency and ensure the group's survival. A new threat emerges: the Orc General, a B-rank enemy, significantly stronger than ordinary orcs. He imposes himself with an aura of power, his intimidating presence and colossal axe being clear signs of his combat experience. The warrior watches the general, questioning his own abilities, as he assesses whether he can face such an opponent alone. Meanwhile, his companions notice the situation, impressed by the young warrior's courage in challenging the Orc General directly. Despite his doubts and uncertainty, he moves forward to face the Orc leader, demonstrating that, despite his fear, he is willing to give his all to protect his allies and win the battle. The fight promises to be difficult, but the warrior's determination is unshakable. The confrontation between the warrior and the Orc General is fierce. Each blow exchanged is accompanied by increasing tension, with the young warrior demonstrating great skill and reflexes to deflect and counterattack the enemy's powerful attacks. However, he soon realizes that if he hadn't applied an enchantment technique previously, he would already be dead. The general's brute strength is overwhelming, and he feels he is not yet completely prepared to face him alone. As the fight progresses, another ally intervenes, distracting the Orc General by catching his attention, creating an opportunity for the warrior. Even with help, the battle remains intense, and the danger of defeat is still present, but the hero's determination continues to shine on the battlefield. The warrior's ally finds an opportunity to attack the Orc General. With a commanding shout, he signals the perfect moment to attack. The general, still imposing and fierce, finds himself surrounded by the combined force of the heroes, but does not surrender easily. One of the warriors, determined to finish the fight, launches himself at the Orc General with a decisive blow, thrusting his sword into the opponent with all his strength. The general, although resilient and persistent to the end, ultimately succumbs to the coordinated and powerful attack. The warrior, exhausted and panting, watches as the surviving orcs begin to retreat, clearly demoralized by the death of their leader. The group of heroes, still processing their victory, recovers from the intense fight. One of the members mentions that the orcs are fleeing because the general is dead, making it clear that victory has been won. As the group regroups, one of the warriors recognizes Alex's crucial role in creating the opportunity that led to the general's defeat. Jink, the young warrior who played an essential role, is praised for his skill, but humbly reminds others that he is just a G-rank rookie. Still, his companion's admiration is evident, and they share the spoils of battle, ready to move forward after this difficult victory. After the victory, the conversation between the heroes changes tone, revealing more about Jink's past. When questioned, he confirms that he is the fallen son of the Nonland family, no longer protected by his noble name. Rumors about his expulsion from the country seem to have spread, but Jink, with a carefree smile, admits the situation, apparently unfazed by his tarnished reputation. As they discuss their future plans, Alex, admired by Jink, expresses his gratitude in an unusual way, declaring his devotion and calling him Aniki Big Brother, promising to follow him wherever he goes. Jink, surprised and a little disconcerted, tries to remain calm and organizes a plan to escort Alex into town. While still thinking about his own next steps, the light interaction between them contrasts with the seriousness of the previous battle, showing that, despite the challenges, there is room for new friendships and companionship. After conversations about the future, Jink, instead of accepting Alex as his servant, asks for a simple favor, that Alex take him to the capital and, on the way, help him with some tips about being an adventurer. He also asks Alex to deliver a message to Esther Non-Land, which seems like an important personal task. Alex, touched by the request, thanks him enthusiastically, clearly happy to have the chance to help his Aniki. Meanwhile, in the distance, a group of 3 figures observe Jink. An elf, accompanied by 2 men, comments on Jink's appearance, calling him a beautiful boy, suggesting that they may have some interest in him, although their intentions are still unknown. This hints that new challenges or allies may emerge in the future for Jink and his group. After a tough battle against the orc general, Jink's group had to continue fighting the remaining hordes of orcs as they advanced towards the border. Their objective was the border town of Moriberg, an important location for the defense of the region. Now, following their path, they arrive at the mysterious Goblin Forest, a place known to be dangerous and full of creatures. Jink, at the head of the group, observes the environment carefully, aware of the new challenges that will come on this journey through the forest. The group prepares to face whatever awaits them within this unknown territory. As the group enters the Goblin Forest, Jink reflects that, despite facing goblins, they shouldn't be much of a threat if faced one at a time. However, the situation soon becomes complicated when a large number of goblins suddenly appear, preparing to attack en masse. The group, led by Jink, quickly organizes itself for battle. With determination, he declares that they will cut their way through the goblin hordes. Despite his confident spirit, one of his companions warns him to exercise caution, aware that the goblins' numerical strength could be dangerous. Tension builds as the group prepares to face the oncoming wave of enemies. The battle in the Goblin Forest intensifies, with Jink ferociously charging at his enemies. He moves with precision and agility, taking down numerous goblins with quick, powerful blows. At the same time, other D-rank adventurers join the fight to provide support, answering the call for reinforcement. Despite the group's skill and organization, Jink notes that there are simply too many goblins to deal with at once. However, he maintains a pragmatic attitude, recognizing that, in addition to being a difficult fight, this battle offers a good opportunity to gain experience and money. The fight continues as the goblins fall one after another, but the growing number of enemies keeps the pressure on the group. After the intense battle against the goblins, the group finally finds a moment to rest. They express surprise that they survived, exhausted and relieved at the same time. One of the adventurers, impressed by Jink's performance on the front lines, asks how he managed to come out of the fight in so much better shape than them. Jink, with a humble smile, explains that the difference lies in his strength and the fact that he uses enchantment magic on all of his equipment, greatly increasing his physical capabilities. It details how every piece of his armor and weapon has been upgraded, from his glasses to his sword, giving him a significant advantage in combat. The other adventurers watch him with admiration, recognizing that his skill and preparation were essential to his success in battle. Shortly after the battle, Jink is approached by a group of experienced adventurers, led by Karen, from the Sacred Flame team. Karen comments that she had already heard about Jink and his performance in the last few days. One of the group, Will, quickly deduces that Jink relies heavily on his enchanted equipment and expresses surprise to discover that he is an enchanter. Will approaches Jink, offering a handshake, curious to talk and understand more about Jink's abilities. He also expresses interest in seeing the group's power up close, wanting to assess its strength. Jink, intrigued by Will's approach, hesitates briefly before shaking his hand, still pondering how Will knew of his enchantment skills. The Sacred Flame group stands out as a rank-a team, with highly skilled and experienced members. Bogart, a level 158 swordsman, has advanced skills in swordsmanship and physical strengthening. Rickiron, a 229-year-old level 214 elf, is an extremely skilled archer and healer, with powerful detection abilities and recovery magic. Her position and reputation as Princess of Chimea further highlights her status. Will, a level 165 mage, also has the special ability Weapon Appraisal, which allows him to accurately identify the attributes of Jink's equipment. He quickly realizes that Jink has managed to enchant all of his equipment with an impressive level of physical strengthening +8. This confirms that Jink is highly skilled in using enchantment techniques, something rare and difficult to achieve. Jink, surprised by Will's ability to identify his enhancements, reflects on how rare it is for someone to possess such knowledge, which only increases his curiosity about the power and experience of this group of rank A. Will, intrigued by Jink's enchanting abilities, asks if he would be willing to enchant one of his equipment. Jink, aware of the value of his work, responds that he could do so, but only under certain conditions and for a reasonable price. Will and the other members of the Sacred Flame group are interested, as enchanters are extremely rare on the continent. Jink then explains the conditions for the enchantment to be done safely. He states that the owner of the equipment needs to spill some of his blood on the object to be enchanted, ensuring that only he can enjoy the magical effects of the enchantment. This prevents the item from falling into the hands of someone who could misuse it. However, Jink appears thoughtful, considering whether it is safe to carry out this type of work without knowing well who will be using the equipment, and considers making his way to Moriberg. He reflects on the importance of being careful when utilizing his rare abilities, especially in a world where power can easily be misused. After hearing the enchantment proposal, Will and the other Qual adventurers agree to accept Jink's terms, recognizing the value of having an enchanter in their country. Karen expresses her desire to have someone with Jink's abilities in their group, and they are willing to pay whatever price he deems fair, as they have no experience dealing with other enchanters. Jink, however, places an important condition. He does not want his enchantment ability to be publicized until there is a proper formalization between them. He emphasizes that it is crucial to keep this ability secret until both are on equal footing. Further surprising his new allies, Jink reveals that in addition to enchantments, he can provide rare skills such as swordsmanship, physical strengthening, and even courtesy through exclusive assessment cards. Will is shocked to realize that Jink can even grant the appraisal ability, something extremely rare and valuable. Everyone's curiosity grows, and Jink only mentions that his ability is a result of his natural ability, leaving the adventurers amazed at how rare and powerful his ability really is. After the entire enchantment process, the Sacred Flame adventuring party is equipped with powerful new items. Bogart now has an enchanted sword with level +8 swordsmanship, while Karen receives earrings that increase her alchemy skill by +2, as well as clothes and shoes that increase physical strength by +8. Will, in turn, gains a necklace that grants +3 level courtesy, along with a small bag of magical items. Everyone is impressed with the improvements to their equipment thanks to Jink's skills. However, the enchantment process exhausts Jink, who needs to drink several mana potions to continue the work. Already tired and with his body overloaded with potions, he insists that he is fine, although it is clear that the process requires a large amount of mana and concentration. He still has to complete the last level 3 evaluation letters for the group, but despite the effort, Jink is determined to finish the job. The group, now better prepared for future adventures, express concern over Jink's exhaustion as he attempts to complete his final task. After finishing the enchantments, Jink instructs the adventurers to drop a few drops of blood on their evaluation cards. Karen, Bogart, and will follow the instructions, and when they activate the cards, they realize that the results are legitimate, showing their skills. The group is impressed with the authenticity and precision of the process. Will, observing what the card reveals, mentions that the card only lists skills and not talents. He explains that, unlike skills, talents are uncertain variables that may or may not develop. Jink, with a wry smile, comments that it is somewhat irritating to be evaluated and have your strengths pointed out, especially by someone he doesn't like. However, he states that he would be happy to receive the additional reward even if the talents are discovered. The group reflects on the difference between skills, which are evident, and talents, which may never blossom, showing that there is much more than just what is visible on the surface when it comes to potential and capabilities. After completing the enchantments and transactions, Jink receives a large reward from the Sacred Flame group, thanking them for the business. He recognizes that as a rank group, they have a considerable amount of resources. However, will express his surprise when he realizes that Jink, a charmer carrying rare and valuable items, travels without a proper escort, which makes him feel intrigued and a little envious. Their conversation takes an unexpected turn when they discover that Jink has been exiled from his country. A shocked Karen questions whether he could be a hidden villain, unable to believe that someone with his abilities could be cast out. Jink denies it, while others, like Bogart, defend him, reminding everyone that he helped them and doesn't behave like someone evil. Jink reflects on the fact that he has been falsely accused and marginalized in the past, something that seems to be a constant in his life. The revelation of his exile causes astonishment and concern among the adventurers, but it also reinforces the complexity of Jink's character, someone unfairly treated, but who continues to help others. Jink reflects on his situation, revealing that he never told anyone, not even his family, about his enchantment ability. He fears that if this ability became known, it would be exploited by powerful and unscrupulous people. For him, trusting another human being is extremely difficult, and he admits that he doesn't believe there is anyone he can fully trust. Qual's adventurers, however, try to reassure him. Karen, Will, and Bogart assure Jink that he can trust them and offer help in crossing the kingdom's border. They suggest that he go with them to the kingdom of Qual, where he will not be treated badly. With the promise of help, Jink decides to trust them and agrees to join the group, ready to move forward on his journey. The group prepares to leave, with the certainty that, together, they will be able to face the challenges they will encounter along the way, especially the monsters that lurk near the border. Jink, now counting on the help of his new allies, shows a small smile, still cautious, but hopeful about the future. Jink arrives in the border town of Moriburg in the kingdom of Korda and walks through the busy streets. He reflects that no one there would likely recognize his face, which gives him a sense of security. Taking advantage of the moment, he decides to spend the money he earned with so much effort to equip himself better. With great enthusiasm, Jink enters the city's stores, purchasing various training items, potions, and even the best weapons and armor available. The store owner, happy with Jink's massive purchase, doesn't care about the quantity of items he is purchasing, knowing he is getting a great deal. Jink, in turn, feels satisfied that he has equipped himself adequately, ready for future challenges. Jink continues his shopping, choosing impressive armor made from red dragon hide and a sturdy, expertly forged spear. The salesperson, clearly proud of the high-quality items available in his store, confirms that they are the best in town. He even offers to deliver the items, considering the size of the equipment. However, Jink, with a confident smile, declines the offer, explaining that he can take care of it with his item box ability, which allows him to store and transport large items in a small box. The salesman is impressed by Jink's rare skill, and the young adventurer remains satisfied, knowing that he is now very well equipped for the challenges ahead. The next morning, Jink, after making several purchases and improving his equipment, decides to give Esther a special gift. He decides to enchant him with the best enchantment he can perform at the moment, aware that he may not have another opportunity so soon to do something like that. Carefully, he applies his magic to the present, determined to deliver something meaningful. However, the excessive effort of the enchantments begins to affect Jink, who appears to be exhausted when he meets his allies. Regardless, he gives them evaluation letters he created for everyone, as a way of expressing his gratitude for everything they've done for him. Furthermore, Jink is still trying to get more experience to further improve his enchantment magic, which is now at level 12. Although visibly worn out, Jink stands his ground, assuring everyone that he is fine, while continuing to help his teammates as best he can. As Jink's group prepares to cross the border, the scene shifts to the non-land family residence. An older family member talks to a servant, discussing Jink, who is now under house arrest. They believe that Jink should be forgotten, considering him a useless boy. The conversation suggests that Esther, a brother of Jink, has become the family's new heir, and there are plans for a celebration around this. Jink, alone and lying in a simple bed, reflects on his older brother and his position within the family. Despite his current situation, it's clear that Jink carries an emotional burden caught between the desire to move forward and memories of the treatment he received from his own family. The scene returns to the non-land family residence, where Esther, Jink's younger brother, is being confronted by an authority figure, probably his older brother or some family leader. Esther, who appears defiant and angry, is reprimanded for her behavior while the other person was away. The authoritarian figure, noticing Esther's lack of respect, coldly criticizes him, showing dissatisfaction with Esther's lack of reflection. The tension culminates in physical action, showing the harsh family dynamics and the violence that permeates their relationships. Esther is placed under house arrest for 50 days, receiving a potion to help him recover after the confrontation. The man who punishes him is severe, informing him that Jink is no longer his brother, demonstrating a complete break with the non-land family. Even so, he mentions that he will give Esther a proper farewell, symbolizing the end of family ties. While in confinement, Esther, pensive and looking out the window, wonders about Jink, wondering where he is and if he is lost in the forest. Despite everything, Esther maintains hope, believing that her brother is still alive and somewhere facing his own challenges. As Jink and his companions face a fierce battle against monsters, he fights with great skill, striking down his enemies with precise blows. In the midst of the battle, one of the allies screams, remembering that Esther is working hard elsewhere. The battle continues, and another warrior, possibly one of Jink's companions, cuts down an ogre with a brutal sword swing. As the battle continues, Karen, the group's archer, fires arrows with lethal precision, taking down multiple enemies with ease. Confident in her abilities, she comments that defeating the goblins and ogres is a piece of cake, showing her mastery in ranged combat. On the other side, Will, using his magical abilities, casts a powerful spell called Wind Cutter. With quick and precise movements, he summons blades of wind that cut his opponents with ease, highlighting the devastating power of his magic. After defeating the enemies, Jink's group takes a break to reflect on the fight and their next steps. Jink recognizes that he needs to improve his magical skills, especially flame magic, to become even more efficient. Will encourages him, saying that he will soon level up as an enchanter and become even more powerful. Karen and Bogart report that the remaining enemies have fled, and the path is now safe for lower-level adventurers and traders to cross the border. They mention that the area near the border is filled with monsters, making it dangerous for lower-rank adventurers to wander there without protection. As they discuss the dangers, Karen comments that wyverns and other powerful monsters often appear in areas close to borders, and that it is always necessary to have at least one high-level bodyguard to protect traders. Jink, worried about the possibility of encountering wyverns, begins to think about the challenges ahead, but Karen reassures him, stating that the border is just ahead. Jink and his companions finally arrive at the inspection gate of the border town of Quilta. As they approach, Jink worries about whether they will be able to cross the border without any problems, as it is rumored that no one in exile has managed to leave the country without being caught. Karen and Bogart, however, are confident that they can resolve any issues that arise. As rank adventurers, they are treated with status similar to counts, and in the case of Karen, who is rank S, she is considered equivalent to a duke. This gives them considerable influence, which could be used to facilitate the passage. Will suggests they try to pass peacefully, avoiding any abuse of authority. But Bogart and Karen are prepared to act if necessary. As the group approaches the inspector, they are directed to the line of commoners and asked to show their identification documents, beginning the inspection process. Upon presenting his documents at the inspection gate, Jink reveals that he has been disinherited and is now just a commoner. The guards immediately recognize him as Jink Nonland and are surprised at how quickly he arrived at the border, as he had only left the capital a few days earlier. The guards order Jink to accompany them to the office for further clarification, but Karen quickly intervenes, questioning why they are complaining. She argues that Jink did exactly as he was instructed, which was to leave the country, suggesting that he could have used a horse or carriage to get there quickly. Upon realizing that Karen is a rank S adventurer, the guards become visibly nervous. One of the knights tries to reprimand her for being a commoner arguing with a knight, but Karen's authority as an elite adventurer makes the situation even more tense. Karen, angered by how the guards were treating the group, threatens to test her sword on them, making the guards visibly nervous. One of them hurriedly apologizes and promises to bring the supervisor to resolve the situation immediately. Will, trying to avoid further conflict, suggests that he will handle the negotiations later, trying to calm Karen down. The supervisor arrives and reprimands his subordinates for being rude, apologizing to the group. However, he questions why delegates from the Kingdom of Qual are traveling with Jink, whom he calls the Shame of Rosalta. He mentions that Jink is accused of trying to poison the head of the non-land family to gain access to the family's riches, painting Jink as a traitor and criminal. This reveals the seriousness of the accusations Jink faces, making his situation even more delicate. Jink and the group finally cross the border and enter the territory of the Kingdom of Qual. Jink thanks Will and Karen for their help, wondering what would have happened if he had been alone. Will, in turn, proposes an idea to Jink. He suggests that Jink become an adventurer and climb the ranks in the city, and then publicly reveal that he is an enchanter, as he believes that the Kingdom of Rosalta would try to bring him back or even eliminate him if they discovered his power as an enchanter. This way, he could create a solid foundation and protect himself in the process. Jink and his companions discuss the best way to ensure his safety, considering that his rare occupation would benefit his treatment within the guild. They decide to go to the Qual branch to register it, which would guarantee protection against any interference from Rosalta. Along the way, Bogart mentions a bracelet he enchanted with healing magic during a practice, which piques Jink's interest, who readily accepts the gift. Upon arriving at the guild, they are greeted by the attendant, while the environment is full of adventurers. At the guild, Jink and his companions are noticed by the other adventurers, who are impressed by Karen's presence. Some question Jink's closeness to her, showing jealousy. The team is formally welcomed as members of the Holy Flame group and requests that a class check be performed on Jink. Soon, they head to the guild courtyard to perform a demonstration of Jink's hunts. He begins to show off the items collected from his adventures, while those responsible for inspection explain that beginners are usually responsible for bringing monster parts in for inspection. In the guild courtyard, Jink surprises everyone by revealing that he has about 10 bags full of items collected from his hunts, including kobolds and slimes. He explains that he hasn't had time to dissect the orcs yet, which could be a small problem. Despite this, he asks those responsible to evaluate the content he brought. With a dramatic gesture, Jink dumps a large quantity of orc bodies, further impressing those present with the vast number of enemies he defeated alone. Upon seeing the huge pile of orc bodies that Jink brought, the guild officials are shocked. Surprised by the amount he managed to capture alone, they comment on the enormous storage capacity of Jink's item box, while still processing what they are seeing. After the evaluation, the guild reveals the exact number of monsters that Jink had defeated: 7 goblin wizards, 12 goblin shamans, 812 goblins, 41 kobolds, 37 slimes, 1 orc general, and 119 common orcs. After deducting dissection fees, Jink receives 24 gold coins and 3 silver bars as a reward, leaving everyone even more impressed with his skill and achievements. After the evaluation and the huge sum in rewards, Jink is informed that he will have to move up in rank. He reflects on the large amount of money he now has, something he never imagined when he was just an ordinary boy. The guild members explain that in order to advance to C rank, he will need to pass a test. The test involves a mock fight against an examiner. Jink, excited, accepts the challenge immediately, showing enthusiasm to face the test of sword combat. He remains confident, determined to pass the test. Jink enters the guild's specialized testing room, where several adventurers are sitting as spectators. Comments and rumors circulate among them, some criticizing his closeness to Karen, while others speculate about Jink's past. He waits patiently for his examiner, ready for combat. Soon, the guild master, Snow, appears and introduces himself as the person responsible for the assessment. Armed with a sword, Snow declares that he will be Jink's examiner that day. As Jink prepares for combat, rumors about him begin to spread among the other adventurers, especially the fact that he has hunted hundreds of orcs alone. They are surprised to discover that the guild master, Snow, is personally overseeing the rank test. Inside the arena, Snow prepares for combat and reveals that he is aware of Jink's abilities, mentioning that he would not miss the opportunity to fight him. To save time, Snow decides to combine the D and C rank tests into a single battle, increasing the tension. Everyone present is intrigued and eager to watch the confrontation. Before combat begins, the examiners warn Jink about the risks of the test, reminding him that he is exposing himself to danger at his own risk. Karen, worried, assures Jink that if he is injured, she will be ready to heal him, which generates jealousy among the spectators, who comment enviously. With the official start of the duel, both combatants take positions, but Jink chooses not to attack first. Snow, noticing Jink's hesitation, decides to move forward, ready to test his skills in combat. The fight between Jink and Snow begins intensely. Snow advances with impressive speed, making several quick attacks that surprise Jink. He realizes how fast Snow is and struggles to keep up, dodging and parrying his blows with difficulty. Their swords collide repeatedly in a series of fluid and precise movements. Jink moves nimbly, trying to find an opening, while Snow maintains constant pressure with powerful and agile attacks. The duel between Jink and Snow continues to impress viewers, with the guild master showing his skill by delivering powerful attacks that force Jink to retreat. Those watching cannot help but admire Snow's strength, commenting on his mastery in combat. As he fights, Jink reflects that this is the first time he has faced another person with a sword, something very different from fighting monsters. Even so, he doesn't lose his determination, which surprises Snow. The guild master recognizes Jink's resistance, something he has not experienced in some time, as his opponents often give up quickly. Snow begins to enjoy the challenge Jink is providing. Determined to turn the tide, Jink takes the initiative and attacks Snow with all his might. He moves with agility and determination, looking for any opening. However, Snow maintains her calm and confident stance, deftly dodging Jink's attacks with light, graceful steps. The blades clash with intensity, but Snow demonstrates his impressive mastery in combat, characteristic of his advanced level of swordsmanship, which reaches level 104. His record reveals his vast experience and skill, standing out as a formidable swordsman and one of the greatest guild talents. Even in the face of such a skilled opponent, Jink does not back down, continuing to pressure. The combat between Jink and Snow continues with a strategic dance of attacks and defenses. Jink notices that whenever he attacks, Snow retreats and changes his stance to counterattack. The precision with which Snow manages the spacing between them is impeccable, making it difficult for Jink to find an opening. Spectators begin to comment on the battle, impressed by Jink's resistance and skills, who, even after several intense movements, still shows no signs of tiredness. However, some believe the fight has already been decided, as Snow has not yet been hit. Meanwhile, Jink carefully analyzes the patterns of Snow's orthodox swordsmanship and notes that despite his mastery, there are certain predictable points in his style. He notices that Snow's pride as a veteran is starting to show, creating an opportunity for Jink to exploit and possibly turn the tide. Having decided, Jink plans the exact moment he will attack to surprise the guild master. During the battle, Jink reflects on his swordsmanship skill, which is at level 27, and recognizes that normally he would never be able to face someone as powerful as Snow. However, he has the enchantment on his sword in his favor, which gives him an unexpected advantage. Snow, in turn, praises Jink for holding out for so long, but warns him that it's time to end the fight. Determined not to give up, Jink decides to get closer to Snow, closing the distance between them and trying to overcome the guild master's defense with a series of quick and aggressive movements. The fight reaches a critical point, with both fighting with everything they have. At the climax of the battle, Jink finally finds an opening and manages to hit Snow, injuring him. The guild master, surprised and shaken by the attack, admits defeat, raising his hand and declaring his withdrawal. He praises Jink for his performance and passes him the test. As blood drips from his injured hand, the audience, in disbelief, murmurs about what just happened, many impressed that Snow was injured, a rare sight to see. Others, who underestimated Jink, now recognize his ability, albeit without much enthusiasm. Karen offers to heal Snow, but he refuses, saying that a potion will be enough for the wound. He admits it was a shock to lose to a lower rank, but seems to accept the result with grace. Jink, now victorious, leaves the arena to looks of both admiration and surprise. After the victory, Karen approaches Jink, excited to heal him as a way of celebrating the triumph. Even though Jink was not seriously injured, she insists, hugging him excitedly, which leaves Jink surprised. Meanwhile, other adventurers and spectators comment on Jink's impressive ability to defeat the guild manager, something no one expected. Will, in turn, approaches Jink and asks if he has any trick or secret behind his victory. Jink, a little uncomfortable, admits that he used enchantments on his equipment, which surprises Will and the others. They remember that Jink was always a charmer, which partly explains his success in combat. After the battle, Snow discovers that Jink has the appraisal ability and is shocked to learn that Jink's level is 175, something extremely rare. Will assures everyone of the authenticity of Jink's ability and shows his own status sheet, which was evaluated by Jink, proving his capabilities. Snow, impressed by Jink's strength and abilities, acknowledges that without the enchantments he would not have won, but still praises him. In a gesture of respect, Snow officially recognizes Jink as a charmer and evaluator, important roles within the guild. Jink, in turn, feels relieved and satisfied with the experience, while Snow reflects on the need to improve his own skills. Jink celebrates his promotion, happy that he got it. However, he is soon confused when he is told that his promotion is only temporary. Will explains that, as an enchanter, Jink will automatically be promoted to S rank, the highest in the guild, since enchanters are extremely valuable adventurers. Will goes on to explain that the reason for this temporary promotion is to protect Jink, as those with rare abilities, like him, would be targeted by bad actors if they were in lower ranks. Until his rank is officially raised, he will be in C rank temporarily, but as it is an invaluable resource, the government would guarantee protection. Jink realizes this will prevent him from being followed by a squad of bodyguards, which he considers a huge relief. Will explains the importance of evaluating Jink's combat skills, stating that, by doing so, his ability will be officially recognized by the guild. Curious, Jink asks why Will is trying so hard for him. Will responds directly, saying he wants to see the comeback story that Jink will write, something like a journey of overcoming. Jink reflects on his abilities and wonders if, with his level of enchantment and evaluation, it would be possible to reach the SS rank, the highest among adventurers. Will believes that, with Jink's potential, he could truly achieve this feat and create a noteworthy overcoming narrative. Jink discovers that the SS rank is above the S rank, representing a completely independent level of power, where no authority would be able to control it. Will questions whether Jink is willing to try to achieve this goal, something that would require a lot of effort but would give him complete freedom. Jink reflects on his life until then, remembering the injustices he suffered, being slandered and persecuted, always running away from Rosalta. Determined to change his destiny, he decides that he will use his enchantments to reach the SS rank and finally free himself from all the bonds that have kept him trapped in the past. The protagonist is sitting at a table, focused on notes in an open book. He seems to be thinking about a specific formula while in the background. A group of characters is getting ready to board a carriage pulled by 2 horses. One character, dressed in a cloak, walks ahead, while others position themselves around the carriage, ready to leave. Suddenly, the caravan is attacked by creatures identified as kobolds surrounding the carriage. The protagonist and his companions prepare to defend themselves as the creatures rush forward. One ally raises their weapon, ready for battle, while another warns the group to protect the carriage and its occupant. The protagonist joins the fight as one of his companions battles the kobolds, delivering precise strikes. He decides to use his water magic, believing it's a good chance to test his skills in this art. Positioning himself, he begins to conjure the spell, focusing his energy against the enemies. The protagonist conjures a large sphere of water in his hands and hurls it toward the kobolds. The water ball hits its targets, drenching the enemies and interrupting their movements. The now soaked kobolds appear dazed by the magic. The protagonist realizes he miscast the spell, causing the kobolds to become even more aggressive as they advance toward him. Remembering his training, he tries to concentrate, reflecting on his previous practice. He starts to adjust the spell, transforming the water sphere into something heavier and faster, visualizing it as a lead ball. Finally, the protagonist conjures the enhanced water ball, which now strikes the kobolds with full force. The heavy sphere rushes toward the enemies, creating an immediate impact upon collision. The impact of the water sphere causes significant destruction, scattering the kobolds across the battlefield. The protagonist's allies advance together, forcing the kobolds to retreat, while the enemies, now frightened, hesitate to continue fighting. After the battle, the protagonist reflects on the need to improve his precision with magic, especially to avoid hitting his allies. One companion comments on the interruption of the protagonist's studies while the group discusses his magical abilities. The protagonist mentions that he's studying for an exam while they travel toward the capital. 2 weeks earlier, after completing a rank-up test, the group arrives at a mansion. The host, Bogard, greets them and mentions that he has completed a previously discussed task. The protagonist notes that they will spend the night at the mansion of Count Brand while being guided to the location. As the group walks through the mansion's corridors, one companion explains that Count Brand is part of the populist faction, distancing himself from the more arrogant nobility. He mentions that the Count helped him at the beginning of his journey and having a connection with him is beneficial. The mansion maid leads them to the Count, announcing the arrival of the guests. Count Nicholaus Brand introduces himself to the protagonist, welcoming him warmly. The protagonist introduces himself as Jenk and admits to being a rank B, but still inexperienced. The Count expresses his pleasure in meeting him and shakes his hand cordially. While enjoying the meal, the protagonist reflects on his recent diet of preserved foods during camping. Count Brand inquires about the protagonist's future plans, and he replies that he intends to distance himself from Rosalta and continue traveling through Qual, aiming to rank up and eventually settle in the kingdom of Yamato. The protagonist reflects on how he reached rank as faster than expected. Even though he is just a 14-year-old, Count Brand suggests that due to his current status, he wouldn't need to go to Yamato to avoid interference from Rosalta. But the protagonist expresses his desire to explore the world and experience new things. Count Brand recommends that the protagonist head to the capital, Qualroot, home to the prestigious Royal Academy of Qual. He mentions that while getting in is difficult, the protagonist has the necessary ability to succeed. The protagonist considers the city of Gamel, known for its enormous dungeon with over 80 floors. The city was built directly on top of the largest dungeon in Qual, making it a crucial location for adventurers seeking experience. The protagonist feels his adventurer's heart race at the thought of the Gamel dungeon, a place famous for its countless monsters and the fact that no one has ever reached the last floor. The city above the dungeon presents a tempting opportunity to gain experience. One of his companions warns him that if he wants to enter the Royal Academy, he'll need to study for the entrance exam. The protagonist, however, believes he can study while traveling to Qualroot. She teases him, praising his dedication to his studies, while he remains focused on balancing his obligations with his desire to explore. Count Brand explains to the protagonist that they will take a safe route to the capital, passing through the territories of their allies. He suggests that the protagonist use his main property as a base for studying, and if any issues arise, he can resolve them using the Count's name. The Count also mentions he has a son the same age as the protagonist and is happy to give him the chance to make a new friend. The protagonist, surprised by such support, questions whether it's really acceptable to receive all this help. The protagonist reflects on the unexpected kindness he's receiving, which makes him feel uncomfortable and almost scared. He remembers his past days as Jinkiru, where every day felt the same and emotions were distant, like the passion for something or the joy of discovering new things. Those feelings had been forgotten. Now, tired of wasting his days in the same way, the protagonist finally makes a clear decision about what he wants to do next. He silently thanks the new perspective that has been awakened. The protagonist's friends, belonging to the Sacred Flame group, express their gratitude for the help they received and prepare to leave. One group member mentions they will return to Rosalta after resolving an issue related to the brother of one companion, where they will reunite with the Dragon's Tears group. The protagonist realizes this is the moment for a temporary farewell and wishes everyone safe travels. Bogart expresses hope that they will meet again in the future. Back in the present, the protagonist reflects on the journey, which, although not completely smooth, had surprisingly few difficulties. Meanwhile, he studies a book, recalling his old life as Jinkiru, where his corporate worker attitude was so deeply ingrained that it shaped his actions even now. He murmurs words as he reads, absorbing the information with intensity. While staying with the nobles of the populist faction, the protagonist is dedicated to his studies. Even during the journey, after hunting monsters along the way, he keeps studying. During night camps, he persists in his reading, murmuring the information to himself without resting while his companions sleep around the campfire. The protagonist and his group arrive at the city of Qualarite, surrounded by imposing walls and towers. The city entrance is wide and protected, highlighting its importance. The protagonist, immersed in his studies with a notebook in hand, is called by an officer to disembark and follow standard procedure. Other adventurers and nobles receive enchanted items and status letters as rewards for their deeds, while the protagonist continues sipping something and reviewing his notes. Jink, alongside a guard, expresses surprise at the height of the Qualarite wall, taller than that of the capital Rosalta. He shows anxiety about exploring the city, but is warned to hold his excitement until the situation is clarified. The knight promises to take him to Count Brand's property soon. Jink agrees, albeit reluctantly, while processing his obligations. Upon arriving at Count Brand's residence, Jink is warmly greeted by Maria, the Count's wife, and Chris, his son. They introduce themselves formally and mention that Chris's father has already talked about Jink. He informs that he will be under their care while awaiting the exam, showing respect. Maria, with a welcoming smile, mentions that he should feel at home. Jink prefers to be called just Jink, finding the title Lord too formal. As Maria and Chris try to guide him around the property, Jink suddenly faints, exhausted from the long journey. Chris becomes alarmed and tries to reach him while Maria panics. Jink didn't realize he was running out of energy until it was too late. Chris and Maria react quickly, surprised by Jink's failure to recognize his own exhaustion. At the royal palace of Qual, an official informs the Majesty about the arrival of an enchanter hoping to enroll in the Royal Academy. The Majesty ponders the impact of this arrival on the kingdom. Jink, now fainted, has his status revealed on a board next to him, level 62, with skills in sword mastery, body reinforcement, water magic, and enchantment. Chris and the maids, in a panic, search for a doctor. Chris notes the need to confirm Jink's condition, while the maids show concern. Jink prepares for the admission exam of the Royal Academy's Department of Magic. He waits for the test to begin in a room full of candidates. An examiner announces the start of the exam, and Jink shows confidence as he analyzes the written test, comparing it to Japanese high school entrance exams, which he finds more challenging. Although he knows most of the score will come from the practical exam, he feels ready, having studied intensely. Other candidates, like Chris, notice that some questions are similar to the problems Jink had given them in their studies, which reassures them. After the written exam, the examiners announce the start of the practical test. Candidates must demonstrate the magic they are most confident in. Jink, identified as candidate number 783, is called for his demonstration, recognized as a rank S adventurer. He introduces himself, ready to showcase his magical skills. As Jink prepares, murmurs arise among the other candidates, intrigued by his rank S status. The 67-year-old Marquis Dusty Penham observes closely. He has experience in water magic, etiquette, education, enchantment, and magical evaluation. When questioned about Jink, the Marquis acknowledges his remarkable skills. Jink begins his practical demonstration with a water ball spell, conjuring the water sphere with precision. After the demonstration, he and another candidate walk around the testing area. The candidate praises Jink for executing the water cyclone, which was impressive. Jink reflects on the considerable use of power and worries about losing points due to flooding the testing field. He realizes that Marquis Penham, who has been watching him, will likely report his skills to the king, increasing the importance of his performance. In the palace, King Normil Qual consults the Marquis about Jink's performance. The Marquis reports that Jink excels in enchantment, fencing, and body reinforcement, impressing the king. The king, intrigued, is also surprised to learn that Jink has a large extra item box, a rare skill. The council meeting reveals Jink's score of 96% on the written exam, one of the highest ever recorded. The counselors call him prodigious and genius, recognizing his talent. However, the king expresses concern about Jink's personality, questioning what he is like as a person. One counselor insists that Jink must be won over for the kingdom. Rumors about Jink, including an alleged attempt to poison his father, raise questions about his potential threat to the kingdom. The Marquis, however, assures that Jink has no criminal titles and suggests that the addition of the title Outcast may result from false accusations. The counselors suggest caution in dealing with Jink, noting his disdain for nobles. The king reflects on Jink's exile and orders a hearing to be prepared, determined to take action. Normil announces that Jink will be under the protection of the Kingdom of Qual, emphasizing that his skills will not be used for selfish purposes. Days later, Jink and Chris celebrate the exam results, with Jink taking first place and Chris second. They are congratulated, and Jink jokes about having been forgiven for flooding the testing field. Both celebrate their first-class spots. After the exam, Jink and Chris decide to explore the city. Jink mentions he has money to find a place to live. Chris asks if Jink has formal clothes since he always sees him in casual attire. Jink reflects that he sold his noble clothes during his escape and lost his noble status. The friends consider going shopping together so Jink can prepare for the royal audience. At the Qual Slave Trading Company, Jink comes across a group of slaves. He explains that he needs human resources. A responsible person presents the last 10 slaves, who appear downtrodden and in simple clothing. Jink wishes to find someone with abilities above rank B, but notes that the options are limited. As he evaluates the slaves, Jink gets excited to see he found what he was looking for at the end of the line, exclaiming that she is a jackpot, identifying her special potential. Jink and Nina position themselves for the subordination ritual. Nina, with her head down, waits for the process to begin. The merchant instructs the steps of the ritual as a mark appears on Nina's skin, indicating progress. After the ritual, Nina kneels and acknowledges Jink as her master, stating she will be his slave from that moment on. Jink tells her to get up and prepares to leave, while the merchant thanks him for the purchase and informs him that the transaction has been completed. At Count Brand's property, Jink tries to start an informal conversation with Nina, asking where she is from. Nina, still uncomfortable, sits, waiting for the conversation to continue. Nina begins to share her painful story, revealing that her parents were poor farmers who decided to sell her as a slave to ease the family's food burden during winter. She recalls her father's words, "Finally, Daddy can rest." Listening to her story, Jink reflects on the harshness of that decision. While he recognizes that Nina's story is not uncommon, he still expresses empathy for the difficulty of her situation, noting that even if it's a common tale, the emotional impact remains strong. He contemplates the weight of that choice for Nina's parents while she remains downcast, revisiting those painful memories. After hearing Nina's story, Jink reflects on his own situation, realizing that, like many others, she was abandoned by her own father. Feeling that the topic might be too painful, Jink decides to stop asking about Nina's past, showing he understands the emotional weight of the situation. Next, Jink establishes 5 orders for Nina as his slave. He states she must obey him without question, not harm him, not lie, not disclose any information about him, and not take any action that could harm him. These instructions clearly define the subordination dynamic between the two, with Jink making explicit what he expects from her going forward. Nina listens in silence, accepting the new conditions of her life under Jink's servitude. Jink explains to Nina that despite the master-slave relationship, he doesn't want her to work to exhaustion and assures her that as long as she follows his orders, she will have some freedom to do what she wants. He also mentions he won't punish her for minor mistakes and expects her to consult him openly if anything happens. Nina, hesitant, seizes the opportunity to ask something of Jink. She describes herself as a damaged slave and questions whether he would prefer her not to perform night services, a term she has heard about but never executed. Surprised by the question, Jink seems confused and curious, suggesting that he is unaware of what those night services are, though he has heard of them. Nina, emotional, tries to justify her earlier offer, explaining that the only reason she believes she has value is to perform night services. Jink, visibly taken aback and trying to calm the situation, clarifies that he didn't buy her expecting anything like that. Nina, feeling inadequate, begins to vent about her sense of uselessness. She reveals she cannot read or write, cannot do manual work, and because of that, has always been considered useless. She recalls the harsh words she heard before, "Since you are so useless, we will sell you," which intensifies her feeling of inferiority. Jink watches as Nina grapples with her insecurities, recognizing how these experiences have affected her and the burden she carries from being viewed as expendable in her past. Jink hands Nina a special potion called X Potion, explaining that he will use it to start healing her face. He mentions that scars cannot be healed with regular potions, suggesting that this potion has powerful and unique properties. Nina, shocked, reacts with surprise and hesitation, stating that the potion is too valuable to waste on a slave like her. However, Jink insists that she use it, reminding her of her first order to follow his instructions without question. His determination to help her overcome her past and improve her self-esteem is clear, as he tries to show her that she has value regardless of how she sees herself. Jink explains to Nina that he has the ability to assess people's talents and skills. He states that she holds a lot of value and reveals that he chose her because of her exceptional cooking talent, something he considers a valuable skill. He also mentions that although her other skills may seem insignificant at the moment, they have great potential for growth. This includes household skills like cleaning, laundry, and childcare, as well as physical capabilities that are still developing. With his words, Jink reinforces that Nina has much to offer and that her abilities can be improved over time, highlighting her importance in her new life. The chart shows Nina's skills, focusing on areas like cooking, where she excels, and other skills that are still at lower levels, like martial arts and fencing. Jink's message aims to motivate her, emphasizing the value he sees in her and the potential she has to grow and become even more skilled. Nina, with a new glimmer of determination, states that she has things she wants to do and that she will need Jink's help to achieve those goals. She shows vulnerability, but at the same time demonstrates her desire to be useful and move forward with her future. Jink, ever confident, replies that his judgment is never wrong, encouraging her and affirming that she can indeed be useful. He reassures her that first, they will take care of her healing, then provide her with new clothes and help her prepare for what's to come. Nina, still surprised by Jink's kindness, seems to gain more confidence from his words. The bond between them starts to strengthen, with Jink willing to support her and Nina seeking to believe in her own worth and ability to be useful in the future. With tears in her eyes and deeply moved, Nina expresses her gratitude to Jink, saying, "Thank you. Thank you so much." She tightly holds the potion he gave her, touched by the care and consideration he has shown her. Meanwhile, Jink talks to Chris, who comments on Nina and the impressive progress she has made in cooking, following Jink's suggestions. He mentions that even the head maid was left speechless by how much Nina improved in such a short time. Jink, a bit uncomfortable with the compliments, simply agrees, changing the subject as he notices a discomfort in his stomach. Chris, confused, asks what's going on, but Jink seems focused on something else. Nina, excited, appears with a jar of cookies she baked herself, offering them for Jink and Chris to try. With a cheerful smile, she asks them to taste her cookies and share what they think. Chris, still surprised by Nina's rapid adjustment to her new role, comments that she really adapted well. In the meantime, Jink discusses with Chris the need for more money and mentions that he has been making several potions to boost his funds. He also asks about the possibility of finding more slaves specialized in combat since he needs more help. Chris, curious about Jink's insistence on obtaining more resources, comments on the urgency with which he is handling the money. The scene shifts to the dark and grim atmosphere of the criminal slave sales office. The conditions for the slaves are visibly poor. One of the slaves, chained and with a dejected expression, sits on the floor, seemingly resigned to his situation. The conversation revolves around the possibility of acquiring more violent and skilled combat slaves. This type of slave is suggested to be available at this specific location, indicating that Jink might be looking for someone with these traits to assist him in his upcoming missions. The showcased slave appears to fit this profile, being a dangerous figure, but with the potential to be controlled and used for riskier tasks. Jink stands in front of the dormitories of the Royal Academy of Qual, reflecting on his living situation. He acknowledges that the dorms are suitable for him to live alone, but he worries that bringing Nina and other servants would make the place cramped and uncomfortable. As he ponders his financial situation, Jink reflects on how much he still needs to save. He is aware of various expenses he has, including the urgent need to acquire a combat slave, something that has become a priority. Jink finds Chris on campus, and the two talk about the start of classes at the Royal Academy of Qual. Chris asks if Jink is ready for the first official day of class, and Jink, while recognizing that as a first-class student, he isn't required to attend every class, decides it would be a good idea to show up on the first day, especially since he is the top student. As they walk, Jink and Chris start to attract the attention of other students, especially girls, who are impressed by Jink's looks and the fact that he is a rank S adventurer. The girls comment that he is much better looking than they had imagined, and Jink's presence as the new first-class student seems to create quite a stir. As Jink and Chris walk through the academy corridors, they are followed by glances and whispers from the female students around. Some comment on the possibility of Jink getting married, while others suggest that while marriage might be inappropriate, being his lover could be an option. Chris, noticing Jink's newfound popularity, jokes about how he is the center of so much attention, but Jink doesn't seem pleased with the situation. He asks Chris to stop with the comments, revealing his discomfort with all the attention. He reflects on how the way he was treated in Rosalita, his old home, now seems like a lie compared to the warm reception he is getting at the academy. Though Jink seems annoyed, he continues walking alongside Chris, who maintains his laid-back demeanor. Observing the group of girls who continue to murmur about him, Jink silently reflects. He recognizes that they are not interested in him for who he is, but rather for his status and what that could provide. He imagines that if he were to marry one of them, they would take every cent from him. Chris, next to him, comments quietly that those girls are the daughters of low-ranking nobles, desperate to secure their futures. Jink, on his part, thinks that if they are so interested in money, they should hunt monsters on their own. He believes that in the world of magic, There is no gender inequality, and women have the same opportunities to make money. In his mind, they should work to achieve their goals instead of relying on someone else's fortune. As Jink walks alongside Chris, a young woman approaches him. She introduces herself as Negenda Qual, a first-class student from the StarCraft class and a vice champion in the entrance exam. Jink, initially uninterested in the introduction, soon becomes shocked when he realizes he is standing in front of Negenda, the first princess of Qual. He reacts with surprise, unable to hide his astonishment as she calmly expresses her hope of being a good classmate for him. Jink continues his conversation with Princess Negenda, who asks him not to be so formal since they are in the same school year. Jink mentions that he will spend most of the year adventuring, and Negenda reveals that in addition to studying, she plans to help her father with governmental affairs, as the kingdom of Qual is large and the burden on royalty is significant. Jink reflects on how she is a hardworking girl, while the formal interaction with the princess draws attention and murmurs from the other students around. We see Louis, the heir to Duke Ransel, pressuring a student for a friendship fee, mentioning that the amount is less than last month. The student appears nervous and tries to justify himself, saying the month has been tough. Louis, with an arrogant smile, says that since they have been good friends since junior academy, he will let it slide this time, asserting that the student should be proud of his closeness to the Louis family. Jink, observing the scene, asks who the guy is, and Princess Negenda responds that Louis is the heir to Duke Ransel, and that he used to wield his family's power to do whatever he wanted at the junior academy. Louis, trying to force Jink into his family's service, refers to him as a chess piece and says he should feel honored to be used by the Ransel family, given his status as a rank S adventurer. He also belittles Jink by calling him a peasant. However, Jink refuses the proposal, visibly irritated and telling Louis not to touch him. Louis attempts to coerce Jink into joining his family's service, treating him like a mere chess piece because of his rank S adventurer skills. He tries to convince Jink that he should feel honored by this, but Jink clearly rejects the offer, telling Louis not to touch him. The panel highlights Jink's resistance to being manipulated, while Louis seems to be trying to use his position of power to force Jink to comply. Jink finally loses his patience and punches Louis, the heir of Duke Ransel. Louis looks surprised and furious, unable to believe that someone of a lower social class would dare to touch him. However, Jink, showing his confidence and skill, responds that he is an excellent boxer in his spare time, hinting that Louis underestimated his abilities. The scene clearly shows Jink's bravery and his resistance to being controlled or intimidated, while Louis receives an unexpected lesson. Jink gives Louis a definitive lesson, making it clear that social hierarchy doesn't matter as much in the academy, but rather merit and ranking among students. Jink states that as a first-class student, he has the authority to directly punish a lower-class student like Louis if disrespected. This demonstrates Jink's confidence and strength, as well as his understanding of the Academy's rules. Jink and his companions then leave, while Louis remains dazed on the ground, bloodied from his nose after the physical confrontation. Jink talks to Negenda, the princess and classmate. She mentions that the recent confrontation has lifted a weight off her shoulders, as Louis seemed to be about to target her as well. Negenda then invites Jink for an audience with her father, the king, making it clear that it's not mandatory, but her presence would be appreciated. Jink, however, hesitates, explaining that he is being economical and doesn't have suitable formal clothes for such an event. He commits to at least updating his cloak. Negenda, showing understanding and familiarity with Jink's adventurer lifestyle, says he can wear what he usually wears as he is an adventurer, and that is enough. Jink finds himself in a formal audience with King Normil Qual. The king welcomes him, expressing satisfaction that Jink accepted the invitation. The monarch mentions that the nobles of the kingdom requested Jink to make evaluation cards for them during his travels, which seems to bother him. However, Jink responds humbly, stating that the task was not a bother, as he was able to raise funds from it, which was a great help. The king then asks if they can count on Jink for enchantment requests and fair evaluations in the future. Jink responds positively, demonstrating his commitment to continue collaborating with the kingdom. Jink appears excited to have received official recognition from the king to continue his enchantment work. He accepts the king's requests, stating that he will be happy to assist with his skills. The king then mentions that he heard from Negenda about the dispute Jink had with the Duke Ransel's son. He seems concerned, suggesting that Jink might have been a bit hasty in his behavior, especially considering the weight of getting involved with such an influential figure. Jink, for his part, makes an ironic remark about knowing a guy very much like Brogy, insinuating that he isn't intimidated by such powerful figures. Jink continues interacting with the king, demonstrating his strong sense of justice. The king acknowledges that the people Jink had problems with use their authority to fulfill their own desires. Jink admits he acted rashly, but does not tolerate such unfair behavior. Despite the possibility of punishment, Jink stands firm in his principles. The king reveals that he and Negenda were merely testing Jink and intended to end the matter without further consequences. The king praises Jink for his academic performance and offers a reward for coming in first place in the exam, mentioning his enchanting ability and that he doesn't seem to use his power for evil. When asked what he would like as a reward, Jink surprises everyone by requesting permission to buy slaves from the criminal slave sales office. The king repeats the question, visibly taken aback by the request. Jink explains that he intends to buy slaves to prepare for exploring the Gamal Labyrinth, seeking options to obtain better resources. The king approves the request but questions Jink's choice of using slaves instead of other alternatives. Jink justifies that it prevents him from being killed while he sleeps, ensuring loyalty and safety. He fears that normal adventurers or servants might have spies from Rosalita among them. Jink arrives at the criminal slave sales office, where an official confirms his permission and guides him inside. The king expresses hope that his friendship with Jink will last and praises his wisdom. Accompanied by a woman, Jink comments that he is looking for a good slave, demonstrating his goal of strengthening his team. The environment of the office is grim, with prisoners screaming, and the woman appears scared. Jink mentions that he warned her about the place. Inside the office, the woman asks Jink if he isn't afraid of that place. Jink replies that it's not his first time in such a location, showing calmness. A seller offers Jink the opportunity to choose a slave, casually discussing the abuse that slaves face. Jink's expression is conflicted, indicating that despite keeping calm, he is bothered. Jink comes across Ian, an extremely skilled slave, 18 years old and level 15. Ian possesses several skills, including water, wind, and earth magic, along with a material appraisal skill of level S. Jink shows interest in talking to Ian, while a guard orders him to stand up, indicating that the negotiation is about to begin. Jink questions Ian about the murder accusation. Ian explains that he is the son of a wealthy merchant and had problems with his father's second wife. In self-defense, he killed her during a fight. Jink reflects on the situation, recognizing the legitimacy of self-defense. Nina, the woman next to Jink, reacts with shock upon discovering that Ian is being sold for 53 platinum coins, an exorbitant price. Ian expresses shame about reuniting with his family, while Nina reassures Jink, stating she is not afraid of Ian. Jink decides to buy Ian, directly saying, "Ian, I'm going to buy you." Ian looks surprised, while Jink shows determination. Chris brings news to Jink about new requests for evaluation cards, relieving him, but the pressure still causes stomach pain. The conversation shifts to the expectations tied to nobility. Nina appears cheerful, having learned to read and write, as well as improving her cooking skills. She presents a dish of orc meat, which, despite its appearance, is surprisingly delicious. Ian practices wind magic and fencing, showing his growth. Jink observes his progress and comments on the Yamato sword, known for being difficult to wield. Despite his skills, Jink notices that Ian seems lost in thought. suggesting something is bothering him. A hooded figure watches furtively from the shadows, hiding while Ian and Jink walk together in a public setting. The figure's expression indicates that there may be hidden intentions. Jink is giving instructions to Ian, emphasizing the importance of maintaining concentration during battles, as mistakes can put the whole group at risk. Ian, overwhelmed, expresses his struggles, saying, "I can't take it anymore." Jink. The surroundings are bustling, resembling a market where people organize supplies like potions, weapons, and food. Ash, Ian's younger brother, confronts Jink, demanding his brother's release. Visibly furious and holding a spear, Ash challenges Jink to a fight, accusing him of using his brother however he pleases. He is identified as Ian's shadow, highlighting his inferiority compared to his more skilled brother, who has a much stronger status. As Ash continues to confront Jink, the crowd murmurs, creating tension in the atmosphere. Jink is frustrated with Ash's attitude and mentions that Ian cost 53 platinum coins, making it impossible to just free him. Ian watches silently as one of Jink's servants refers to him as Lord Jink. Ash, emotional and frustrated, demands Ian's release while Jink tries to rationalize the situation, questioning Ash's maturity. Desperate, Ash sees Ian kneeling before Jink, apologizing for his recklessness. Ian admits that his brother acted rashly and pleads for his life, willing to follow Jink's orders. Ash, distressed, shouts for Ian not to submit to Jink, showing his pain and anger at what he perceives as humiliation. Jink, surprised, questions why he's being seen as the villain while the crowd watches with growing interest. Ash shouts that Ian being marked as a slave is unforgivable. He expresses his love for Ian, despite the fact that his stepmother was killed by him, and he wants his brother back. Ian, confused, asks if Ash doesn't hate him for killing their stepmother, but Ash shows that the bond between them is stronger than any resentment. He admits wanting to slap Ian, but his love for him is greater, revealing an unbreakable bond between the brothers. Ash expresses his frustration at not being able to buy Ian back, mentioning that their father promised to gather the necessary money. Jink, acknowledging Ash's complaint, decides to face him as an opponent, pulling out his sword with a confident smile, ready to give Ash a chance to deal with his frustrations. Ash accepts the challenge and becomes aggressive, wielding his spear. Meanwhile, Ian looks worried, calling out to Jink, who remains calm. Jink quickly advances, dodging Ash's spear thrust and closing in to attack. His expression reflects confidence as Ash fights desperately. The action of the combat is intense, with quick and precise strikes. Ash attacks with his spear, but is surprised by Jink's skill, exclaiming, "Damn," as he realizes he's at a disadvantage. Jink maintains control of the fight, demonstrating his superiority. After a decisive blow, Ash falls to the ground, shocked, as his weapon is knocked away. Ian watches the fight with a serious expression, possibly impressed or worried. Jink asks Ash if he wants to continue, while Ash, exhausted, sits on the ground without his weapons. Guild members appear and hold Ash, who struggles to break free, screaming for freedom. One of the members confirms to Jink that the guild has been notified and is there to resolve the situation, suggesting that Jink managed to maintain order. Ian is asked to attend a guild hearing related to the confrontation with Ash. He agrees to accompany them after stowing his belongings, and Jink suggests they continue the conversation later. Jink returns home, announcing his arrival with a "I'm back." However, something awaits him, as someone urgently calls out, "Master!" It's Nina, crying desperately, asking Jink to save Ian, who is apparently in a dangerous situation. Nina, extremely emotional, pleads with Jink to do something, while Ian, in despair, holds a knife, crying out for death as payment for disrespecting the family. Jink, in panic, tries to stop him, holding him back and shouting for him to calm down, arguing that his death would make the investment he made in Ian pointless. With determination, Jink states that he will make Ian work hard, from guard duties to smaller tasks, emphasizing that the work will be very difficult. Ian, visibly exhausted, asks to be punished, showing a sense of responsibility. Jink, pragmatic, explains that he bought Ian to prevent his death. Nina, relieved, asks if Ian doesn't need to die, highlighting her concern. Ian thanks Jink for treating his younger brother well, and Jink reassures him that Ash won't be executed but rather placed in solitary confinement to reflect on his actions. Ian describes his brother as precious, acknowledging that, being the son of the stepmother, he was spoiled and became difficult. Jink relates to the situation, revealing that he also has a younger brother named Esther, who is very capable. Jink expresses concern for someone's well-being, presumably Ian's brother, after the previous incident. He says, "I hope he's okay." Nina encourages him to eat, indicating that he's too worried to focus on food. The architecture of the building in the background suggests they're in a mansion or formal institution. A young man named Esther stands beside a woman named Elsa, who seems bedridden. He tries to comfort her, assuring her that he is sure his brother is fine. Elsa's expression reflects concern, showing distress over the situation. The atmosphere is intimate and emotional, focusing on familial bonds. Esther reflects on his situation and that of Elsa, who was his brother's wet nurse and became like a mother to him. A butler politely warns him not to leave without permission, informing him that dinner will be brought to him soon. Esther mentions that there would be no problem staying at the property, highlighting the absence of his father. The butler mockingly suggests that Esther should forget about the insignificant criminal they're discussing, mentioning that the harassment of him is already over. Esther reflects on his past actions, hinting that the orders came from his father or grandfather, revealing discomfort with the past. Flashbacks show Esther's admiration for his older brother, who never missed training. He is inspired to secretly train with a spear. His brother is depicted as skilled and hardworking, while Esther feels frustration with the city that labels him as the outcast of non-land. It's revealed that Esther has surpassed his older brother in spear skills, even though his brother never showed anger. Despite Esther's victory, his brother continued to treat him with kindness. However, circumstances changed for his brother, suggesting a significant shift in his life. Esther feels guilty about his brother's situation, recognizing that his actions and those of his grandfather contributed to it. The grandfather began to treat Esther kindly while pushing his brother away and spreading rumors about him, labeling him as an exile. Esther reflects on what might be discussed in the royal palace, mentioning that days have passed since they were summoned. His expression shows uncertainty, while the narrative suggests growing tension about how responsibilities will be handled. In the palace, General Noble Nonland, former head of the Nonland family, discusses the decision to exile an enchanter, mentioning that he fled to Qual, where it will be difficult to bring him back. Noble expresses his anger, clenching his fist. A discussion in the kingdom of Rosalta involves Crown Prince Elliot, who criticizes the course of the discussion, while the king of Rosalta remains thoughtful. Another noble suggests that since the kingdom supported Jink's exile, they should bear the consequences. Elliot expresses surprise that Jink is still alive, referring to him derogatorily. The king of Rosalta, irritated, orders Elliot to cease his disrespectful comments. Three characters discuss that Jink has the blood of his father, suggesting that he and his father could become enchanters. They are dressed for combat, reflecting their expectations about future magical abilities. There's a shocking revelation about Jink. He is the illegitimate son of His Majesty. The surprise is evident among the characters at the table, especially the king, who processes the information with impact. The crown prince, with a mocking expression, apologizes to his father. The moment reveals family tensions and potential dynastic complications. The prince makes a confident speech, declaring that he will become the light of salvation for the country. He mentions hearing a secret discussion between his father and Noble, reassuring the king and ordering his vassals to summon the best sages and mages from Rosalta. His ambitious and potentially dangerous plan begins to unfold. He declares that they will seek a way for him and his father to become enchanters, laughing hysterically. The expressions of surprise and concern from those present, including the king, indicate the magnitude of his madness. The king appears confused, while the other participants show disbelief. A commotion arises in the meeting room. One character confronts the king, questioning the meaning of the revelation about Jink. The elderly man beside him laments that if they had given Jink a Viscount title and isolated him, all of this could have been avoided. He acknowledges that he was against Jink's exile, and now the opposing faction is aware of the situation. Jink reflects on the mistakes of the Nonland House and the royal family, which were covered up with great effort. He is informed that Rank S adventurers came to see him, surprising him. Upon confirming that they belong to the Sacred Flame group, he allows them to be escorted to him, suggesting an important visit. The adventurers arrive to find Esther, mentioning that they bring a gift from Jink. Alec makes a comment about Esther's appearance, which surprises him. They talk about a major announcement made by the guild in Qual, something Esther hasn't heard about yet. The adventurers inform Esther that Jink is alive and doing well in Qualroot. He looks incredulous and shocked, beginning to cry tears of relief. The emotion is evident, and the adventurers confirm that Jink is safe. This shows the strong family bond and the importance of Jink in Esther's life. Esther cries tears of relief upon learning that Jink is okay, and happiness is visible on his face. The adventurers confirm that he's doing well, reinforcing Esther's relief. Other characters show understanding, waiting as he considers sharing the news with someone important. A group of characters gathers, relieved by the news about Jink. Esther and others are seated, while Will prepares to share the juicy details. It's revealed that Jink is now the fourth most powerful enchanter in the world, shocking Esther and Elsa. This news brings a mix of relief and admiration. Esther, Elsa, and another character discuss Jink's skills, revealing that he possesses appraisal magic and alchemy. They reflect on the fact that Jink tried to hide his abilities, surprising them when they realize they hadn't noticed this before. Elsa expresses concern about what could have happened if information about Jink had been leaked, mentioning the bad news circulating in Rosalta, including the poisoning of the Chancellor's family. Esther notes the tension in Elsa, reflecting the growing worry. The impactful revelation is that the king impregnated the Chancellor's daughter, resulting in Jink's birth, shocking everyone present, especially Esther. A tense atmosphere settles in the room after this new information. The furious elf confronts those present after a character reveals that Esther and Jink are not blood siblings. She shouts, and the situation intensifies. Esther tries to process the new reality while others attempt to calm him down. Revelations about the king indicate that, drunk on power, he forced the Chancellor's daughter. This act, if discovered, would harm his marriage and position as a monarch, creating intense political tension. The young woman who bore Jink was sent to the Nonland House to marry Lord Gordon, but Lord Noble was not happy with this situation. It is suggested that he took secret measures against this union, increasing the intrigue within the family. During a family feast of the Chancellor, Lord Noble poisoned the food and wine. Jink, who would normally be present, decided to stay behind to practice his skills, avoiding the planned tragedy. This revelation heightens the tension surrounding Lord Noble's treacherous actions. The woman reveals that her husband and son, who served the Chancellor's family, were present during the poisoning. She admits that she allowed Jink's exile to save her own life, which fills her with guilt. The adventurers express indignation over this betrayal, escalating the tension around the antagonists. Elsa cries and apologizes for her role in Jink's betrayal and exile. Esther comforts her, saying she did nothing wrong, but he reflects on Jink's fate, emphasizing that everyone's goal was simply to get rid of him. The characters discuss the political situation in the royal palace. One mentions that the capital is filled with criticisms of the royal family due to the revelation about Jink's lineage. The tension is palpable, especially after the Crown Prince exposed this information. A character admits to obtaining the information by buying it from lesser nobles. The growing crisis in the country leads to sarcastic comments about Lord Noble's situation. Plans are made to move to Qual, and the group of adventurers suggests accompanying Esther. He expresses that he has no more attachment to his family or country, indicating his readiness to move on. Esther surprises everyone by asking to become Lady Karen's slave, the leader of the Sacred Flame. The shocked reaction from Karen and the other characters suggests a mix of tension and humor as Karen gets excited about the idea. Elsa expresses her desire to atone for the sins of the Nonland family, offering to become a slave alongside Esther. She seems determined to redeem herself, even if it means sacrificing her freedom. The scene carries a heavy emotional tone. A character, seemingly the butler, prepares to leave the country, recognizing that this house is finished. He gathers valuable items while another character interacts sarcastically with Esther, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty. A character dressed as a maid expresses surprise and indignation, questioning the situation. Other characters laugh and comment, suggesting he was forced to wear the outfit, generating reactions of shock and embarrassment. The scene is humorous, with lightness and fun. The main character, uncomfortable in feminine clothing, expresses confusion and despair. He complains about the disguise while others enjoy themselves, complimenting his appearance. Elsa seems to like the situation, leaving the protagonist even more embarrassed. The characters travel in a carriage pulled by a hippogriff. The journey is fast and urgent, with Karen using healing skills. The carriage, belonging to the guild, blends action and humor, with characters surprised by the resilience of the carriage and the hippogriff. The character reflects on his relationship with Jink, recognizing that he will now have to refer to him as Lord Jink, highlighting that they are no longer brothers. The carriage, under the moonlight, symbolizes a transition and the separation between the two, emphasizing the painful new reality. A group of adventurers gathered in a bustling square of the City of Dungeons, where the energy captured the vibe of the place. A young woman stood out, smiling and chatting about the lively atmosphere. Next to her, a serious-looking guy watched, while another curious young man pointed excitedly at something ahead, sharing in the excitement of their surroundings. In the adventurers' city, the townspeople's gazes were drawn to an impressive building rising in the distance. A man watched the structure with a serious expression, commenting on the influx of adventurers arriving in search of challenges and monsters. He noted that while there were occasionally some rude folks, public safety was generally good. Meanwhile, a young man next to him expressed curiosity about the old structure, revealing that, according to rumors, the entrance to the dungeon used to be a huge hole in the ground. Their conversation reflected the mix of history and adventure that filled the area, while the city continued to evolve over time. The protagonist seemed at ease discussing his connection to the adventurer's city. He mentioned that his family had a branch there, which explained his deep knowledge of the place. Helping his dad, he had visited the city several times, soaking up information and experiences that made him well acquainted with the quirks of Gamel. His confidence in talking about the city showed how familiar and fond he was of the vibrant, adventure-filled environment. He explained that during his travels, they usually traded mainly with medium-sized adventurer clans. His companion, curious, asked what a clan was. He explained that clans are groups of adventurers, with smaller ones formed by just a few teams, while the larger clans boasted hundreds of members. The group continued discussing the clans and their influence in Gamel. The older man pointed out that while clans provided many benefits, like a secure base for adventurers to operate and filling vacancies, some used their power as a shield to get what they wanted, becoming intimidating trade partners for merchants. Aware of the challenges this posed, the protagonist considered how to prepare for dealing with these types of clans. His companion seemed concerned, mentioning the scary people they might encounter. With a clear goal in mind, they decided their next step would be to visit the guild, where they could gather more information and continue their journey. Finally, the group arrived in front of the imposing Adventurers Guild of Gamel. The building was even larger than the one in Qualarite, a sturdy and impressive structure that reflected the importance of the adventurer's city. As they took in the sight, the protagonist, with his allies, acknowledged the grandeur and significance of the guild in a place so well known for its adventurers. The older man watched from the background, agreeing that since this was the adventurer's city, nothing less than the best would be expected to house so many skilled adventurers. The decision was made. It was time to enter and gather the information they needed for their mission. As they stepped into the Gamal Adventurers Guild, the protagonist and his group were struck by the bustling atmosphere. The place was filled with tables and adventurers, resembling a food court in a mall, with everyone busy with their activities. The protagonist was pleasantly surprised by how organized and lively the space was. They approached the counter, where a clerk greeted them. After a quick hello, she asked if they had any requests, but the protagonist clarified that they were adventurers. The clerk's expression changed, appearing surprised at this revelation. Meanwhile, other adventurers chatted and prepared for their missions, reinforcing the contrast between the routine of the place and the energy of new visitors like the protagonist and his allies. Inside the guild, as the protagonist's group introduced themselves, a burly, visibly drunk adventurer approached. He mocked the appearance of the protagonist and his companion, questioning whether they were really adventurers. With an arrogant tone, he suggested they should hire guards or join a guild if they wanted to avoid dying quickly. The guild attendant tried to defuse the situation, calling the man by name and asking him to back off. Despite the awkward moment, the protagonist remained calm and showed his guild card, making it clear he wasn't a big deal. The attendant, embarrassed by the scene, apologized, explaining that the man always acted like this when he was drunk. The guild was buzzing when news of the protagonist's S rank spread quickly among the present adventurers. Surprise filled the air as everyone looked his way, questioning how someone so young could achieve such a high rank. The protagonist humbly explained that even though he reached his rank, he still felt he lacked experience and that his position was just the result of a rare skill he possessed. The attendant, visibly impressed, asked him to head to the 5th floor for a private meeting. Meanwhile, other adventurers discussed among themselves, some in disbelief, others contemplating recruiting him for their own clans. After being led to a comfortable room, the protagonist's group waited patiently. As they relaxed on the plush couch, Nina, one of the companions, couldn't help but comment on how soft and cozy it was. The protagonist gently reminded her to mind her manners, especially in such an important place. Outside, other adventurers, who had never even been to the 5th floor, watched in surprise as the protagonist was taken directly to such an exclusive area. Their astonishment was evident on their faces. At the same time, an imposing man, apparently known as Lord Jink, arrived at the guild, being greeted with respect. The protagonist was welcomed by Mona, a personal assistant assigned by the guild to help high-ranking adventurers. Mona explained that the guild assigned assistants based on the rank and abilities of adventurers. With a professional smile, she informed him that she would take care of all his business from now on and that he could consult her on anything. Realizing the formal atmosphere, the protagonist suggested that since they would be working together for a while, they could drop the excessive formalities. Mona laughed softly in response, agreeing with the idea. Her warm reception made it clear that the protagonist was in good hands, something other adventurers would certainly envy. Determined to prepare for the dungeon exploration, the protagonist sought information about the necessary gear and crucial details he should know before entering. He was informed that monsters inside the dungeon spawn continuously, seemingly without end. Additionally, after defeating enemies, the remains disappeared quickly, leaving behind only a few items. However, the most important detail was that the monsters would return after a certain time, reappearing in the dungeon as if nothing had happened. This mechanic made the challenge constant, requiring adventurers to be ready to face new dangers at any moment. Mona continued to explain the details of the dungeon to the protagonist. She mentioned that they could find weapons and magical items in treasure chests scattered throughout the dungeon. The monsters also dropped items known as drops, which could include magical stones and body parts. As they descended through the dungeon levels, the monsters became increasingly stronger, making the challenges even greater. Mona advised the protagonist not to overdo it and to take care during their explorations. The protagonist reflected on how the dungeon seemed almost systematic, as if it had been designed this way intentionally. He was also informed that, according to previous adventurers, the environment varied drastically from one floor to another, ranging from very humid areas to extremely hot or cold ones. Despite all the challenges, no one had ever reached the deepest floor of the dungeon. Mona kept providing valuable tips to the group, explaining that they would need suitable gear for both cold and hot climates. She recommended, above all, wearing good shoes to tackle the dungeon challenges. Additionally, she suggested bringing more than one set of clothes if possible. The protagonist's companion thought about the importance of this advice, recognizing that falling or losing balance in a dangerous place could be fatal during a fight or escape. Mona, always prepared, took the opportunity to mention that if they needed more items for their adventure, they could rely on the guild's shop. With a smile, the protagonist noted that Mona was a natural salesperson, always thinking of practical details and solutions for adventurers. He reflected on the current situation while watching the dungeon gate. Due to the war that had occurred the previous year, the city of Qual was facing a shortage of magical stones, an essential resource for many adventurers and the local economy. However, he noticed that despite this urgent need, few adventurers seemed actively seeking the stones in the dungeon. As he mentally prepared for his own exploration, he muttered to himself about the importance of gathering those stones, aware that it would be a crucial task on his journey. The group discussed the importance of magical stones in the world. These stones stored magical energy and were essential for everyday life. Functioning like batteries, they were used to start fires and produce water, making them a valuable and sought-after resource. As the young companion reflected on how crucial magical stones seemed, the group prepared to spring into action. Most lower-ranked adventurers focused on staying alive in the dungeon's lower floors, while higher-ranked ones avoided those areas, searching for rarer treasures on the upper levels. Determined, the protagonist led the group to face slimes, creatures that dropped those magical stones. They were the perfect opponent for novice adventurers like them, allowing them to practice their skills and gather the necessary resources. The group cautiously walked through the dark corridors of the dungeon, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls. The protagonist, always alert, voiced the importance of strengthening their bodies, but also stressed that without practical experience, even the strongest body wouldn't perform well in combat. He believed that the best way to learn to fight was through direct experience. As they moved forward, they noticed they hadn't encountered anyone yet, adding to the tension in the air. Suddenly, they arrived at a more open area where they could better prepare for any confrontation. However, before they could relax, a strange sound caught the group's attention, the sliding of a familiar creature. A slime appeared ahead, ready for a showdown. The group faced several slimes emerging from different directions, even from the ceiling. The protagonist immediately took charge, directing his team. He ordered Ian to attack with his wind skills while Nina took the right flank, ready to call for help if needed. Amid the chaos, Nina tried to stay calm, but the pressure of battle almost made her lose control. The protagonist, noticing her hesitation, encouraged her to remember her training, reinforcing the importance of keeping her composure. Meanwhile, he handled the front line, ensuring everyone could focus on their roles during the fight. The slimes moved swiftly, but the group held firm, working together to take down the enemies. The battle was just beginning, but the teamwork and leadership of the protagonist proved essential for their success. In the heat of the battle, Nina found herself facing a rapidly advancing slime, causing her to momentarily back away with a surprised scream. The protagonist, sensing the danger, reacted immediately, casting a powerful water arrow spell to shield his companion. The attack struck the slime with precision, causing it to burst in a shower of water and goo. now more confident after her leader's support. Nina raised her shield and prepared to continue the fight, determined to use her sword against the remaining slimes. The group functioned in perfect harmony, confronting danger with courage and teamwork. As the group continued battling the slimes, the protagonist guided Nina to observe the movements of the creatures and slice them into smaller pieces. That way, they wouldn't be able to move as effectively. Nina, determined, responded with a firm, "Yes, master," and charged in for the attack. With a quick and precise strike, she split one of the slimes, causing it to disintegrate in a gooey explosion. The splash echoed through the cave as Nina kept her focus, applying her leader's instructions and showing growing confidence in her skills. The group advanced successfully, demonstrating that teamwork and effective leadership were crucial for overcoming the dungeon's challenges. Ian, with his sword in hand, moved with precision and skill against the approaching slimes. Every movement was calculated, and with quick strikes, he sliced the creatures, breaking them apart into pools of goo on the ground. His determined gaze reflected his combat ability as the sounds of slashes echoed through the dungeon. The creatures attempted to regroup, but Ian was a step ahead, eliminating any chance for a counterattack. He moved with grace and strength, completely dominating the battlefield while the slimes continued to bubble and dissolve around him. With a fierce expression of concentration, Ian channeled his magical energy into his hands. An intense magic beam was released with a powerful shout of "Ha!" as he attacked the slimes in front of him. The beam pierced through the creatures with overwhelming force, obliterating them in a gooey explosion that spread across the floor. The slimes had no chance to react. Ian's power was impressive, and his skill with magic, combined with his swordplay, made him a formidable opponent. With a single movement, he took out several enemies, clearing the battlefield for the group to advance. Based on what's visible in the scene, here's a third-person narration. The protagonist led the charge, urging his companions to keep attacking. "Great job, you too," he exclaimed as Ian and Nina fought bravely against the slimes. With quick and precise movements, they advanced, slicing the enemies and spreading goo all over the battlefield. "Keep it up and finish them all," the protagonist encouraged them, while he himself moved agilely to face more slimes. As the monsters were defeated, they dropped magical stones that glimmered on the ground, a clear sign of the team's success. The sounds of blows and slimes being destroyed echoed through the cave as the team worked in perfect sync to secure their victory. After the intense battle against the slimes, Nina expressed her surprise at realizing that the enemies had truly vanished upon defeat, leaving only magical stones on the ground. Ian, beside her, watched calmly while the protagonist reflected on the feeling he experienced during the fight. He noted that with each slime taken down, he felt lighter, without any signs of fatigue. He wondered if this was a result of the enchantments placed on their weapons and armor. Despite the battle, he felt no tiredness, which was unusual after such an intense fight. Ian, observing the situation, offered a brief explanation, acknowledging the effect of the enchantments. Victorious, the team now enjoyed a moment of relief after the battle, aware that they were stronger and more prepared for future challenges. Ian, always attentive to the nuances of combat, speculated that the monster's life force was being converted into experience and absorbed by their bodies. He explained that by keeping an eye on their stats during battle, they would notice the experience gain whenever they defeated a slime. The protagonist, reflecting on this, confirmed that real combat training was far more efficient for leveling up than the training they did back at the mansion. Nina, excited and determined, exclaimed that she wanted to level up even more, revealing her enthusiasm for improving her skills. She also mentioned that although she was scared at first, she now felt more confident in her combat abilities. Their progress was evident, both in numbers and practical experience, and the group felt increasingly ready for the challenges ahead. The group discussed strategies for leveling up more efficiently. The protagonist suggested that instead of wandering randomly through the dungeon, they should focus on challenging the monster rooms, where a large number of creatures appear at once. According to the map they were consulting, there were slime rooms located on the 3rd floor. Ian added that once inside one of those rooms, the group would need to defeat all the monsters or wait for a predetermined amount of time before they could leave. He also mentioned that entry to the rooms was restricted to those below rank B and non-mages, as indicated in the dungeon rules. Confident, the group prepared, knowing they had a good stock of potions available and that Ian could heal any wounds with his healing magic. They were ready to face more challenges as they explored the dungeon in search of strength and experience. As the group got ready to enter the slime room on the 3rd floor, the protagonist warned his companions to keep pace and not overexert themselves. He emphasized that with the enchantments and skills they possessed, their stats were equivalent to rank B. Ian, always attentive, agreed with the plan and assured that they would follow the orders. Upon entering the room, they noticed the surroundings, realizing that no one had been through there before. The sound of slimes bubbling filled the air, and the slimes began to appear slowly. The protagonist, firm and confident, announced, "We've arrived," knowing they were ready to take on yet another challenge. The group was caught off guard by the speed and number of slimes that suddenly emerged in the room. Nina gasped, exclaiming that they were too fast. The protagonist, realizing the gravity of the situation, noticed there were many more monsters than he initially expected. While Ian seemed prepared to handle the attack, the protagonist knew Nina wasn't ready to face so many enemies at once. He quickly made a decision and ordered both of them to fall back. "Get back, you two!" he shouted as he prepared to protect his companions from the advancing slimes. The room was filled with monsters, and the fight promised to be tougher than they had imagined. Facing the imminent danger, the protagonist decided to go all out. He invoked a powerful spell, Water Cyclone. A massive water tornado formed from his hands, spinning violently and sucking in the slimes around him. The cyclone was so intense that the air seemed to vibrate with its energy. In an instant, the room was engulfed in the chaos of swirling water. The attack culminated in a devastating explosion, with the sound of kaboom echoing off the dungeon walls. As the dust settled, the team was amazed at the destructive power of the strike. Nina and Ian, in the back, could hardly believe what they had just witnessed. The protagonist looked at the remnants of the slimes and remarked, satisfied, that a normal attack wouldn't have sufficed against a dungeon of this level. After the intense battle, the group recovered as the protagonist took a sip from a potion to restore his energy. He commented that he had exhausted his magical power after using the powerful Water Cyclone spell. Before the slimes could start reviving, they decided to gather the important items left behind, like magical stones and slime gelatin. Ian and Nina quickly moved through the battlefield, collecting valuable materials while the protagonist continued to regain his strength. They knew time was short, and they needed to exit the room before the monsters returned. Now stronger and better prepared, the group was ready to advance further into the dungeon, aware of the challenges awaiting them. With a regretful expression, Nina apologized to the protagonist, admitting it was her mistake to want to keep fighting. However, the protagonist quickly reassured her, taking responsibility for the situation and stating that the misjudgment was his. He knew the risks and didn't want Nina to blame herself for it. Ian, ever observant, noted that even without directly causing the monster's defeat, both Nina and the protagonist gained experience just by being close to the battle. He mentioned that perhaps the guild should revise its warning notes, as even rank mages could be in danger from such challenges. With the group now more aware of the dangers and understanding the need for caution, they decided that at least for now, the wiser approach would be to hunt more consistently and safely. The group continued their mission, tirelessly hunting slimes throughout the night. They didn't care about the stares from other adventurers around them, focused solely on improving their skills and accumulating more experience. Their determination was evident with every strike against the creatures. Nina, in particular, showed impressive growth. Before the protagonist knew it, she had acquired the skill known as Urt. Her evolution was remarkable. and the protagonist started to think she might be a hidden battle maniac, someone who excelled in combat more than she appeared to. However, even with all their effort, the group knew that hunting slimes wouldn't yield much experience for long. They'd need bigger challenges to keep progressing. The group discussed their next moves now that Nina had reached level 60 and Ian was at level 66. The protagonist suggested that at this level, they were ready to tackle challenges in the lower floors of the dungeon. Ian mentioned a goblin room on the 5th floor, but quickly commented on the unpleasant smell of the monsters, making the idea less appealing. Nina, hesitant, revealed that she wasn't comfortable fighting goblins since her village had been attacked by them a few times in the past. The protagonist understood her hesitation and, considering that goblins' drop items weren't worth much, decided it would be better to skip that option. Ian then suggested facing kobolds on the 9th floor or orcs on the 15th, but the protagonist, smiling, preferred to leave those options aside for now. The group was excitedly discussing their upcoming adventures, with the protagonist eager about the idea of camping and hunting orcs, something that would make them feel like real adventurers. He mentioned that by hunting orcs, they could get orc meat and that it would be a great opportunity for Nina to shine in battles. She, excited, responded enthusiastically, ready to take on the next challenge. They also considered hunting kobolds on the 9th floor since those monsters had decent drop prices and, with their current stats, the group was confident they could handle them. The kobolds' smell was more bearable than that of goblins, which also influenced their decision. However, they were aware that orcs had tough bodies, which meant their weapons might wear out more quickly. They decided they should camp out and prepare physically and mentally before facing the next challenges. The group entered the room where they would face the kobolds and quickly noticed a large magic circle near the opposite wall. The protagonist deduced that this was probably the spawn point for the kobolds, where the monsters reappeared after being defeated. He instructed Ian to stay close to the side wall, near the door, ensuring that the kobolds wouldn't attack them from behind. He also made it clear that Ian would be responsible for the front line, using both his magical abilities and sword attacks to hold off the enemies. The kobolds surged forward en masse, ready to attack the group. The protagonist kept calm as he prepared for battle. He explained his strategy. When Ian got tired at the front line, he would take over, and Ian would start using his ranged attack magic. Nina would support Ian, ensuring he wouldn't be overwhelmed during the fight. The battle against the kobolds began fiercely. Ian rushed forward, leading the charge with his sword, while the protagonist urged the group to attack with full force. In the midst of the fight, Ian used his powerful magic, firing a wind arrow that struck one of the kobolds with precision, knocking it into the air. The group's offensive was quick and efficient, with Ian alternating between physical and magical attacks. The kobolds fell one by one, but the horde kept advancing, keeping the group on high alert. Nina was on the front line, facing a fierce kobold. With courage, she raised her shield, blocking the monster's direct attack as it swung its sword fiercely. The pressure was intense, but Nina held her defensive stance firm while preparing to counterattack. The monster charged aggressively, but Nina didn't back down. She knew she had to act precisely to protect her companions and seize the opportunity to take down her opponent. Nina seized the moment of the kobold's weakness after blocking its attack. With a swift movement, she struck the monster, which reacted with surprise and pain. Her shield firmly positioned and her unwavering determination propelled her into the offensive. With strength and precision, Nina delivered a devastating blow. "Take this," she shouted as she decisively knocked the kobold to the ground, leaving it unable to defend against the final strike. Amid the battlefield, the protagonist quickly assessed the situation and, with a firm voice, called to his companions. He announced that he would conjure a water barrier to protect them. Ian and Nina, without hesitation, responded to the command and ran toward the protagonist. With a quick motion, the protagonist raised the watery barrier around the group, creating a circular protection against the kobolds encircling the area. The wall of water formed a powerful shield, preventing the enemies from approaching as the three prepared for the next phase of the battle. The kobolds attempted to break through the magical barrier the protagonist had conjured, but their efforts were in vain. They couldn't breach the mid-level magic protecting the group. The protagonist, watching the situation, reflected on using his magic in this type of battle for the first time and felt satisfied with the result. With the barrier holding the kobolds back, the group decided to take advantage of the pause to gather the items dropped by the defeated enemies. They knew that if the objects piled up, it would hinder their movements during the fight. They prepared to collect the magical stones and kobold knives before the next wave of monsters appeared. With the water barrier about to fall, the protagonist knew it was time to act. He called to his companions, determined to finish off the kobolds before the situation got out of hand. Nina commented on the difficulty she had stepping over the knives left by the enemies, almost tripping a few times. The group geared up for the second round of battle, and Ian had a strategic idea. He suggested that instead of moving too much, everyone should attack with magic to maximize efficiency in combat. However, he remembered that Nina couldn't use magic, so he proposed that she receive a weapon imbued with magic to participate in the offensive, ensuring she could contribute effectively to the battle. Nina, full of excitement, expressed her desire to try using magic too. However, the protagonist reminded her that she didn't have much MP, making it hard for her to use magical abilities effectively. Ian, assessing the situation, suggested they could offset Nina's lack of MP with the mana potions they had brought, even though it was an expensive resource. With a bright smile and determination, Nina begged her master to let her try, even knowing that drinking too many potions could be risky. Convinced by his students' enthusiasm, the protagonist relented, handing her a magical weapon, allowing Nina to cast a simple spell, temporarily transforming her into a magical girl. For now, the only ability Nina would be able to use was Water Ball. Surrounded by a horde of kobolds, the group prepared for the final charge. The monster leader roared ferociously, rallying his warriors to attack. Without hesitation, the protagonist shouted for his companions to get ready, his magical energy already concentrated for the next strike. With a swift movement, he and Ian unleashed powerful bursts of magic directly at the enemies. The energy obliterated a good portion of the advancing monsters, taking down several kobolds at once, while the others screamed in pain from the devastating impact. Nina, now wielding her new temporary ability, felt a surge of excitement as she cast multiple water balls in quick succession. Each water sphere struck the kobolds forcefully, keeping them at bay. Her determination was evident in her confident smile. The protagonist, noticing Nina's intensity, asked her to tone down the power a bit to better control the magic. After a quick adjustment, she continued firing the water spheres, impressing her companions with her relentless energy. Even so, after a few shots, she needed to pause, quickly gulping down a potion to replenish her energy. After a series of intense attacks and spells, the group finally decided to take a break. The leader suggested that everyone gather the scattered items from the battlefield. However, as Ian and the protagonist moved away, Nina, visibly uncomfortable, started shaking and apologized. The protagonist, noticing her nervousness, asked if she needed to use the bathroom. Nina, regretting having downed the mana potion too quickly, tried to hold it together, but the look on her face revealed just how urgent the situation had become. Recognizing Nina's urgency, he handed her a magical pouch and suggested she take care of her business. Nina, blushing and embarrassed, stared at the pouch with surprise and frustration. He promised he wouldn't look, but the situation was too embarrassing for Nina, who let out a shocked gasp. She pressed her lips together, trying to manage her shame while the protagonist maintained a nonchalant attitude. His expression suggested she was getting what she deserved and that she should give it up, while Nina, still embarrassed, tried to accept the situation. Clearly flustered, Nina confronted the protagonist with a determined yet nervous expression. Her warning about him not looking under the threat of their relationship ending for good came with a serious gesture. She reinforced the threat while the protagonist turned his back, seemingly ignoring the tension. As she contemplated the situation, an inner voice reminded her of the nature of the contract binding them. This internal reflection left her even more confused. The scene then cuts to the 15th floor of the dungeon on the third day of exploration, where a massive monster lets out a furious roar, its sound echoing against the cavern walls. The group observes the enormous ogre lying defeated before them, still heavily breathing after the battle. Ian, still in shock over the unexpected victory, expresses his disbelief. Nina, still holding her sword, tries to recover, but her eyes still show the tension from the fight. The protagonist calmly analyzes the situation, commenting that it could still be tough against large groups, but if it's a single opponent and they don't take a direct hit, they should be able to handle it. With the orcs finally down, Ian examines the bodies with a relaxed expression, reflecting on the fear they had overcome, attributing their calmness to the presence of Jinx-sama. As he sheathes his sword, he shows satisfaction with the group's performance. Nina, beaming, lifts a huge piece of orc meat, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she thinks about the meals they could prepare during their camp. The protagonist, watching the scene, jokingly remarks that it looks perfect for cooking at camp. Determined, Jink watched the imposing gate before him, knowing that the bigger challenge was coming. It was the boss room, and the orc general awaited them beyond that barrier. Ian, by his side, was already mentally gearing up for the fight, analyzing the possibilities and necessary strategies. Nina, always alert, was ready to provide support from the back, while Jink and Ian planned to advance with their spells and magical abilities. They all knew that this confrontation would require their utmost effort, and the plan was clear. Each had a key role in ensuring victory. The team faced the massive figure of the orc general, who awaited them in the center of the arena. The monster, imposing and threatening, displayed its strength with a deep roar that echoed off the walls. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Jink, Ian, and Nina prepared for the final showdown. The plan was clear in their minds, and they all knew they couldn't hesitate. With a firm gesture, Jink gave the signal. The battle against the orc general began with an explosion of force. The monster charged with a brutal thrust, swinging its massive club with crushing power, but Jink managed to dodge at the last second, avoiding the fatal blow. Ian quickly cast his wind magic to try to destabilize the creature, while Nina moved in with her shield raised, ready to protect her allies. However, the power of the orc general was impressive. Its growing fury made every attack more violent and uncontrolled, forcing the group to stay focused and coordinated to avoid being crushed. The general orc roared in pain and anger after taking a direct hit from Jink, who didn't hesitate to use all his strength. Even injured, the monster kept fighting fiercely. Ian, on the other hand, nearly got caught in an attack but managed to dodge just in time, shouting a warning to the others. The battle reached a critical point. Taking advantage of the opening created by the monster's distraction, Ian unleashed a powerful spell directly at the orc general. The impact was brutal, but the monster still stood, its impressive endurance showing. With a decisive cut, Ian finished off the orc general, who finally fell, defeated. The massive body of the monster crashed to the ground, blood gushing from its wounds. The battle was won. The group moved closer to examine the results of their efforts. Relief washed over them, especially realizing they had emerged from the fight without serious injuries. The group celebrated their victory, relieved to have defeated such a strong opponent. Now they could gather the items left behind, including a significant amount of orc meat, a rare and valuable resource. While they examined the remains of the orc general, Nina found something that caught her attention. It was round, soft, and smelled strange. Curious, she started to lift the object, thinking it was something valuable. Jink, however, quickly realized what it was. Some adventurers had tried to sell something similar before. Before Nina could fully grasp it, Jink warned her just in time. She had just discovered, in a rather unpleasant way, that the item was nothing more than an orc's testicle, causing surprise and embarrassment for everyone. After Nina's unexpected discovery, she tried to prepare a special stew with the orc meat. Despite her efforts, the group lamented not being able to eat the exotic dish, dubbed Orc's Jewel, due to the peculiar nature of the ingredient. As they rested, a mysterious figure, drawn by the aroma, approached. This person seemed to be a formidable adventurer, but their identity remained unknown. The atmosphere grew tense, as if an unexpected encounter was about to unfold. We see an interaction between three main characters: Luke, a high-class archer, the guild master, and another female character accompanying the group. Luke politely introduces himself to the guild master, stating his name and position. In response, the guild master formally apologizes and mentions that he is the leader of the Elder Tree clan, pointing out his authority and influence. As he observes Luke, the guild master reflects on his fame and skills, recognizing him as a skilled archer and an S-rank adventurer, which places him in the same prestigious position. He admits that he had heard a lot about Luke and seems impressed by his presence. Luke reflects on the guild master, noting that he doesn't have any rare skills like him and another adventurer, Karen. However, the fact that the guild master reached his rank without these special abilities impresses Luke, who wonders how skilled he must be with a bow, especially with such a high archery level. Meanwhile, the guild master casually mentions that the Elder Tree clan is the third most influential in the adventurer's world, hinting at the power and influence he holds. This raises Luke's concern, as he begins to wonder if the guild master is trying to recruit them into his guild, a thought that leaves him uncertain. When asked if they need help, the guild master smiles suggestively, creating anticipation in the group as he starts to introduce what he actually wants. The guild master explains to Luke and his group the desperate situation of his team. They ran out of provisions while fighting monsters, delaying their return to the surface, leaving them without food. Ashamed, the guild master admits that they might end up starving if they don't get some help before heading back. The members of the guild master's group beg for food, humbly asking if they could share even a little of their provisions. Luke realizes that the guild master's initial formal talk was actually just a pretext to ask for food. While he understands the situation, Luke sees an opportunity to take advantage of it. He suggests that they could pay for the provisions, showing a willingness to negotiate to ensure the guild master's group gets the help they need. In the end of the negotiation, Luke tells the guild master that he isn't interested in money for the help. Instead, he proposes a deal. He wants information about the clans. The guild master agrees with a smile, stating he'll share what he knows, as long as the requested info isn't confidential. Both come to an understanding, sealing a mutually beneficial agreement. Meanwhile, a young adventurer named Nina asks for more orc meat to help satisfy the group's hunger. The guild master, Zink, instructs Ian to help her, and he promptly does, making sure the meal is served to everyone. The scene ends with a table full of food, providing a moment of relief and camaraderie for the characters, now united by mutual understanding. The guild master's group is completely delighted with the meal they received. They eat eagerly, expressing their gratitude and praising the food as a divine blessing. One of the adventurers, mouth full, exclaims about the flavor, unable to hide his joy at the unexpected feast. Nina, the young girl who helped serve, is flattered by the compliments and thanks them, referring to the adventurers as blessed by a goddess. The atmosphere is celebratory, and everyone shares a moment of relief and enjoyment amid the hardships. Meanwhile, Luke reminds the guild master that the information exchange is still on, mentioning that he brought several ingredients and cooking equipment in his box of holding, which allowed them to prepare such a special meal even in the depths of the place. The guild master, surprised and grateful, admits he never thought he'd have the chance to eat something so delicious down here. The guild master begins sharing information about the major forces dominating the adventurer's world, as requested by Luke. He explains that there are two large clans in Gamel, the Depths of Purgatory and the Emissaries. These two clans are widely recognized and feared for their influence and power. He mentions that, although the Elder Tree clan, to which he belongs, is also relevant and some people consider it one of the three greats, its influence is still smaller compared to these two giants. The guild master highlights this difference in scale, showing respect for the strength of the other clans and acknowledging his own clan's importance in this complex hierarchy. The guild master continues explaining about the two major clans, Depths of Purgatory and the Emissaries, describing the strict hierarchical structure they maintain. He says that those with lesser skills or abilities are forced into the lowest positions, where they end up serving as meat shields in dangerous labyrinth missions. These people, stuck at the bottom, face a fate where they might either go mad or perish. He also mentions that these clans require high membership fees and that desertion is almost seen as an act of betrayal. As a result, many members, unable to pay or leave, remain trapped. Nina is shocked to hear this and asks if it's a formal rule among the guilds. The guild master replies that, while it's not an official rule, it's the way these clans operate. He explains that, in contrast, the Elder Tree clan values freedom, attracting those who prefer to avoid the oppressive norms of the other clans. He smiles as he mentions that freedom is the motto of his clan, welcoming those who seek a different path, away from the restrictions and obligations of the three greats. The guild master continues describing the two clans and their reputations, noting that even merchants have a negative view of them. He explains that for some, debts with these clans grow so large that they're forced to live as slaves. Others try to outdo themselves in the clan's tasks, but end up injured and discarded without support, finding themselves in a tough spot. Luke reflects on the problem this represents for the Elder Tree clan, which tries to help those who leave the other clans. He mentions that if they tried to take in too many deserters, they might provoke the wrath of the other clans, putting themselves in a tricky position. Despite the difficulties, he acknowledges that these clans' names still carry weight, and many adventurers join them without fully understanding the consequences, something they end up regretting. Determined to stay away from these clans, Luke expresses his intention to keep his distance from them. At the end of the conversation, the group finishes their meal, and the guild master thanks Luke for the information exchange, saying it was extremely valuable. Jokingly, he asks if his performance in the conversation was enough to pay for the meal. Luke responds positively, accepting the guild master's offer to return to the surface together, creating a moment of camaraderie between the characters. The group finally emerges from the labyrinth's depths to the surface. They walk toward the exit, and the sunlight begins to shine, filling the space with its warmth and brightness. The guild master and Nina seem relieved and happy to see the daylight again after their time underground. Luke, with a smile on his face, expresses his satisfaction at seeing the sun again, taking a moment to enjoy the freedom and comfort that the surface provides. Luke thanks the guild master for the orc stew and expresses hope that they'll meet again soon. The guild master, in turn, returns the farewell wishes and advises Luke to be cautious. He reveals that he's heard rumors that the two big clans, Depths of Purgatory and the Emissaries, have their eyes on Luke, indicating possible future conflicts or interest from these powerful clans in the adventurer. Luke nods, assuring the guild master that he'll be careful. With a final wave and a serious expression, he leaves the guild master's group. After the labyrinth adventure, Luke asks the group about their first experience exploring a labyrinth. Nina answers enthusiastically, saying it was really fun and that they gained both experience and money, much more than when hunting monsters in the wild. Meanwhile, Luke feels uneasy, reflecting on the power and influence he might need to accumulate to face the challenges he senses on the horizon. He observes Zinc, who also reflects on the possibility of gathering more support, suggesting that he might even form his own clan if he brought people from his property. In the end, Luke warns Nina and the group that, with his exams approaching, they need to head back to the capital. He suggests they take the opportunity to rest while he prepares for his commitments, making it clear that more challenges and responsibilities lie ahead for them all. In the Adventurers Guild courtyard, Luke appears with an impressive amount of loot. He explains that this represents 3 days of work and asks if they still need more cores, offering to go get more if necessary. The guild's person in charge is stunned and slightly dazed to see the amount of items Luke has brought, admitting that she asked him for more resources due to the lack of supplies, but he brought much more than she expected. Now, she finds herself in the position of having to count and organize all the loot, which leaves her a bit overwhelmed by the magnitude of the task. Luke observes the situation with a calm smile, satisfied that he helped, while the person in charge tries to process Luke's generosity and efficiency in fulfilling the guild's request. While examining the loot Luke brought, the person in charge finds an unusual and valuable item, a general orc's testicle. She gets extremely excited upon recognizing the item, thanking Luke enthusiastically. Luke, a little surprised by her reaction, confirms that they found the item by chance. She explains that the guild rarely manages to get such items because most adventurers sell them right away due to their high market value, especially for use as an ingredient in aphrodisiacs. Luke, somewhat bewildered, comments to himself that he'd rather have the orc meat than the exotic item. A new character named Dan arrives and notices the guild's person in charge waving the valuable item Luke brought. With a serious expression, he comments that a young lady shouldn't be handling testicles with such excitement, adding an unexpected touch of humor to the situation. The person in charge greets him, surprised to see him back, saying she didn't know he had arrived. Luke observes Dan closely, recognizing him as a high-ranking officer of the Adventurers Guild with the title The Butcher. Dan, in turn, reveals that he came specifically to meet Luke, the S-rank adventurer who recently made a name for himself. Dan is introduced as an experienced and skilled man, with great combat prowess and a commanding personality. Dan officially introduces himself to Luke and praises Luke's recent achievement of clearing a boss room in just 3 days, an impressive feat. He informs Luke that, due to his skills, he is now eligible for the provisional B-rank exam. Dan explains that the exam consists of a stamina test, in which Luke will have to endure Dan's attacks for a whole hour. He mentions that, since Luke rose quickly in rank due to his rare abilities, now it'll be an opportunity to see how well he can take care of himself in a high-level challenge. Luke eagerly accepts the challenge and asks about the exam's content, ready to face Dan. Dan, confident and imposing, prepares to test Luke's strength and determination, making it clear this will be a tough evaluation. As they prepare for the provisional exam, Luke reflects on the structure of the test, wondering if the focus on defense is unfair to those who specialize in offense. Another character mentions that this situation is similar to what they heard about exams in Corda, suggesting that this practice is common. The guild person in charge, close to Luke, explains that, since this is a provisional exam, the result doesn't usually impact the participants' positions, and that, generally, there aren't many complaints about the format. Luke seems to accept the explanation, though somewhat reluctant. At this moment, Dan grabs Luke's attention and, with a serious expression, warns him not to get cocky, because, regardless of whether he's a noble or an S-rank, he won't show mercy during the test. Dan makes it clear he won't hold back, and that Luke should be ready for a real fight. Luke, a bit nervous, adjusts himself and acknowledges Dan's stern tone, realizing he'll have to give his all to pass the exam. During the preparations, Dan taunts Luke, calling him a kid with fancy abilities and saying Luke won't even notice what hits him. Luke, trying to stay calm, says he's not being arrogant but responds with determination, warning that he'll use all his spells in the fight. Tension builds when Luke, in a challenging tone, jokes that he'll pull out the few hairs Dan still has, showing his readiness to face the challenge as an equal. Dan just laughs, confident, while Luke mentally prepares for the confrontation. Meanwhile, Mona, the person organizing the exam, observes the large number of cores Luke has brought and comments with admiration. She warns that the exam will begin once preparations are ready, expressing excitement about the deal established between the two. Luke appears fully prepared for the exam, covered in enchanted items that boost his athletic abilities. Each piece of his equipment, from his necklace to gloves, boots, and even his wizard outfit, has specific enchantments that amplify his athletic stats by plus 52 each. In total, Luke gains an impressive plus 832 bonus to his athletic abilities, thanks to his high enchantment level 52. Holding 2 mana potions and seeming almost over-prepared, Luke reflects on the situation, wondering if maybe he overdid it with the defense, but feeling convinced that Dan deserves this. Before the exam begins, Dan explains the rules to Luke. The test is a stamina challenge, where Luke needs to withstand Dan's attacks until the sand in the hourglass runs out. However, he will fail immediately if he attacks Dan in any way. Luke can use any defensive resources he desires, whether it's spells, his shield, or any other equipment. With determination, Luke mentally prepares himself, adopting a defensive stance. Dan, on the other hand, seems calm and confident, ready to test Luke's endurance and self-control. When the hourglass starts, Dan announces the beginning of the test with a firm begin, and the intensity of the moment rises as Luke braces for the challenge ahead. In the intense clash, Dan strikes with strength and precision, forcing Luke to use all of his defensive abilities. The fight is marked by the sound of swords clashing and rapid movements, with both combatants displaying great skill and determination. Dan watches Luke's performance with surprise and respect, impressed by the young man's endurance and focus. Luke, in turn, is equally impressed by Dan's strength and technique. Acknowledging the difficulty of the challenge, even under pressure, he maintains his posture and continues to avoid direct hits, focused on surviving until the time runs out. Finally, the time expires, indicated by the hourglass. The test ends, and both fighters stand firm, exhausted but with mutual respect after demonstrating their strength and resilience. After the intense confrontation, Luke comments on Dan's relentless approach, mentioning that it felt like he was trying to butcher him alive since his strikes constantly targeted his joints and tendons, making the fight more challenging and painful. Dan, still catching his breath, admits the test was even harder than he expected. Dan is surprised to realize that Luke showed no signs of exhaustion after the fight, highlighting the impressive stamina of the young man. Luke, with a touch of humor, remarks that Dan's Butcher nickname really suits his fighting style. Dan responds, acknowledging Luke's fierceness and explaining that if the opponent can't move, the fight is practically over. After the battle, Dan notices something clever in Luke's technique. He comments that although Luke appeared to be merely dodging his strikes, he was actually repeatedly hitting the same point on Dan's blade, intentionally weakening it. Dan is impressed, admitting that if the fight had continued, his sword might have broken. Luke responds cleverly, emphasizing that he was just dodging the attacks and didn't break any rules. Dan, surprised and admiring Luke's skill and strategy, admits he didn't even notice the technique during the fight. With respect, Dan declares that Luke passed the test, recognizing his ability and cunning. He admits that Luke surpassed him, ending the test with a note of admiration for the young adventurer's competence. After the battle, Dan confesses to Luke that he tried to get into his head during the fight, provoking him to destabilize him. However, he acknowledges that this strategy backfired, as Luke showed a skill he didn't expect. Dan looks at his sword, commenting that it's a unique blade, making the damage it took even more significant. Luke, murmuring about the old man, expresses a mixture of exasperation and respect. Dan then addresses Zinc, asking him to visit the library later since they need to discuss something important. Meanwhile, one of the characters around Dan comments dismally that they were told this job would be easy and safe, reflecting how challenging and unexpected the fight with Luke turned out to be. Mona congratulates Zinc for passing the provisional B rank exam, highlighting his progress. She then begins listing the impressive amount of materials Luke has accumulated: 57 in 234 cores, 4 in 193 kobold knives, and various orc materials, which result in a substantial sum of 108 gold coins, 87 silver coins, and 138 copper coins. Meanwhile, some of the staff expressed disbelief and exhaustion, asking how anyone managed to gather so many cores and materials, with some even threatening to vomit from the sheer quantity of items to be counted. Luke watches the situation with an amused expression, ironically commenting that Mona probably had others count the items for her. In the conversation that follows, Dan, Mona, and Luke are gathered in a room to discuss the next steps. Mona informs Luke that, now that he's a provisional B rank, he no longer needs mandatory escort when traveling on safe roads and highways, though the guild still recommends that he prioritize his safety. Dan, in a confident tone, mentions that Luke is more than capable of taking care of himself, recalling an incident in Corda where Luke cleaned the floor with snow, indicating Luke's high skill level. Luke comments that he planned to travel alone eventually and asks Dan why he's bringing this up. Finally addressing the reason for the meeting, Dan asks Luke if he'd like to obtain transport and trade contracts, suggesting that the guild could provide contacts to help develop his activities. The meeting seems focused on discussing the additional benefits and responsibilities Luke will have as a B-rank adventurer, as well as opportunities to expand his network and business operations. Dan explains the situation to Luke, recalling a young man who had been imprisoned after starting a fight with him. Although the young man was released, his father, a merchant affiliated with the guild, insisted on resolving the issue. Now, he is in Gamel to try to settle things and possibly propose a negotiation. Dan suggests that Luke listen to the merchant and evaluate the possibility of making a deal, noting that the influx of merchants around Luke could bring benefits. However, he also warns that not all these merchants will have good intentions, which requires caution. Luke questions the impact this would have on the guild, suggesting that he doesn't see how these negotiations could benefit the organization. Dan explains the complicated situation of the merchant, mentioning that the man had already lost his eldest son, who went astray and ended up as a slave, and now his youngest son is in trouble. He reveals that the merchant's father is desperate to fix the situation since the last son is in danger. Dan suggests that if Luke intends to sell his goods, it would be more beneficial for the guild if he did business with a reliable merchant. He also hints that helping the merchant could be an act of compassion, although he acknowledges that it's none of Luke's concern. Luke reflects on the situation, realizing that he initially saw the merchant as just a rude old man, but now he understands there's more to the story. Luke decides he will meet with the merchant to resolve the issues, scheduling a meeting for 2 days later. He expresses his intention to settle the matter, and Dan thanks him, pleased that Luke is willing to take care of it. On the scheduled day, Luke arrives with Ian, who insists on accompanying him despite Luke's concerns about the emotional difficulty this could cause. Ian, however, asserts that he needs to be there, indicating that this is a personal and important matter for him. They are greeted by Yorick Lawrence, the head of the merchant union, who looks at Ian with recognition. The meeting begins with Luke stating that everyone is present and it's time to settle the matter. Yorick Lawrence, Ian's father, is mainly there to apologize for his son's actions and try to resolve the situation. With Ian's help, the details of the agreement are quickly discussed. Luke decides to let the situation go, as long as Yorick promises to discipline his son and, as compensation, offer Luke a personal trade contract. The atmosphere is formal, but it seems the understanding between the parties has been successfully reached. Luke praises Ian for the work done and suggests that he spend the rest of the day with his father, allowing both to strengthen their family bonds. Upon returning home, Luke is warmly greeted by his maids, Angie and Mamaza, who express happiness to see him. With Mamaza asking about Ian, Luke explains that Ian is spending time with his family. Angie then mentions that a letter has arrived for Luke, handing him a sealed envelope. Mamaza jokes that she never gets tired of looking at Luke, reflecting the affection his maids have for him. Upon opening the envelope, Luke discovers that the letter is from Chris, inviting him to the Brand estate. The message mentions that there are 2 people at the estate who wish to see him, identified as slaves. When Luke reads their names Esther and Urza, he is completely shocked, exclaiming in surprise. His astonishment indicates that these names have great significance for him, perhaps bringing up memories or unexpected connections. The letter leaves Luke intrigued and apprehensive, suggesting that his next visit to the Brand estate will bring important revelations about these mysterious figures. Arriving at the Count Brand estate, Luke rushes to find Chris, Eager for answers after the letter he received, Chris greets him with a somewhat awkward expression and reveals shocking news. Luke is actually a prince. The revelation leaves Luke completely surprised and in disbelief, unable to immediately comprehend what this means. This new discovery about his origin will undoubtedly bring significant changes to his life and raises many questions about his past and future. Chris tries to calm Luke down, explaining the shocking revelation. He informs Luke that he isn't the eldest son of House Nonland, as he believed, but actually the illegitimate son of the king of Rosarda. This revelation completely alters Luke's understanding of his own identity and lineage. Chris continues, explaining that this information recently came to light, which plunged the royal family of Rosarda into great disarray. As a result, the country is in political chaos. He mentions that Esther and Urza decided to leave the country before the situation worsened. Luke listens attentively, processing the complexity of the situation and the implication that his true heritage is surrounded by intrigue and power struggles. Luke is surprised to see Will, Karen, and Bogard entering the scene. Will explains that they came with company, indicating that the situation is more serious than Luke imagined. He immediately asks where Esther and Urza are, showing his urgency in finding them. Confused and frustrated, Luke demands explanations for what's happening, as his mind struggles to process the information and connections between the recent events and the people present. Upon finding Esther and Urza, Luke is confronted with a disturbing sight. Both are kneeling on the floor in submissive positions, with torn clothes and signs of suffering. The scene deeply unsettles him, and he quickly realizes the gravity of the situation they've been put in. Filled with indignation and anger, Luke demands to know who is responsible for putting them in this condition. With his fist clenched and his voice full of emotion, he insists they tell him who did this to them. Chris explains the situation to Luke, asking him not to misunderstand what he's seeing. He informs Luke that Esther and Urza requested to be treated this way as a form of penance. According to Chris, they insisted on receiving only the bare minimum to survive as an act of atonement and apology to Luke. Karen adds that this is the way the two chose to express their remorse. Luke, visibly confused and shocked, questions the meaning of this apology. At this moment, Will offers to clarify the situation, indicating that there are more details behind Esther and Urza's actions. Will reveals the whole truth to Luke, including the true reason for his own exile and Esther and Urza's role in the situation. Luke learns that the two considered themselves partially responsible for his expulsion, which is why they chose to become slaves voluntarily, believing it would allow Luke to punish them in some way and thus atone for their guilt. Still processing all this revelation, Luke reflects on the sacrifice Esther and Urza made, though he cannot fully understand the depth of the situation. Chris and the Sacred Flame group apologize for the disturbance, but Karen, in a light tone, jokes that she's happy to see Esther acting as a servant, which surprises Luke. Despite the explanations, Luke remains confused, trying to assimilate the complexity of the emotions and motivations behind Esther and Urza's actions and the impact it has on his own life and relationships. Luke kneels before Esther and Urza, showing compassion and concern. He reassures them, saying he's happy to see them safe and that he's not angry and has no intention of punishing them. He gently asks them to stand, emphasizing that for him, it's enough to know that they're okay. Despite Luke's words, Esther and Urza remain kneeling and, with sadness, apologize, both for what their clan did to Luke and for not being able to protect him. They insist that he punish them, believing they need to pay for their mistakes. Karen intervenes, ordering Esther to talk to Luke, making it clear that this is in order. Karen's request seems aimed at breaking the guilt barrier Esther and Urza feel, encouraging them to open up and truly face the situation honestly with Luke. Luke, clearly frustrated, interrupts Esther vehemently, telling her to stop calling him Zinc Sama and insisting she doesn't need to apologize. He firmly states that it's not her fault and that she shouldn't worry about it. Luke is determined to dispel any guilt Esther and Urza may still carry. Esther, still hesitant, tries to explain that she feels the need to apologize, but Luke cuts her off, asserting that he never would have made it out of the country without their help. He wants them to understand they were essential to him. and in a way, he owes them gratitude. This moment emphasizes how much Luke values Esther and Urza, and how he wants them to let go of their feelings of guilt and regret, seeing them as companions and not someone to be punished. In a deeply emotional moment, Luke grabs Esther and pulls her into a tight embrace, declaring firmly and lovingly that she is his little sister. He affirms that no matter what happens, they are family for the rest of their lives. Esther is overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face, hearing Luke's words, which finally dissolve her feelings of guilt and inferiority. Around them, those witnessing the scene, like Karen and Chris, react with emotional expressions, moved by the strength of the bonds being reaffirmed between them. Luke solidifies, in this gesture and in his words, the value of the bond that unites them, reaffirming Esther and Urza's importance in his life, and showing that, for him, no apologies or regrets are necessary. They are family, united by a bond that transcends any past mistakes. After the intense emotional moment, the group discusses what will happen next. Karen and the others decide to leave Esther and Urza in Luke's care until Esther reaches adulthood. In gratitude for everything they've done, Luke promises to enchant more items for them, offering his skill as a way to repay them. Luke explains to Esther that, although he would like to free her immediately, the political situation in Rosarda is unstable, and it would be dangerous to leave her alone. Therefore, he proposes that Esther remain as his slave only in name, using this position to ensure her safety. He believes that, as the slave of an S-rank adventurer, Esther will be better protected from any external threats, since people will think twice before trying anything against her. Esther, determined and firm, declares that she wishes to serve Luke for the rest of her life, treating him as her older brother. Urza, equally resolute, states that she shares the same feelings as Esther, both expressing their unwavering loyalty to him. Luke, realizing how stubborn both of them are, feels uncomfortable, sensing that this devotion does not bring him comfort. Meanwhile, Luke notices that his title has been changed to illegitimate son of the king of Rosarda, something he hadn't even noticed. One of the people present, amused by the situation, teases Luke, calling him the younger brother of that idiot, referring to the fallen prince. Karen-san then shares information about the political situation in Rosarda. The queen has requested a divorce, dissolving the alliance with her homeland, and the crown prince has been disgraced, leaving the throne vacant. This turn of events signals an imminent crisis in the Rosardan monarchy, which could affect the position and future of Luke and his allies. The situation in Rosarda seems to be on the brink of civil war, reflected by a tense scene of a public execution. A man is being led to the guillotine, protesting and resisting, shouting to be released. He claims there's been a mistake and tries to argue with his influence, asking the guards if they know who he is. However, the crowd around seems enraged, with disapproving and judgmental faces, suggesting a desire for justice or revenge against him. An observer's words emphasize that it's just a matter of time before war erupts in Rosarda, indicating that the political and social situation in the kingdom has deteriorated to a critical point, possibly due to internal conflicts, betrayals, and the fall of the monarchy. This event likely foreshadows difficult times for Rosarda and everyone connected to the kingdom. The scene shows the execution of a man who declares himself the leader of the once great house Non, but he's interrupted before he can finish his sentence. The guillotine falls, abruptly silencing him. The scene then shifts to the royal capital of Tar, where a hand orders someone to enter an underground prison. This transition suggests a series of punishments and imprisonments, indicating the collapse of power structures and relentless retribution against the former leaders. A discouraged prisoner kneels inside a cell, looking exhausted and helpless, with an identification plaque hanging around his neck. A guard warns him not to cause any trouble, suggesting that the prisoner is under tight surveillance. We see a regal figure, possibly a royal or a noble leader, expressing indignation as they walk through a lavish hall in the royal village of Rosarda. He protests how he has been treated, complaining about being imprisoned by the nobles, and orders that they stay in the village until they receive news. A noble-looking character enters a room with a severe expression. Another character, who appears to be the king and calls the newcomer father, expresses surprise and happiness at seeing him. However, the scene quickly turns tense when the king, confused, asks about the necessity of the visit, only to be called a bastard and then struck hard by the newly arrived man. This interaction suggests a turbulent and hostile relationship between the two, possibly involving deep betrayals or family resentments, reflected in the violent reaction and the surprise and rage on their faces. We see a violent interaction between two characters in a father-son relationship. The father, clearly furious, hits the son with an object while shouting insults and accusations. He blames him, saying things would have been different if he hadn't opened his bastard mouth, demonstrating intense contempt and resentment. The son, confused and hurt, tries to beg for some respite, but the father shows no mercy, calling him a disgrace and saying he doesn't need a son who's a nuisance in his eyes. The character reflects on his state, believing himself to be dead, and is surprised by the absurdity of his end at the hands of his own father, whom he accuses of finally going mad. The father figure, relentless and dark, watches him with a look of hatred, stating that it's Zink's fault and that he ruined his destiny. The son's thoughts echo a desire for revenge, expressing how much he wants to kill the one responsible for his tragedy, with the word kill echoing repeatedly over a city, amplifying the sense of hatred and obsession. The dominant voice, filled with rage, declares, "I will kill you." Zink, as a large structure, resembling an arena or a monumentally important building, comes into focus at the center. We see a scene in a library or study room, with bookshelves in the background. 4 characters are present, all dressed formally. The character on the left is speaking while the others appear to be listening attentively. The caption indicates that the character didn't expect his return to Quallart to turn out this way, but since he was already there, he decided to take his exams at the academy. It also mentions that after staying 2 weeks in the capital, he returned to Gamel with a new member for his labyrinth explorations. We see a character wearing armor with a cape and holding a spear, declaring that he will do his best to keep up with the other characters, referring to them as Ian-san and Oniai-sama. Ian and another female character named Nina respond politely, and Ian adds that they should get along just fine. We see a conversation between the characters, where one of them questions if the other is truly comfortable in the armor, mentioning that the enchantments are of low level since he enchanted it just before leaving. The other character responds that he's fine and expresses his desire to wear the armor given to him by his Oniai-sama older brother. He seems determined and confident. In response, the older brother asks Ian and Nina to support Esther in exploring the labyrinth, to which they respond affirmatively. We are introduced to Esther's skills and status, who is at level 23 with various competencies and aptitudes, such as sorcery, spear combat, healing magic, and elements of wind, water, and fire. He has a box of holding as a gift, and is classified as a slave under Zink's command. The characters discuss Esther's training, suggesting he should spend 3 days in the orc room to strengthen himself before joining the group in exploring the next floor. Ian expresses concern about whether Esther should face orcs so soon, but Esther and Zink try to reassure him, explaining that he already has experience fighting monsters in previous missions and guard duties. Esther reveals he was forced to fight wearing a maid outfit, following Karen-san's orders, which made him visibly uncomfortable. He tries to change the subject, saying, "Forget about it." The group then discusses Esther's training, focusing on improving his magical abilities and mana, as well as his spear mastery. It is mentioned that Esther has an aptitude for wind magic, which will be worked on in the training. A group of characters is discussing their next destination and care for Esther. A girl asks if Esther will have to drink many potions, to which another character, Nina, responds that yes, implying it could be embarrassing. Another character, possibly with a playful spirit, plans to bother him as his senpai, so he can also experience the embarrassment of needing to use the bathroom frequently due to the excessive consumption of potions. Soon after, a group of maids receives instructions to take care of the house, while the main group heads to Gamel, the Labyrinth City. Angie and Mimosa respond promptly, showing their dedication and commitment to the task. The main character advises the maids, Angie and Mimosa, not to leave the house, mentioning that he now has some reputation that could attract trouble. However, the maids react confidently, showing their enchanted swords. Angie says that if necessary, they will use their enchanted weapons to protect themselves, while Mimosa, with a determined expression, seems ready for any eventuality. We see Esther formally introducing himself to Mona as Zink's younger brother. Mona reacts with surprise upon learning that Esther is Zink's brother and greets him cordially. Zink then asks Mona if anything has changed while he was absent, suggesting he's trying to catch up on any events or news that may have occurred in his absence. Mona asks Zink if he is familiar with the concept of named monsters. Zink responds affirmatively, saying he has heard of them. Mona then explains that these monsters are rare and occur when the souls of the dead possess monsters, influencing even their appearance. These named monsters retain their memories, intellect, and the ability to speak, making them especially dangerous and unique. Mona confirms for Zink that the information is true. She explains that the Orc General, located on the 15th floor, whom they had defeated earlier, has now become a named monster. This surprises both Zink and Esther, who react with expressions of shock and concern, realizing the potential danger of this development. The Orc General, now a named monster, stands in a threatening and intimidating posture. He holds a huge axe and murmurs the words "Zink, kill," indicating his hostile intent and fixation on Zink. The Orc General's imposing presence, with his furious expression and tense body, conveys an atmosphere of imminent danger and accumulated fury. We see the Orc General, now a named monster, in the boss room, which surprises the characters. Mona informs them that, now that it has human intelligence, the Orc General will be much harder to face, leaving Zink and the others worried. It is revealed that the monster, now a named monster, is actually weaker than before. To Zink's surprise, Mona explains that the Orc General's attack patterns have become simpler and more predictable, suggesting that he was a problematic individual in his past life, especially in relation to women, whom he would impulsively attack. Because of this, it's possible to use adventurers as bait, making the confrontation with the Orc General easier, to the point where even low-level adventurer groups can win the fight. Mona explains to Zink that, although the 15th floor has become easier to clear, congestion problems have arisen from the 16th floor onward. The growing popularity of the dungeon, especially among less experienced adventurers, has led to long queues and, eventually, misunderstandings. Some adventurers have even started calling the floor Dork, a combination of orc and dork, in a mocking tone. Mona asks Zink that if he encounters adventurers in trouble, he should help them to avoid further fatalities, which have increased due to these delays. Zink offers his enchantments to help the team, allowing them to use healing abilities, provided it's not too much work for him. Esther, now on the 15th floor, performs a powerful strike called Air Slicer against a group of enemies, showcasing his combat skills. Esther is in combat, using a magic attack called Water Ball against the enemies. His companions comment on how much his skills have improved, highlighting his increasing efficiency with magic. Ian, one of his companions, is praised and thanked for his help and support during the battle. Esther seems to be drinking many potions, which catches the attention of his comrades, who wonder if he doesn't need to go to the bathroom. Esther mentions feeling like he's in a growth phase, as if he's developing rapidly. One of the characters beside him expresses concern about Esther's physical abilities, but recognizes that with a little magic, he's able to perform more movements, including cuts. Nina, on the other hand, seems frustrated, wanting to tease Esther in a friendly way, but struggling to do so easily, given Esther's background and his life in a demanding society. After 3 days of training, Esther has leveled up. Rising from level 23 to level 57, they decide to take a 10-minute break before advancing to the next floor. Ian offers to stay at the front, for precaution, reminding everyone that although the Orc General is weaker, it's still a threat. To defeat him and move on, they will have to face the Dork, as Ian accidentally referred to the Orc General. Esther notes that it will be necessary to keep Nina in the rear since the Orc General has a perverted nature. As they approach the magic circle, a powerful presence emerges in the room, emitting a threatening aura. The Orc General, who has now become a named monster, appears, roaring with hatred. With fixed eyes and an enraged expression, he recognizes Zinc and repeats his name, as if having only one goal in mind: to kill him. Esther and the others prepare for battle, realizing that the monster has a specific and intense hostility towards Zinc. Zinc realizes that the Orc General before him is possessed by the spirit of Elliot, the Crown Prince. In surprise and indignation, he recognizes the presence of his old acquaintance and rival, someone who had always been a rotten apple in his life. Ian confirms, asking if Zinc truly knows him, and Zinc affirms, explaining the grudge that existed between them. In front of everyone, the possessed orc shows hostility, assuming the identity of Dork, with abilities and strength worthy of a great challenge for the group. Zinc faces the Orc General, convinced that his meeting with Elliot, now possessed by the monster's body, is fate determined. He decides he will eliminate Elliot with his own hands. With a decisive look and hands in position for casting, Zinc invokes a powerful spell and launches a fireball towards the enemy, ready to face the challenge ahead. Zinc attempts to use his newly learned fire magic against the Orc General, shooting a flame towards the enemy. However, the attack causes only a slight discomfort, practically a hiss, without truly affecting the monster. With a disappointed look, Zinc admits that he is still at the basic level of fire magic, while the Orc General remains unfazed by the attempt, ready to continue the fight. The Orc General starts screaming frantically, "Woman, woman," while trembling, seemingly losing focus on the fight upon seeing Esther holding his spear. Esther, confused, watches the strange behavior of the monster, while the others around are also puzzled by the enemy's unexpected reaction. The Orc General starts shouting frantically, "Woman, woman," while trembling, losing focus on the fight when he sees Esther holding his spear. Esther, confused, watches the monster's strange behavior, while everyone else remains perplexed by the unexpected reaction. Elliot, the Orc General, reacts with surprise and pain when pierced by Esther, who orders him to keep his focus. Esther strikes the monster with his spear, keeping its attention on him and demonstrating his determination to confront the enemy head-on. Elliot, the Orc General, roars furiously, calling for Zinc. Esther, with determination, presents himself as the target Elliot desires, provoking the monster to focus on him. Esther then charges at the orc, hitting him with a powerful kick, showcasing his courage and skill in confronting the enemy directly. Esther, in a decisive and fierce move, lands his final blow against the Orc General, cleaving him in half with a powerful strike. The shock and terror on the monster's face linger for a brief moment before he succumbs to the fatal wound. Esther's strength and determination are evident as he delivers the blow decisively, making it clear his commitment to protecting his friends and defeating the enemy with all he has. Zinc watches the Orc General's fallen body and comments that he never thought he would see it here. Nina, excited, points out a peculiar object, exclaiming that it's a shirikadama. Ian, observing the object, notes that it seems to be a symbol of the monster's appetite in his past life. Meanwhile, another character mentions hearing from Mona that these items have appeared more frequently since Elliot took over as the boss. Zinc reflects on Elliot's fate, recalling that while mentioned he had been dethroned and likely executed after the fall. He comments that it's said souls with strong resentment have a higher chance of possessing monsters, which leads Elliot to be trapped inside the Gamel labyrinth forever. He will keep reappearing, repeatedly defeated by adventurers seeking experience and items, a kind of endless punishment, prompting Zinc to conclude that Elliot must have carried a great grudge. The group finally reaches the 20th floor, known as the Crystal Area. They observe that this is one of the most popular floors in the labyrinth, attracting many adventurers. Though the location is damp and uncomfortable for some, they prepare to face the next challenge. Upon observing the area, they realize that raw emeralds and diamonds can be found here, explaining why so many adventurers want to explore the place. Zinc expresses interest in making some extra money mining, and both Nina and Esther show excitement in trying to mine as well. Zinc then reminds everyone that mining requires a lot of stamina, and while distributing pickaxes, he advises the group not to overdo it. Ian comments that, based on the geological characteristics of the minerals, he believes they will be able to find several emeralds in the area, thanks to his material evaluation skill. Zinc, intrigued, asks how he knows this, and Ian suggests Zinc try mining near the promising-looking crystals. Zinc then praises him, saying he never would have thought to use the material evaluation skill this way. Nina, excited, declares that it's time to start digging. Nina eagerly displays the green stones she has found, exclaiming in wonder that they are all emeralds. Esther, equally thrilled, confirms that they are emeralds, highlighting how much fun they are having. Zinc watches, noticing they are truly enjoying the moment, commenting that it's natural since they're still just kids. Meanwhile, Ian, holding a pile of emeralds, chuckles to himself, saying that this will be enough for what he needs. Zinc asks if Ian doesn't plan on digging more, but Ian replies that there's something he wants to try first, noting that even the mine rejects have their uses. Zinc, confident, says that he'll make it work. Esther watches in awe as Zinc demonstrates his earth magic skills, creating a massive golem. Zinc explains that he's been practicing his earth magic and wants to use the golem for mining. He admits that keeping the golem moving consumes mana, so he can't sustain it for long yet. However, Zinc confidently states that mining isn't the only thing the golem can do, hinting at its various uses. Zinc explains that, according to the guild, there are many traps and pitfalls in the lower floors of the dungeon. He suggests that the golem could be useful for disarming them. Ian understands the creature's usefulness and comments on it. Zinc says that, despite the golem's many potential uses, for now, he plans to use it just to speed up mining while observing it working on the stones around. Ian notices a noise coming from somewhere and asks what's going on. Zinc responds that it's a dispute between two clans, the emissaries and the depths of purgatory, arguing over the mining rights. One of the group members comments on how childish the fight is, and Zinc, realizing the futility of the situation, decides it's better to finish the mining quickly before they get dragged into the conflict. Zinc and his group reach the 21st floor of the labyrinth, known as the field area. As they step onto the floor, Zinc enthusiastically comments on the environment, which feels like an outdoor field. Esther, surprised, asks if they aren't underground, as it feels like they're outside. Nina observes that for some reason, it always seems to be daytime in this place. Zinc holds the map and concludes that the labyrinth keeps getting stranger with each new floor they explore. Zinc explains to the group that, in this area, there are creatures called green calves, and their meat is really tasty, even better than orc meat. He mentions that he had the chance to try this meat once when they were still nobles, as it's hard to find in large cities and is very expensive. Nina, excited, asks if they can hunt as many as they want, and Esther comments that he's feeling a little hungry. Mona-sen had warned the group about the increasing fatalities in the labyrinth, but Zinc believes they'll be fine. Zinc announces to the group that it's time to get some calf meat, to which Esther responds promptly with, "Yes, sir." However, in the background, large monstrous ants appear, tearing apart a fallen body and devouring it, revealing the imminent danger of the area. The protagonist strikes down a large creature, referred to as a green calf, preparing to use its meat for dinner. Two companions stand nearby, ready to assist in processing the kill. One companion steps forward to take their turn, while the group collectively acknowledges the sufficient supply of meat for both their personal use and to sell to the guild. The group relaxes after finishing their meal, seated on a picnic blanket with empty plates and bowls. The protagonist leans back, satisfied, while one companion praises the meal's quality, noting it exceeded expectations. Another expresses delight at the food. The conversation shifts to the local wildlife as one companion mentions encountering white cows and minotaurs, commenting on the abundance of bovine monsters in the area. Nearby, two white cows graze peacefully, and their milk is highlighted as a noteworthy resource, as good as the meat they just enjoyed. One of the protagonist's companions points out that the protagonist's wind magic has leveled up, encouraging him to try using the air tornado spell he has been practicing. The protagonist acknowledges the advice with excitement, feeling confident in his ability to support the group better now. He is warned, however, about the spell's shorter range compared to Cyclone, managing expectations. Meanwhile, another companion discusses minotaurs, describing their meat as unsuitable for consumption and useful only for crafting. The conversation shifts to the impracticality of the minotaur's great axe due to its weight. As the group prepares to continue their journey, the protagonist notices something and momentarily pauses. Two exhausted strangers emerge from the tall grass, one supporting the other as they struggle to move forward. The leading man encourages his injured companion, urging him to hang on as they are almost out of danger. They stumble upon the protagonist and his group, collapsing nearby. Concerned, the protagonist asks if they are okay. The stranger quickly acknowledges the group's presence, but urges them to hurry to safety as well, cryptically mentioning ants. The protagonist, puzzled by the situation, questions what is happening while observing the visibly distressed strangers. The strangers reveal they encountered an ant nest in the area and were unlucky enough to run into a swarm of aggressive, monstrous ants. A shadowy, towering figure looms over the swarm, emphasizing the danger. When asked about their other party members, the strangers admit that they are the only survivors, grimly acknowledging that the others have likely fallen to the ants. The protagonist, unfamiliar with fighting such creatures, offers to heal the injured stranger in exchange for information about the ants, seeking to understand the threat better. As the protagonist heals the injured stranger, the group discusses the threat posed by the monstrous ants. The stranger explains that individually, the ants are manageable, but their overwhelming numbers make them a serious danger. They attack with their front claws and spew acid, adding to their lethality. When asked about weaknesses, the stranger reveals that the ants are covered in thick shells but are weak to fire. This prompts concern from the protagonist, who has only recently learned fire magic, while his companions primarily use water and wind spells. The mismatched abilities against this specific enemy create a challenging situation for the group to consider. The strangers warn the protagonist and his group about the ants, emphasizing their fierce defense of their queen and the difficulty of advancing past floor 24, where the ants are located. They note that only large groups of sorcerers, typically clans, can handle the challenge effectively. The protagonist and his companions, determined to move forward, are advised to avoid fighting the ants if possible. The grateful strangers thank the group for their help before the protagonist decides on their next move. He resolves to proceed carefully but with purpose toward floor 24, with his companions following close behind, one noticing the protagonist deep in thought. The group reaches floor 24, finding themselves in a vast open area populated by grazing bovine creatures. Observing their surroundings, one companion comments on the size of the area, noting it is larger than expected due to the presence of the ant nest. The protagonist ponders the depth of the area, clearly contemplating the challenges ahead. He carefully observes the creatures, appearing to assess their behavior or possible significance. Meanwhile, the group remains alert, aware that they are in the heart of a potentially dangerous zone. As the group observes their surroundings, the nearby bovine creatures suddenly react, dashing away in alarm. The protagonist and his companions tense up, noticing the unusual behavior. A low rumbling begins to resonate through the ground, prompting the protagonist to question if it's an earthquake. The rumbling intensifies, and the group looks around in growing concern. One companion spots something in the distance and calls the protagonist's attention, pointing out the source of the disturbance. The tension rises as they prepare for what may come. A swarm of monstrous ants emerges, chasing down the protagonist and his group. They run at full speed, trying to stay ahead of the relentless creatures. The ground continues to rumble with the stampede of the ants behind them. One of the ants manages to close the distance, latching onto a member of the group. In a moment of desperation, they struggle to free themselves, shouting for the creature to back off. The swarm grows closer as more ants appear, creating an intense and dangerous situation that demands immediate action. The group is fully immersed in the chaos, fighting to survive the overwhelming onslaught. One of the group members is attacked by an ant's acidic spray, screaming in pain as the corrosive substance hits their arm. A nearby ally rushes to support them, but the swarm continues to press forward aggressively. The protagonist observes the advancing mass, estimating their numbers to be at least 5,000. He questions whether their current spells will be sufficient to handle such an overwhelming force. A younger companion anxiously turns to him, calling for direction. The group is faced with a critical decision as the relentless threat looms ever closer. The group faces a critical moral dilemma as one member suggests abandoning the injured strangers to ensure their own survival. The protagonist momentarily considers this, acknowledging the logic behind the decision. However, he quickly rejects the idea, realizing the emotional toll it would have on the group, particularly the younger members. He takes command, firmly deciding to stay and fight. The protagonist orders the group to scatter the swarm using their spells and maintain their strength by drinking mana potions as needed. Determined, he prioritizes both survival and preserving their collective conscience, motivating the group to face the overwhelming threat together. The protagonist takes charge, rallying his party with a decisive plan of action. As their leader, he acknowledges his responsibility for their survival and vows to ensure that everyone gets out alive. His determination motivates the group, and they respond with resolve, preparing to face the overwhelming challenge. With urgency, the protagonist dashes forward, taking the lead in the battle. Meanwhile, the strangers shout a warning, urging the group to retreat, their fear evident. Despite the dire circumstances, the protagonist's resolve remains unshaken as he pushes forward, leading his party with unwavering determination. The protagonist tells the strangers that his party will buy them some time to escape. He orders them to make a run for it while promising to retreat if the situation becomes too dangerous. The strangers, initially shocked, call the plan reckless, questioning if the group is sure about their decision. The protagonist reassures them, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and insisting they hurry. Reluctantly, the strangers accept, expressing their gratitude, acknowledging their debt to the protagonist and his party. With determination, the protagonist dashes forward, leading his group to hold off the incoming swarm and protect the fleeing strangers. The protagonist and his group launch their spells against the approaching swarm of ants. One companion casts **** water cyclone ****, creating a massive spiral of water that sweeps away several of the creatures, sending them tumbling. Simultaneously, the protagonist unleashes **** air tornado ****, a powerful gust of wind that lifts and scatters the ants further, disrupting their charge. The combined elemental forces create chaos among the swarm, momentarily halting their advance. The coordinated magic showcases the group's determination and teamwork as they fight to hold the line against overwhelming odds. The group continues their coordinated assault against the overwhelming swarm. The protagonist delivers precise strikes with his weapon, cutting down ants in quick succession as he stands at the forefront of the defense. His focus and determination are unwavering. Another companion channels their magic, unleashing a massive gust of wind that pushes back a large portion of the swarm, creating temporary breathing room for the group. Meanwhile, the youngest member uses a shield for defense while hurling explosive projectiles, effectively targeting clusters of ants and keeping them at bay. The team's combined efforts display their strategic synchronization, momentarily slowing the advancing threat despite their numerical disadvantage. The battle against the swarm intensifies as another **** air cyclone **** spell is cast, temporarily dispersing some of the ants. The protagonist drinks a mana potion to replenish his strength, realizing that the endless waves of ants are wearing down the group. He notes that while he and Ian still have plenty of mana to sustain their spells, the younger members of the party are visibly fatigued and need relief. The protagonist reflects on the inefficiency of their current strategy, hindered by their inability to use fire magic effectively against the ants' weakness. The relentless advance of the swarm underscores the urgency of finding a way to turn the tide before exhaustion overwhelms the group. The protagonist casts **** water wall ****, creating a protective barrier to shield his party from the relentless swarm. He urgently calls out to Esther and Nina, instructing them to regroup within the safety of the barrier. The younger members, visibly shaken but obedient, rush to his side, acknowledging his command. Inside the protective circle, the protagonist reassures them, urging them to drink potions and recover their strength while they have a brief respite. Despite his calm exterior, he contemplates their next move, quickly analyzing the situation and planning how to deal with the unending onslaught of ants. His determination to protect his party remains firm as he prepares for the next phase of the battle. The protagonist assesses the battlefield, realizing that continuing the fight against the swarm would eventually lead to their party being overrun. He considers targeting the queen ant, reasoning that taking her out would cause the swarm to collapse. However, she is far in the back, surrounded by countless ants, making her difficult to reach. He notices some of the ants have unique appearances, resembling commanders, and determines they must hold higher ranks in the hierarchy. One such ant, labeled a general ant, stands out with its distinct features and formidable stats. As the protagonist contemplates his next move, he strategizes how to break through the swarm and reach the queen, knowing it is their best chance for survival. The protagonist swiftly devises a plan to draw the attention of the ants. He takes a piece of orc meat from his inventory, intending to use it as bait. After preparing the bait, he stabs it with his sword, ensuring it will be noticed by the swarm. With a calculated throw, he flings the orc meat into the midst of the ants, aiming to distract them and create an opening. The bait lands near some of the advancing ants, immediately drawing their focus away from the group. This tactical maneuver sets the stage for the next phase of his strategy to break through the swarm and reach the queen. The protagonist's plan works as intended. The orc meat successfully draws the attention of several ants, who click and scuttle toward the bait, momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, the protagonist dashes forward, his sword ready, aiming to break through the swarm. Despite the distraction, some ants still remain focused on him. One lunges to attack, spewing acid, but the protagonist quickly evades and counters with a precise slash. Undeterred by the relentless swarm, he presses on, determined to reach his target and execute the next phase of his plan. The protagonist decisively strikes down one of the commander ants, aiming to disrupt the swarm's coordination. With a powerful slash, the commander falls, and he observes the immediate effects. The surrounding ants hesitate, clicking in confusion as they lose their direct guidance. Recognizing this shift in behavior, the protagonist realizes that eliminating the key commanders is an effective strategy to weaken the swarm's cohesion. Motivated by this discovery, he prepares to target the remaining commanders. Determined to create further chaos among the ants, the tide of the battle begins to shift in his favor as he exploits their disarray. The protagonist quickly devises a tactical plan and issues orders to his team. He directs Ian to use his wind magic to scatter orc meat around the battlefield, creating distractions for the swarm. With the ants' attention divided, he commands the group to focus on taking out the commander ants using ranged spells to weaken the swarm's cohesion further. Esther and Nina, having recovered with potions, eagerly report that they are ready to follow through with the plan. The group stands poised, prepared to execute the coordinated strategy under the protagonist's leadership, aiming to turn the tide of the battle decisively. The protagonist assigns clear roles to his team for the next phase of their strategy. He instructs Nina and Esther to use their magic to carve a path through the swarm, ensuring Ian has the cover he needs to scatter the bait and disrupt the ants further. Both confirm their understanding and prepare to act. He then declares his intent to take down the queen if they can get close enough, placing his trust in the team to support him. With determination, the group begins their coordinated assault, working together to execute the plan and eliminate the queen, the heart of the swarm. The ground shakes as the swarm reacts to their movements, raising the stakes in their effort to turn the tide of the battle. Ian uses his wind magic to skillfully scatter orc meat across the battlefield, creating multiple distractions for the ants. The powerful gusts send the bait flying in different directions, catching the attention of the swarm. Meanwhile, Nina and Esther execute their roles, unleashing ****air tornado **** and ****air cyclone **** spells to carve a path through the chaos. The combined elemental attacks create a swirling vortex that pushes back clusters of ants, further disorganizing the swarm. The ants, clicking and scuttling in confusion, begin to split their focus, making it easier for the group to advance toward the queen. The coordinated teamwork steadily shifts the momentum in their favor. The battle intensifies as Ian uses his wind magic to precisely scatter the swarm, disrupting their ranks. His sharp focus and controlled movements demonstrate his mastery of the technique. Meanwhile, Nina charges forward, skillfully wielding her shield and spear. She slashes through the ants with fierce determination, using her strength to keep the swarm at bay and maintain the group's momentum. Her actions, combined with the whirling forces of wind magic, continue to disorient the ants, creating further opportunities for the team to push toward the queen. The synchronized teamwork of Ian and Nina reflects the group's coordination and resolve as they execute their strategy under the protagonist's leadership. The battle reaches a climactic point as Ian charges ahead, unleashing powerful gusts of wind to push back the swarm and clear a path. Simultaneously, the protagonist casts water cyclone **, creating a swirling vortex of water that disrupts the ants' advance and creates chaos among their ranks. As the group advances, the queen ant becomes visible in the distance, silhouetted ominously against the chaotic backdrop. Her towering figure looms over the battlefield, commanding the swarm with imposing authority. The queen's presence signals the final challenge, as the group prepares to face her directly in a high-stakes confrontation. The protagonist confronts the towering queen ant in a tense standoff. The queen, a monstrous figure with elongated limbs and a menacing presence, looms over him, ready to attack. The protagonist grips his sword tightly, his resolve unwavering despite the intimidating foe before him. The queen emits a sharp, piercing screech, signaling her dominance and rallying the remaining swarm. Her menacing eyes focus on the protagonist as he prepares for the critical battle. Determined and focused, he braces himself for a decisive confrontation, knowing that victory against the queen is their only chance to end the relentless assault. The protagonist faces off with the queen ant **, analyzing her stats displayed as Ranka with formidable skills in athletics 61 bite 50 command 31 intimidation 29 and spawn 51 Her size and command over the swarm are intimidating, but the protagonist notes that her combat skills, while dangerous, are not insurmountable. He evaluates his situation, realizing that defeating her with just his sword will be a challenge due to her massive frame and endurance. Nonetheless, his focus remains sharp as he prepares to exploit any weaknesses in her movements and capabilities, determined to end the battle and ensure his team's survival. The protagonist engages the queen ant, launching an fireball directly at her. The spell bursts on impact, splashing flames across her front limbs and torso. The queen screeches in pain and agitation, momentarily disrupted by the unexpected attack. However, she quickly retaliates, lashing out with her enormous legs and trying to overpower the protagonist with sheer force. He narrowly dodges the powerful strikes, staying on the defensive while searching for an opening. The clash grows intense as he tries to maintain his footing against her aggressive and unpredictable movements, relying on his agility and spells to keep the upper hand. The protagonist nimbly evades the queen ant's massive attacks, using her size to his advantage. Her movements, though powerful, are slow and predictable due to her enormous bulk. He leaps and dodges with precision as her limbs crash into the ground, creating cracks and upheaving the terrain. Despite his agility, he pauses to assess the situation, realizing that while avoiding her strikes is manageable, inflicting significant damage is another challenge altogether. Her sturdy exoskeleton makes conventional attacks with his sword ineffective. Frustrated but focused, he begins strategizing, searching for a weak point or a way to exploit her size to turn the battle in his favor. The protagonist formulates a plan, recalling a previous tactic he observed. He decides to target the queen ant's mobility, reasoning that if she can't move, the battle will effectively be over. Recognizing her inability to turn quickly due to her size, he resolves to use his agility to his advantage. He begins circling her, feinting in and out of her range to confuse her. With precise strikes, he aims for the joints in her legs, knowing they are critical for her movement. Each calculated slice weakens her ability to retaliate, inching him closer to crippling her completely. Determined and focused, he commits to his strategy, fully intent on bringing her down. The protagonist faces a relentless assault from smaller ants as he continues his attack on the queen ant, their acid sprays forcing him to momentarily retreat. Recognizing the distraction, his ally uses ***air cyclone *** to sweep the smaller ants away from the immediate vicinity, creating space for the protagonist to focus on his target. Another companion coordinates the effort, ensuring the team stays synchronized. The smaller ants are driven back, allowing the protagonist to regain his footing and resume his offensive against the queen without the hindrance of the swarm. The group's teamwork maintains the balance in their favor amidst the chaos of the battle. The protagonist acknowledges the effectiveness of the group's coordinated efforts, but understands that their mana and potion reserves are dwindling. He resolves to end the battle quickly to avoid exhausting their resources. With determination, he focuses his attention back on the queen ant, preparing for a decisive strike. One of his companions maintains defensive maneuvers, ensuring the smaller ants remain at bay, while another provides support, ready to assist. The protagonist seizes an opening, closing in on the queen ant and delivering a powerful, calculated attack aimed at her head, the force of his swing showing his intent to finish the fight. The protagonist launches a relentless assault against the queen ant, slashing her legs with precision to immobilize her further. The queen roars in pain, her massive form struggling to maintain balance as her limbs buckle under the sustained attacks. Taking advantage of her weakened state, the protagonist delivers another powerful blow, forcing her to collapse partially. His companions continue to hold off the remaining swarm, creating space for him to focus entirely on the queen. With unwavering determination, the protagonist prepares for the final strike, aiming to end the battle and secure victory for his team. The protagonist delivers a decisive strike, severing one of the queen ant's remaining legs, with her mobility crippled and her antennae previously damaged. The queen's ability to command her swarm diminishes significantly. She collapses, twitching in pain, her massive form now nearly defenseless. Recognizing her vulnerability, the protagonist channels all his energy into a final attack. With a powerful shout, he raises his sword, preparing to end the battle and ensure the queen cannot recover or regroup her forces. The swarm begins to falter, their connection to their leader weakening with her impending defeat. The protagonist lands a final, powerful blow on the queen ant, causing her massive body to collapse with a heavy thud. The queen's death triggers an immediate reaction among the remaining ants, who begin to scatter aimlessly, their coordination shattered without their leader. The group regroups after the victory, taking in the sight of the swarm dispersing into the distance. They exchange relieved acknowledgments of their survival, recognizing the critical success of their strategy to eliminate the queen. Though exhausted, they express gratitude for one another, knowing that their teamwork ensured they would leave the battlefield alive. The scene closes with a quiet moment of reflection on how close they were to being overwhelmed. The group gathers after the battle, sharing a moment of relief and reflection. The protagonist expresses gratitude and apologizes for the danger they faced. One companion reassures him, pointing out that no one was hurt and acknowledging the success of their strategy. They take stock of their situation, noting the significant loot they earned from defeating the queen ant. One member speculates on the implications of the victory, suggesting that the protagonist's defeat of an A-rank enemy could qualify him for a provisional A-rank. Finally, the group agrees to collect their spoils and leave the area using wind magic to expedite the process, lightheartedly joking about the tedious task of counting their newfound treasures. A few days after the battle, the protagonist reflects on his actions and doubts whether achieving an A-rank status is appropriate for him. Despite his accomplishments, he humbly downplays his achievement, attributing it to only defeating a single A-rank enemy. At the Adventurers Guild in Gamel Branch, he receives his rewards for the mission. Among them is an unexpected lecture from the guild, emphasizing that he should avoid recklessly risking his life, especially given his role as an enchanter. The experience leaves him thoughtful as he considers his growth and responsibilities. The protagonist and his companions sit before a guild official, who acknowledges their involvement in the ant swarm battle. The official notes that the group also rescued some B-rank adventurers from a dire situation during the mission. As recognition of their efforts, the rescued adventurers offer a reward of 3 platinum pieces, an amount equivalent to 300 million yen. The official explains that it is customary to provide such a reward when a higher-ranked adventurer is saved from exceptionally dangerous monsters. The protagonist is visibly taken aback by the reward, deeming it excessive, and hesitates to accept such a significant sum. The scene highlights the gravity of their accomplishment and the gratitude of those they saved. The guild official explains that the reward is justified due to the significant risk the protagonist took to save the adventurers. She emphasizes that without his intervention, those rescued would not have survived. The protagonist, understanding the weight of her words, agrees to accept the reward with gratitude. The official reflects on the mortal danger he faced during the mission and expresses her deep concern. She implores him to value his own safety, stressing that her words are not only due to his value as an enchanter, but also out of genuine care. Her serious tone conveys a wish to never receive news of his demise, leaving the protagonist thoughtful and appreciative of her concern. The guild official, Mona, takes responsibility for requesting that the protagonist assist any adventurers in need during his missions, expressing regret if she overstepped in doing so. She offers her sincere apologies, but the protagonist reassures her that his actions were entirely his own decision, absolving her of any fault. Before leaving, Mona reminds the protagonist that there are people who care deeply for his well-being, more than he may realize. She urges him to remember this as he continues his journey. With a final acknowledgement, she exits the room to call the guild master, leaving the protagonist thoughtful about her words and the connections he has formed. After Mona leaves, the group discusses her reaction, noting that she seemed deeply worried about the protagonist's well-being. They express gratitude for her concern, acknowledging her sincerity. Moments later, an imposing figure enters the room, addressing the protagonist directly. The man, clearly an experienced adventurer, comments on the recent battle with the ants, expressing his disapproval of the protagonist's actions. He criticizes the reckless decision to face such danger, accusing the protagonist of risking not only his life but also the safety of his companions. His stern words convey both frustration and an underlying concern for the protagonist's future choices. As the stern adventurer criticizes the protagonist, one of his companions, Esther, rises in protest, defending him and challenging the guild master's authority. The protagonist quickly intervenes, calming Esther and agreeing with the guild master's criticism. He promises to be more cautious in the future. Acknowledging the apology, the guild master decides to spare him from further reprimand, commenting on the protagonist's ability to take responsibility. Shifting the tone, the guild master mentions he has important news to share, immediately grabbing the group's attention. They prepare to listen as the guild master transitions from critique to delivering significant information. The guild master shares intelligence received from another branch of the guild. He reports that a group of Rosarda nobles has infiltrated the country, disguised as merchants. Among the group of 4, one individual's behavior betrayed their noble status, as they couldn't resist flaunting their superiority. The group had approached the guild under the pretense of requesting an escort, but their actions aroused suspicion. The guild, aware of the situation, decided to monitor the group closely. Loyal adventurers have been assigned to shadow them, ensuring they are under constant observation while the guild gathers more information about their intentions. The guild master reveals critical information about the disguised nobles. Their objective is unveiled: to return the protagonist to Rosarda and install him as king. This revelation highlights their audacity, considering the efforts made to banish him previously. The protagonist questions whether sharing this information is a breach of confidentiality. The guild master acknowledges the legal implications, as client details are typically kept confidential. However, he justifies his disclosure, pointing out that the nobles employed deceit by using false identities, nullifying their trustworthiness and protections. The guild master explains that the nobles' actions have breached their contract, allowing the guild to treat this matter as a personal conflict rather than an international one. This neutrality enables the disclosure of sensitive information to the protagonist. The protagonist inquires if the names of the nobles are known, but the guild master states they have not identified them yet. Reflecting on the situation, The protagonist deduces that any noble attempting to make him king would be loyal to the throne rather than the current crown prince. Through this reasoning, he identifies the only individual bold enough to disguise themselves and cross the border. Confident in his deduction, he resolves his next steps. The guild master identifies the noble behind the plot as Marquess Tinner, a notorious elitist known for his brutality toward commoners. He inherited leadership of the royalists after his father, a governor-general, was executed. Currently, Tinner is located in the capital, unaware of the protagonist's presence in Gamel. The guild master notes this advantage, while the protagonist considers the potential risks. He contemplates warning his allies, Chris and Sacred Flame, and ensuring that the palace is on alert. Additionally, he plans to evacuate his maids to the Brand estate to safeguard them from possible danger. The members of the guild explain the situation surrounding the adventurers from Lyre. They reveal that the group had taken a detour to avoid a brewing conflict between the depths of Purgatory and the emissaries. This decision led them directly into the swarm of ants. When asked, the protagonist clarifies that the Lyre adventurers did not directly cause damage to their expedition. However, their encounter disrupted their mining expedition, forcing it to end prematurely to avoid escalation. The guild members reflect on the chaotic circumstances that resulted in this chain of events. The guild official suggests filing a formal complaint against both clanmasters responsible for the chaos caused by the two large factions, expressing frustration at their interference with adventurers and the protagonist. The protagonist agrees, acknowledging the escalating tension between the depths of Purgatory and their rivals. The guildmaster reflects on the growing challenge of managing these powerful clans and their disruptive influence on guild activities. The guildmaster advises the protagonist to stay cautious and keep a low profile as tensions continue to rise. The protagonist contemplates the warning, showing a quiet resolve. Outside, the city is shrouded in a foreboding atmosphere, the overcast sky hinting at the brewing conflict that looms over them all. In the emissary's clubhouse, a leader vents his frustration about the complications caused by a claim involving the protagonist, referring to him dismissively as the enchanter brat. Surrounded by his subordinates, he considers the situation precarious due to the involvement of a highly ranked individual. The group acknowledges their lack of authority to act until Herbert returns, adding to their frustration as tensions within their ranks simmer. The leader of the emissaries commands his men to maintain a low profile while referencing Herbert and the Third Army's expedition into the dungeon's depths. He anticipates Herbert's outrage upon learning about the situation, underscoring the looming tension and potential conflict. Meanwhile, a shadowy and imposing figure, flanked by several soldiers, hints at a deeper and more dangerous force at play. Within the depths of Purgatory Clubhouse, a group of robed individuals discusses the current tensions. They acknowledge the guild's involvement after a conflict between their members and the emissaries, noting that the guild has received a claim for compensation. While one expresses satisfaction with the guild protecting their interests, another voices concern about potential trouble. Their conversation shifts to a particular interest in Zinc, indicating that his actions have not gone unnoticed. Outside, the setting reveals a quiet street, hinting at an undercurrent of tension beneath the seemingly calm exterior. The scene intensifies as a cloaked figure declares a grave order from the kingdom of Nazar. His piercing gaze and shadowed visage amplify the ominous statement. They have been commanded to assassinate Zinc. The atmosphere grows heavier, foreshadowing imminent danger and the unfolding of a perilous conspiracy targeting Zinc's life. The Depths of Purgatory, a significant clan in Gamel, reveals its intricate ties to international conflicts. Its leaders were deployed to Qual by Nazar, a neighboring kingdom, to gather intelligence. Discussions suggest that Queen Melissa decided against reinstating her stepson Zinc, deeming assassination a less troublesome option. The plot thickens as it is unveiled that Elliot, her son, orchestrated Zinc's exile, highlighting deep-rooted familial betrayal. The clan emblem stands ominously as these conspiracies unfold. The ruling figures of Nazar deliberate on Zinc's refusal to submit to their kingdom, noting his intent to settle in Qual as a potential threat. The task to prevent this outcome is assigned to the Depths of Purgatory, who face severe consequences should they fail. The leaders acknowledge the challenge posed by the Maze Runner's prominence, pondering the availability of capable operatives for this high-risk mission. Their fate now hinges on their ability to execute this delicate operation successfully. A high-ranking member of the Depths of Purgatory steps forward, volunteering to undertake the assassination mission. Confident in his abilities as an assassin, he asserts that no one else is better suited for the task. The leaders strategize to disguise the operation as the work of the emissaries, ensuring Zinc believes they were responsible. They emphasize the importance of creating chaos in Qual to destabilize the region while warning the operative to stay vigilant. With the plan set, the assassin prepares to execute his mission. After a few days, Zinc, Ian, Esther, and Nina gather to review their progress. Zinc, now level 147, mentions enchanting items for the group. Ian shares that his wind magic skill has surpassed level 100, standing at level 126 overall. Esther has reached level 85, while Nina, at level 13, is now level 97. The group acknowledges their significant growth following their encounter with the ant swarm. Amid the discussion, Nina celebrates her 13th birthday, marking a moment of light-hearted camaraderie among the adventurers. The group prepares for their next venture into the dungeon. Zinc declares their plan to move beyond the floor with the ants and push forward to reach the safe zone at floor 26. He explains that from that point onwards, the environment transitions into a frost area, a region known for its severe cold where only seasoned adventurers typically venture. Recognizing the need to adapt, the group discusses acquiring winter clothing to endure the freezing conditions. Nina wonders how cold it will get, while Ian notes that he's never experienced such an environment before. They decide to prioritize equipping themselves with appropriate gear for the challenges ahead. The group discusses their new objective, clearing new floors within the dungeon. Zinc emphasizes that they are not focused on gathering items or minerals this time, making floor exploration their top priority. Esther acknowledges this with determination. As they travel through the scenic countryside, Zinc reflects on his inherited memories from Jinkiru's past in Japan, pondering what the extreme cold might feel like. The view around them contrasts with their impending challenges, with picturesque fields, mountains, and windmills surrounding their path. Meanwhile, Ian and Nina share a light moment, preparing themselves mentally and physically for the adventure ahead. The group continues onward, ready to face the unknown. The team enters the icy terrain of floor 26, greeted by an unforgiving blizzard and towering ice structures. The chilling wind immediately bites into them, far harsher than anything they anticipated, and even Zinc comments on its intensity compared to Japan's winters. Determined to press forward, Zinc rallies the group, urging them to utilize their athletic enchantments for a non-stop push toward the boss room. As the biting cold becomes unbearable, Ian casts an air curtain to shield the team from the harsh wind, forming a protective barrier to keep them warm. The group huddles together, drawing strength from Ian's quick action, ready to push onward through the frozen expanse. The team progresses cautiously through the icy terrain, their protective air curtain keeping the harsh winds at bay. Suddenly, Ian detects movement ahead. A pack of ferocious ice wolves appears, baring their sharp fangs and emitting guttural growls as they charge toward the group. Reacting swiftly, Ian unleashes a powerful air slicer, slicing through the advancing wolves. Zinc follows up with his own spell, Water Arrow, aiming precise projectiles at the remaining beasts. The combination of their attacks successfully neutralizes the immediate threat, with the pack scattering or succumbing to their injuries. The team trudges through the icy depths, observing the frozen wasteland around them. Zinc notices the scarcity of resources, remarking on how the intense cold has turned even his Water Arrow spells into solid ice, highlighting the challenging environment. Nina curiously asks about something called a popsicle after Zinc casually mentions it, to which he promises to explain later, teasing her with the idea of something she will enjoy. Meanwhile, Ian reflects on how tough it was to reach this point, marveling at how other adventurers might have handled similar conditions. Finally, the group arrives at the entrance to the floor's boss room. Despite their efforts and athletic enhancements, the journey has taken them 2 days of arduous travel, and the group steels themselves for the challenge that awaits. The group takes a brief moment to prepare before confronting the boss. Zinc showcases his latest creation, a towering metal golem crafted using alchemy during their training sessions. The golem, etched with runes, exudes an imposing presence as it stands ready to assist them in battle. Esther and Ian watch in awe as Zinc effortlessly commands the golem to lift a heavy barrel, demonstrating its strength and utility. The team nods in approval, realizing that this alchemic marvel could provide them with a significant advantage in the upcoming encounter. As the group steps into the next chamber, Zinc hints at an idea he wants to experiment with, keeping the rest curious about his plan. The room shifts in temperature, transitioning from the freezing exterior to a comfortable, room temperature atmosphere. This change prompts the group to remove their heavy winter gear for easier mobility. The rumbling sound of shifting stone fills the air, and their eyes are drawn to the large circular rune markings on the floor, hinting at the significance of the chamber. In the background, the subtle movement of a concealed creature looms, hinting at an impending confrontation. As the group prepares themselves, a massive acrocanth, classified as Ranka, emerges with an intimidating roar, its sharp scales glinting under the chamber's light. Zinc quickly analyzes its strengths, noting its powerful athleticism, biting ability, and an intimidating aura. He urgently commands the team to avoid direct physical confrontation, as the creature's tough scales make physical attacks ineffective. Instead, Zinc emphasizes using magic while evading its lethal bite. The group shifts into position, their expressions tense as the acrocanth charges forward, signaling the start of a fierce battle. The acrocanth lunges forward with a ferocious snap of its jaws, narrowly missing Ian, who deftly dodges and regains his stance. Zinc, standing back, begins muttering an incantation, focusing his energy to prepare a powerful spell. The acrocanth, momentarily distracted, redirects its focus toward Esther, who raises her shield and braces for the attack. Ian unleashes an air cyclone with precision, the force disrupting the creature's momentum and buying the group a moment to reposition. Esther, maintaining her defense, signals to Zinc as he continues to charge his magic, preparing for a decisive move against the beast. The team executes a coordinated attack as Zinc casts a powerful water tornado, enveloping the acrocanth in a spiraling torrent of water. The beast struggles against the relentless force, letting out a deafening roar as it collapses under the onslaught. Esther, Ian, and Nina regroup, marveling at the efficiency of their combined abilities. Esther reflects on the amplified strength of their magic, crediting Zinc's enchanting skills for their swift victory. Ian, analyzing the outcome, acknowledges the lack of special abilities in the creature as a factor in their success. Despite the ease of the battle, Zinc appears contemplative, considering the overwhelming advantage their enchantments provide. As the acrocanth lies defeated on the frosty floor, Zinc and his group enter the safe area, marked by an intricate archway, signaling a temporary reprieve from their journey. Nina expresses relief, looking forward to a much-needed break. The scene transitions to a bustling campsite within the safe zone, where various adventurers, emissaries, and members of the Purgatory clan gather. The atmosphere is tense, and their rugged appearances reflect the hardships endured on the dungeon floors. Zinc observes the crowd, noting their worn-out and battle-hardened demeanor. Among them, a few individuals stand out, casting glances at the newcomers, their intentions unclear. Zinc is approached by Leon from the Elder Tree clan, who recognizes him and expresses gratitude for the orc stew Zinc had shared in the past. Leon's warm demeanor contrasts with the tense surroundings of emissaries and Purgatory members. Leon invites Zinc to move to a more comfortable spot, noting that the crowd might be making him uneasy. As they relocate, Zinc offers Leon a drink of hot milk from a white cow, an unusual but welcoming gesture in the harsh environment. Leon accepts the drink appreciatively, fostering a moment of camaraderie amidst the challenging circumstances. Leon explains to Zinc that the Frost area's harsh environment is particularly challenging for children, and notes that the younger members of Zinc's group have already fallen asleep from exhaustion. He acknowledges the strain of the Frost area, which is demanding even for adults. Leon shares that his group, part of the Third Army, is responsible for supporting the First and Second Armies by managing supplies and communications as they explore deeper floors. He clarifies that multiple 3rd Army units from other clans are stationed here, making the area a key logistical hub. Zinc observes the extended stay of these units and remarks on their condition after spending weeks or months in this frigid environment. Zinc offers Leon some water in exchange for critical information about the upcoming floors in the dungeon. Although the protagonist strikes down a large creature, referred to as a green calf, preparing to use its meat for dinner. 2 companions stand nearby, ready to assist in processing the kill. One companion steps forward to take their turn, while the group collectively acknowledges the sufficient supply of meat for both their personal use and to sell to the guild. The group relaxes after finishing their meal, seated on a picnic blanket with empty plates and bowls. The protagonist leans back, satisfied, while one companion praises the meal's quality, noting it exceeded expectations. Another expresses delight at the food. The conversation shifts to the local wildlife as one companion mentions encountering white cows and minotaurs, commenting on the abundance of bovine monsters in the area. Nearby, 2 white cows graze peacefully, and their milk is highlighted as a noteworthy resource, as good as the meat they just enjoyed. One of the protagonist's companions points out that the protagonist's wind magic has leveled up, encouraging him to try using the air tornado spell he has been practicing. The protagonist acknowledges the advice with excitement, feeling confident in his ability to support the group better now. He is warned, however, about the spell's shorter range compared to Cyclone, managing expectations. Meanwhile, another companion discusses minotaurs, describing their meat as unsuitable for consumption and useful only for crafting. The conversation shifts to the impracticality of the minotaur's great axe due to its weight. As the group prepares to continue their journey, the protagonist notices something and momentarily pauses. 2 exhausted strangers emerge from the tall grass, one supporting the other as they struggle to move forward. The leading man encourages his injured companion, urging him to hang on as they are almost out of danger. They stumble upon the protagonist and his group, collapsing nearby. Concerned, the protagonist asks if they are okay. The stranger quickly acknowledges the group's presence but urges them to hurry to safety as well, cryptically mentioning ants. The protagonist, puzzled by the situation, questions what is happening while observing the visibly distressed strangers. The strangers reveal they encountered an ant nest in the area and were unlucky enough to run into a swarm of aggressive, monstrous ants. A shadowy, towering figure looms over the swarm, emphasizing the danger. When asked about their other party members, the strangers admit that they are the only survivors, grimly acknowledging that the others have likely fallen to the ants. The protagonist, unfamiliar with fighting such creatures, offers to heal the injured stranger in exchange for information about the ants, seeking to understand the threat better. As the protagonist heals the injured stranger, the group discusses the threat posed by the monstrous ants. The stranger explains that individually, the ants are manageable, but their overwhelming numbers make them a serious danger. They attack with their front claws and spew acid, adding to their lethality. When asked about weaknesses, the stranger reveals that the ants are covered in thick shells but are weak to fire. This prompts concern from the protagonist, who has only recently learned fire magic, while his companions primarily use water and wind spells. The mismatched abilities against this specific enemy create a challenging situation for the group to consider. The strangers warn the protagonist and his group about the ants, emphasizing their fierce defense of their queen and the difficulty of advancing past floor 24, where the ants are located. They note that only large groups of sorcerers, typically clans, can handle the challenge effectively. The protagonist and his companions, determined to move forward, are advised to avoid fighting the ants if possible. The grateful strangers thank the group for their help before the protagonist decides on their next move. He resolves to proceed carefully but with purpose toward floor 24, with his companions following close behind, one noticing the protagonist deep in thought. The group reaches floor 24, finding themselves in a vast open area populated by grazing bovine creatures. Observing their surroundings, one companion comments on the size of the area, noting it is larger than expected due to the presence of the ant nest. The protagonist ponders the depth of the area, clearly contemplating the challenges ahead. He carefully observes the creatures, appearing to assess their behavior or possible significance. Meanwhile, the group remains alert, aware that they are in the heart of a potentially dangerous zone. As the group observes their surroundings, the nearby bovine creatures suddenly react, dashing away in alarm. The protagonist and his companions tense up, noticing the unusual behavior. A low rumbling begins to resonate through the ground, prompting the protagonist to question if it's an earthquake. The rumbling intensifies, and the group looks around in growing concern. One companion spots something in the distance and calls the protagonist's attention, pointing out the source of the disturbance. The tension rises as they prepare for what may come. A swarm of monstrous ants emerges, chasing down the protagonist and his group. They run at full speed, trying to stay ahead of the relentless creatures. The ground continues to rumble with the stampede of the ants behind them. One of the ants manages to close the distance, latching onto a member of the group. In a moment of desperation, they struggle to free themselves, shouting for the creature to back off. The swarm grows closer as more ants appear, creating an intense and dangerous situation that demands immediate action. The group is fully immersed in the chaos, fighting to survive the overwhelming onslaught. One of the group members is attacked by an ant's acidic spray, screaming in pain as the corrosive substance hits their arm. A nearby ally rushes to support them, but the swarm continues to press forward aggressively. The protagonist observes the advancing mass, estimating their numbers to be at least 5,000. He questions whether their current spells will be sufficient to handle such an overwhelming. A group of 4 individuals stands amidst a lush outdoor setting. The central figure, a young man with striking features, appears to be explaining something to the group with a calm demeanor. 2 women listen attentively, one of them visibly distressed as she processes the information. Another man, standing with his arms crossed and a sword at his side, seems contemplative. The tension is palpable as they discuss the implications of betrayal and hidden spies within their midst. The group continues their discussion, shifting focus to the trustworthiness of the guildmaster, Dan. The young man with a calm yet inquisitive demeanor recalls how Dan warned him about an imminent threat, despite having reasons to act against him. A second man argues that Dan, as guildmaster, has the capacity to assist spies in their plans, casting doubt on his loyalty. Meanwhile, another perspective is introduced through a reflection on Dan's past actions, including a situation involving someone's father, where Dan seemingly went out of his way to help. The scene closes with the 2 men standing in contemplation, one considering the possibility of a calculated deception. The group deliberates in a tense atmosphere. A woman with a stern expression points out that 2 spies from Purgatory have been identified, both claiming to have received intelligence from the guildmaster. Another woman warns them to be cautious in their next steps. A muscular man suggests that Dan's reaction to the news will reveal the truth, emphasizing the importance of reporting the situation. The young man, appearing decisive, suggests they leave the maze promptly to avoid further danger and head back to the surface to inform the guild of their findings. The scene ends with a lingering air of urgency as they prepare to move. The group gathers as the young leader addresses them with a plan. He emphasizes the need to conceal their awareness of the assassination plot by Purgatory, urging everyone to act naturally. A younger girl, determined and spirited, insists on her capability, declaring her maturity despite her youthful age. Another member gently teases her about her expressive nature, prompting a mix of embarrassment and resolve. The scene transitions to an exterior view of a grand building, where a startling revelation is made, intensifying the stakes. The group convenes in a serious discussion about the revelation that the depths of Purgatory are connected to Nazar intelligence officers and have been operating covertly for over a decade. A muscular man reacts in shock to this information, while a composed woman presents the details with confidence. The others listen intently, their expressions marked by a mix of concern and contemplation. The young leader, addressed as Dan, evaluates the situation silently. When prompted for a decision, he concludes that if the kingdom of Nazar is involved, he must escalate the matter to the King of Qual, marking a pivotal step in their strategy. The group gathers in a serious discussion in a furnished room. The guildmaster explains that the mere presence of Nazar spies isn't enough to disband the Purgatories, as the guild maintains a neutral stance. a young man acknowledges the gravity of the situation. Noting that escalation could lead to war with Nazar, he proposes they take matters into their own hands, focusing on capturing the assassins while leaving the political repercussions to the kingdoms. The muscular man, showing determination, declares the need for undeniable evidence against the purgatories. He volunteers to navigate the maze himself, stating his role as guildmaster requires him to witness an assassination attempt firsthand. The scene is filled with resolve as the plan takes shape. The group prepares for the next step as the young leader agrees to proceed together. One of the members secretly reflects on the opportunity this presents to separate Dan from the guild, questioning the intent behind the plan. Tension builds as suspicions surface, with a member rising abruptly and confronting Dan about his awareness of the unfolding events. Dan remains composed but realizes the others had anticipated his actions, leaving him a step behind. The scene ends with a subtle assertion of independence, as one member coldly informs Dan to manage his own provisions, marking a strange shift in their dynamic. The guildmaster acknowledges the group's lack of trust in him, admitting his failure to realize the situation despite years of leadership. Determined, he vows to take responsibility and promises to carry his share of the burden in their upcoming mission. The group collectively agrees to prepare for departure the following day, excusing themselves from further discussion. Later, in a private moment, the guildmaster reflects on a past achievement, his successful infiltration of the depths of purgatory. He closes the door behind him, signaling a moment of solitude and introspection as he steels himself for the challenges ahead. In a lighthearted exchange outside a village, one of the men encourages another to join their mission, laughing and teasing about the seriousness of facing the purgatories. The other clenches his fist in silent determination, showing his resolve to prove himself capable. Meanwhile, the young leader, seated inside, meticulously prepares a message for the king. He secures the letter in a case, reflecting on its importance before preparing to send it off, marking a critical step in the group's unfolding plans. The young man examines a vial labeled as Truth Serum, reflecting on its purpose and the moral implications of its use. He recalls how House Non-Land, his former noble family, employed various substances against their enemies. Before his exile, he had taken a few of these items for emergencies, never anticipating he would actually use them. As he contemplates his actions, his inner conflict surfaces, noting that Jinkiru's conscience is beginning to interfere with his decisions, despite his training as a noble. The group gathers in a restricted area the next day, preparing for their mission. One member acknowledges Dan's role in ensuring their access. A man begins to don a disguise, explaining that his face is too recognizable to proceed without concealment. Meanwhile, another attempts to lighten the mood with a playful suggestion, only to be met with a dismissive retort. Elsewhere, the young leader contemplates the gravity of their situation, clutching the truth serum and reflecting on the dangers faced by him and the others. Resolving to stay firm, he steels himself for the challenges ahead. The team prepares for their descent into the dungeon, discussing how to ensure Dan can keep up with their pace. One member hands Dan a set of enchanted Manga bracelets, designed to enhance his athletic abilities. Dan gratefully accepts them, acknowledging their utility. Meanwhile, another member notes internally that even with the buffs, their own stats remain superior. Keeping a cautious watch on Dan, the group, now ready and determined, begins their journey, moving purposefully towards their goal of reaching the 15th floor. The sound of their steps echoes as they advance deeper into the dungeon. The group reaches the 14th floor of the maze, pausing after a relentless 4-hour run. One member, exhausted and leaning heavily on his staff, questions whether the others always move at such a grueling pace. The younger leader confirms with a matter-of-fact response, suggesting they take a brief break since no threats appear nearby. Despite the rest, the fatigued member complains about the difficulty, reminding the leader of the strain he's already under. The leader coolly counters, pointing out the prior agreement to carry one's own weight in the mission, reinforcing the group's no excuses mentality. The group takes a break to enjoy a meal, with a spread of deliciously prepared food laid out. One member, visibly astonished by the feast, struggles to reconcile the luxurious spread with their situation. Feeling outdone by Nina's cooking skills, the group engages in a conversation as the young leader initiates a playful yet pointed question. Asking if Dan has a history with gambling, Dan admits to having dabbled in it before his wife made him quit, brushing off the question with a gruff demeanor. Seizing the opportunity, the leader proposes a bet for fun, introducing a vial of truth serum once used by his noble family, House Nonland, to interrogate enemies. He reveals his plan to test its effectiveness on the purgatories, admitting uncertainty about its potency. The mood is tense but laced with a hint of lightheartedness as the group prepares for the next phase. The group gathers as the young leader proposes an unconventional plan, a drinking contest using diluted truth serum. He explains his intent to experiment with the serum's dosage, admitting he only brought the pure version and isn't sure how best to dilute it. He reveals that ingesting high concentrations can cause severe anxiety and even psychological trauma. Dan, unfazed by the risks, assures the group he has antidotes on hand and notes that the others possess healing magic. However, another member reacts with alarm, pleading against the risky experiment, citing the harm the serum has caused to others in the past. The tension escalates as the group wrestles with the ethical and practical implications of the proposal. The tension heightens as the young leader offers to drink the truth serum first, framing it as part of a game-like contest. He sets stakes for Dan. If Dan wins, he will receive a platinum coin and be invited to share meals with the group. Dan, incredulous, questions the seriousness of the proposal, warning of the potential consequences of using the serum so casually. The young leader challenges Dan's integrity. Expressing doubt about Dan's claim of ignorance regarding the purgatories, he positions the serum test as a means to compel honesty. Dan, visibly irritated, accuses the leader of suspecting him of collaborating with the enemy, defending himself with an edge of frustration as the standoff between them continues. The young leader proposes to share the risk of the drinking contest, acknowledging the stakes and attempting to level the playing field. Dan, despite initial skepticism, accepts the challenge, preparing himself for the unconventional test. With a mix of bravado and determination, he warns the younger challenger to be careful, declaring confidently that he'll outlast him in the contest. The truth serum is set out with cups ready for the challenge. Meanwhile, the other members of the group watch the scene unfold from the sidelines, their expressions a mix of concern and intrigue as they await the outcome of this tense and peculiar standoff. The drinking contest begins, with Dan and the young leader taking turns sipping the truth serum-laced drink. The surrounding group watches in silence, their expressions serious as the tension builds. As Dan drinks, flashes of internal turmoil appear, voices from his past echo in his mind, taunting him with accusations of failure and exile. Despite the psychological strain, Dan maintains his composure, continuing to drink. The young leader, though amused, keeps a wary eye on his opponent. The atmosphere remains heavy. With the contest becoming more than just a test of endurance, it's a battle against their own inner demons. The contest escalates as both participants push themselves to the limit. Dan takes another swig of the drink, visibly straining under its effects, but refusing to falter. The young leader drinks as well, grimacing as he forces the liquid down. Dan lets out a taunting laugh, challenging his opponent with a defiant question, "Is that all?" Despite his bold front, the tension in his expression reveals the toll the serum is taking. The atmosphere is electric as Dan slams his cup down with a thud, his eyes wide and a triumphant laugh escaping him, determined to outlast his opponent. The effects of the truth serum begin to take hold, and Dan is confronted by a haunting vision. A distorted figure accuses him, its voice booming with blame, shouting, "And it's your fault." The spectral image looms over Dan, its grotesque features filling him with guilt and terror. In a moment of reflection, Dan recalls a happier memory of a smiling companion who supported him. The weight of the accusation sinks in as he admits to himself that the figure is right. He should have acted sooner to save someone from the clutches of the purgatories, regardless of the cost. This revelation deepens the emotional struggle brought on by the serum's psychological effects. Dan reflects on his past as memories surface, driven by the serum's effects. He recalls meeting a once strong adventurer who had become a broken man after their paths diverged. Despite the sadness of parting ways, Dan had been content knowing the man was forging his own path. Later, an information broker brought grim news. The man had reportedly died during a maze run, an accident linked to Nazar's purgatories. Dan had dismissed similar rumors before, believing them mere hearsay about adventurers disappearing after joining the purgatories. However, the current events involving Zinc have made Dan question everything. He clenches his fists as the weight of realization sets in. The Nazar faction was behind it all. The scene closes with the imagery of blood splatters, representing the betrayal and anger festering within him. Dan is consumed by guilt and reflection, questioning how many lives and futures were destroyed because of his inaction. He wonders how different things might have been if he hadn't been so stubborn, lamenting his inability to stop the rapid growth of the purgatories on his own. He recalls his frustrations after becoming guildmaster, unable to investigate the purgatories properly due to their powerful ties with influential nobles that rendered them untouchable. Despite the past failures, Dan sees a glimmer of hope through an unexpected turn of events. Zinc has created an opportunity to expose the purgatories. Resolving not to run away this time, Dan looks toward his companions with renewed determination. Together, they stand ready to face the challenges ahead, their shared mission driving them forward. Dan regains consciousness, his voice filled with defiance as he declares his resolve to protect Zinc and his companions. He shouts that no one will touch them, swearing to defend them over his dead body. The intensity of his words highlights the depth of his commitment. As he sits up, disoriented, he realizes he had been knocked out cold. The young leader and the others stand nearby, observing him with a mix of concern and determination. The atmosphere is heavy as Dan, still recovering, processes the situation and reaffirms his resolve to stand with the group against their enemies. The atmosphere grows solemn as the young leader kneels before Dan, expressing deep regret for subjecting him to the truth serum. He apologizes sincerely, admitting that the situation was his doing. Another member joins in, apologizing as well, acknowledging the weight of their actions. Dan, surprisingly forgiving, dismisses their concerns, reassuring them that he understands their motivations. He emphasizes that their experience has only strengthened his resolve to dismantle the purgatories. He even offers to accept punishment if necessary, showing his humility. Another member points out the silver lining. They now know Dan has no connections with the purgatories. However, a lingering question remains about how the assassins managed to acquire their critical information. The group reflects on this unresolved issue, determined to uncover the truth as they prepare for their next steps. The group continues questioning Dan about any past interactions with the purgatories. Dan vehemently denies ever leaking information or collaborating with them. But upon further prompting, he recalls a confrontation from 5 years ago. Dan explains that he faced one of the purgatories during his rank promotion exam. He admits with some frustration that he was defeated, vividly remembering the opponent's smug expression. However, he struggles to connect this encounter with the current situation, unable to determine how it could have led to sensitive information being leaked. The young leader concludes that the assassin must be apprehended to uncover the truth. He emphasizes the importance of hearing the full story directly from the source, solidifying their next objective. The panel reveals the rare ability known as gift, empathy, a unique power possessed by individuals who have endured severe injuries in the past. Once activated, this ability allows the user to delve into the thoughts, emotions, and secrets of their target, uncovering all associated information. However, it comes with a heavy cost. It demands immense mental strength and can only be used once every 10 days. Meanwhile, in a distant jungle area, chaos ensues as screams echo through the dense foliage. The scene hints at a critical event unfolding in the jungle. Its connection to the story's main characters yet to be revealed. The tension rises as these seemingly disparate elements begin to converge. Chaos erupts as one of the cloaked figures screams in agony, clutching his head and begging for the pain to stop. His frantic movements suggest he is overwhelmed by something unseen, while others in the group scramble to understand what is happening. One person commands him to get it together, but the suffering figure cannot compose himself. Nearby, another cloaked individual explains that the affected man had attuned to the guildmaster through the use of empathy, as he had done before. However, this time something went terribly wrong. A third figure speculates with growing dread that their actions tapping into the Guildmaster's mind may have been discovered, resulting in this catastrophic backlash. The group is left in disarray, struggling to cope with the consequences of their intrusion. The cloaked group continues to panic, trying to understand how their intrusion into the Guildmaster's mind was discovered. One member, visibly shaken, wonders aloud how the information could have been leaked. Another suggests the possibility that the Guildmaster is being subjected to psychological torment in retaliation for their actions. The leader of the group, his expression dark with rage, concludes they can no longer wait. He orders all assassins within the maze to mobilize immediately, determined to eliminate the Guildmaster before further complications arise. His chilling resolve is clear as he declares, "We're gonna kill that bastard." Meanwhile, the young leader, likely aware of the escalating threat, appears ready to confront whatever may come next. The chaos within the cloaked group intensifies as one member, still overwhelmed by the mental backlash, writhes on the ground in agony, screaming uncontrollably. Another member, frustrated and exasperated, demands that someone shut this guy up, but a third acknowledges that it's easier said than done. The leader of the group, visibly stressed, mutters about Zinc and his companions, accusing them of pushing their enemies to the brink by breaking their spirits. The scene captures the disarray and desperation among the cloaked figures, as their cohesion crumbles under the psychological and emotional strain brought about by their failed attempt to manipulate the Guildmaster. The cloaked group faces a new threat as the sky fills with the ominous flapping of massive wings. Above the treetops, a group of wyverns descends, their imposing forms casting shadows over the forest. One member of the group, already distressed, lashes out at those attempting to help, screaming, "Don't touch me! Leave me alone!" Meanwhile, another member shouts in alarm, realizing their location may have been exposed. As the wyverns close in, the group quickly prepares for the oncoming danger, their expressions a mix of fear and urgency. The tense atmosphere underscores the imminent peril as survival becomes their immediate priority. The group erupts into a heated argument as the wyverns draw closer. One member accuses another of suggesting they abandon Jay, the valuable empath, who is still incapacitated and unable to move. The other defends the idea, insisting they have no choice but to use him as bait to ensure their survival, claiming it's the only way to escape alive. As the tension escalates, another member reminds them of the odds. They might manage to handle a single wyvern, but against 3, survival seems impossible. "Is this how you want it to end?" he shouts, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Amid the chaos, one of the members makes a decision and dashes away, apologizing as he flees the scene. His departure leaves the group further strained, facing a desperate situation with no clear path to safety. The situation reaches a tragic climax as one of the wyverns targets Jay, who is too incapacitated to react. Jay stands motionless, hiccuping and unaware of the impending danger. The wyvern strikes with ferocious speed, its jaws snapping shut around him in an instant. The powerful beast takes flight, lifting Jay's lifeless body into the air as blood spills from its mouth. The rest of the group looks on in horror, powerless to intervene. The scene emphasizes the brutal reality of their predicament, with the wyverns asserting their dominance over the chaotic battlefield. The cloaked group, now in full retreat, flees from the wyverns, their breaths ragged as they struggle to escape the relentless pursuit. The leader, consumed with anger, shouts a vengeful promise, blaming Zinc for their predicament and vowing to make him pay. Meanwhile, somewhere distant, Zinc sneezes. Oblivious to the chaos his name is stirring, his expression reflects a mix of surprise and mild discomfort, a humorous contrast to the intensity of the situation the cloaked group faces. The juxtaposition of scenes underscores the growing tension between the groups while briefly lightening the mood. The group arrives on the icy and unforgiving 26th floor of the maze, shivering as the cold bites through their clothing. One of the members complains loudly about the freezing conditions, declaring they'll never get used to such harsh weather. The leader rallies the group, suggesting they stick to the same plan as last time. Meanwhile, another member, desperate for warmth, urges Zinc to summon a creature to help them endure the cold. Zinc, caught off guard, hesitates and admits, "Ah, what's a summon? The response leaves the freezing member incredulous. Shouting in frustration and disbelief, their shivering intensifying. The group discusses the common methods adventurers use to traverse the freezing area of the 26th floor, summoning monsters adapted to the cold, such as sled-pulling beasts or domesticated salamanders that radiate heat, is a typical strategy for surviving this harsh environment. However, Zinc and his team admit they've never used such techniques. Summoning isn't part of their skill set, and it wasn't included in any of the strategy guides they've relied on. Instead, they rely on a practical approach, creating an air curtain for protection and lighting lanterns to generate warmth. The practical yet resourceful method raises a question from a team member about how they plan to proceed, highlighting their determination to adapt despite the lack of summoning capabilities. The group discusses their strategy for dealing with the extreme cold of the 26th floor. Zinc confidently suggests relying on their high athletics stats to simply push through the icy environment, earning a skeptical remark from Dan about brute forcing their way forward. Zinc reveals his recent improvement in fire magic, demonstrating a flame in his hand that he claims will keep them warm within the air curtain. He reassures the group, explaining that this method, combined with their athletic buffs, will suffice. Dan reluctantly agrees, stating he has no better ideas. He covers his face against the cold and acknowledges Zinc's plan, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Meanwhile, Zinc asks Dan to keep watch as he focuses on maintaining his spells, promising that the added buffs will make the journey easier than before. The group enters the boss room on the 30th floor, immediately confronting a massive Arcanath, the floor's guardian. The creature lunges at them with ferocity, but the team is prepared. A coordinated attack unfolds. One member unleashes a powerful spell, while another strikes with their blade, dealing critical damage. The battle is swift and decisive. The Arcanath, despite its formidable appearance, falls to the ground with a resounding thud, defeated in under a minute. Dan watches the scene unfold and comments on the brevity of the fight, his expression calm but acknowledging the group's strength. The team's efficiency and synergy shine as they clear yet another challenging floor of the labyrinth. The group pauses to strategize after their victory in the boss room. Zinc suggests taking a break and discussing their next move, but one member expresses concern about heading to the nearby safe zone, citing the presence of many purgatories and an unpleasant smell. Despite this, the group sets up a small camp and prepares for a meal. Nina enthusiastically announces that dinner is ready, presenting a tray with food and white cow milk sherbets, lifting the spirits of the team. As they settle in, Zinc notes they have an hour before the next wave of monsters spawns. He casually mentions that if anything spawns early, they'll take it down for experience and loot, showing their confidence and preparation. The group shares a quiet moment during their meal. Zinc, trying to lighten the mood, offers his share to Dan, who refuses, saying Zinc still has growing to do. A brief exchange reveals lingering tension about past events, but Zinc insists he has moved on and encourages Dan to do the same. The conversation shifts to planning their next move. Zinc outlines the strategy. They will pretend to explore the tropical floor while using their knowledge of its layout to lure out the purgatories. Their familiarity with the floor's strategic points gives them confidence in executing their plan. The group stands amidst dense overgrowth, discussing their next steps. Zinc points out the difficulty of navigating the tropical floor due to the thick vegetation, but suggests that using the perception skill will give them an edge. The others agree, but Dan notes that the same advantage could apply to their enemies. Zinc frames the situation as a test of patience and willpower, declaring it a battle of wits. Meanwhile, Dan raises a critical concern. The purgatories seem to have some level of access to the guild's internal information, a troubling sign of their reach and influence. He admits not knowing how they manage it, but emphasizes the significance of their power. As the conversation wraps up, the group moves toward a safe zone, signaled by distant rumbling. They remain cautious, fully aware of the challenges that lie ahead, both in the environment and in their conflict with the purgatories. The group walks confidently into a bustling settlement, their leader reminding everyone to act natural. Despite their composed demeanor, their surroundings are filled with watchful eyes and a tense atmosphere. Their attempt to blend in is met with varying reactions. Some locals take casual notice, while others exchange suspicious glances. A few individuals in the crowd appear particularly wary, subtly monitoring the group's movements. As they proceed, their awareness of the scrutiny around them heightens, but they maintain their facade, fully aware that any misstep could compromise their mission. The group has set up camp on the tropical floor, enjoying a moment of reprieve amidst the lush and wild surroundings. One of the members, visibly refreshed, remarks on the luxury of having a portable setup that includes a bathtub and other essentials stored in their magical box of holding. The light-hearted comment about Oniai-sama being able to bring a whole bathroom underscores the resourcefulness and preparedness of their team. In the background, the dense jungle stretches into the horizon, teeming with the mystery and danger of this level. The group discusses the lack of attacks from the enemy forces known as the Purgatories, wondering if their mission has been suspended or if they are simply being strategic. Meanwhile, the protagonist demonstrates his determination to continue. Even exhausted after a whole week on alert, he comments on the increase in his perception level, now at level 6, indicating progress in his abilities. Finally, with a confident smile, he decides to test his newly improved power, revealing the lightheartedness and determination that are typical of his personality. The jewels shining on his hands emphasize the seriousness and effort involved in preparing for what lies ahead. Zinc explains his strategy to the group, mentioning that he has applied perception enchantments to his accessories, increasing his abilities to a range of about 200 units. This will allow him to see the entire floor, but at the cost of being completely vulnerable while concentrating his powers. The team positions themselves in a defensive formation, surrounding Zinc to protect him while he uses his abilities. The visual impact of activating the enchantment is represented by an explosion of light around it, demonstrating the intensity of the magic. Zinc stood still, his eyes closed, his concentration sharpening as the enchanted perception began to take effect. Every living creature on the floor, from small animals to humans, appeared in his mental vision, along with glimpses of their emotional states. Across the dense jungle, 4 enemies identified as members of the Purgatories positioned themselves strategically near the path leading to the safety zone. Their intention seemed clear: to block any escape. Behind Zinc, his teammates gathered in defensive stances, scanning the surrounding foliage for movement. One observed the faint traces of human presence that hinted at the enemy's awareness of their group's location. The scene solidified the gravity of their situation. Zinc identified that they were being followed, but noted that their pursuers seemed to lack any active movement or reaction. He tested the situation by announcing their presence, theorizing the lack of response could mean their followers were unable to listen in on conversations or see them directly. Meanwhile, experiments were conducted to confirm their suspicions. The group verified that, despite being followed, their trackers neither moved nor seemed capable of direct observation. Preparations continued as Zinc and his companion maintained vigilance, ensuring they remained steps ahead of the unseen threat. Zinc sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere, his instincts alerting him to an increase in murderous intent. He observed his surroundings carefully as his companion inquired about the situation. Noticing the tension, she prepared for potential conflict, while Zinc explained that their pursuers seemed emboldened, possibly due to the group splitting up. Although still maintaining their distance, the unseen threat appeared to close in, their intent to kill growing more palpable. Zinc proposed a plan to use himself as bait to draw out their pursuers. He suggested that Nina and he would separate from the group, moving together in a way that would encourage the enemies to act. The others would circle around the back, ensuring they could provide support when needed. Dan Sen expressed concern about the danger, but Zinc assured the group it was manageable. Recognizing the strength of Nina's enchantments, the team acknowledged that with additional buffs, she would be a formidable asset in the split team. They agreed to reconvene quickly once the trap was set. Zinc and Esther began executing their plan, simulating water magic training to create a wet environment. Unbeknownst to onlookers, the water contained a special drug obtained from House Non-Land. Once activated, this drug would transform into a poisonous gas that impairs cognitive functions, effectively slowing down the thinking of those exposed. To protect themselves, the team had already taken antidotes, ensuring they would remain unaffected by the effects of the gas. The surroundings were carefully prepared to lure their adversaries into a trap. Nina prepared a meal to mask the faint smell of the drug-infused water. To ensure the aroma spread effectively, wind magic was used, dispersing the scent far and wide. While preparing the meal, Nina hesitated, reflecting on the gravity of the situation. She acknowledged that the purgatories would try to kill them, forcing her to take extreme measures to protect her master. Zinc observed her resolve, recognizing the contrast between hunting monsters and taking a life. He silently acknowledged Nina's inner struggle, considering her background as a simple village girl unaccustomed to the harsh realities of battle. While arranging the meal, Nina thanked her master for his encouragement, promising to do her best. Zinc reminded her of the importance of keeping their targets alive, emphasizing her focus should remain on her own safety. Sharing a determined smile, he involved her in the final preparations, stating he couldn't complete the task without her help, displaying a sense of teamwork and trust between them. Nina presented her master with a spoonful of food, offering it in a cheerful and playful manner. Her master accepted the offering enthusiastically, praising her cooking as extraordinary. His exaggerated compliment caused Nina to react shyly, trying to brush off his playful words while maintaining a sense of delight at his appreciation. Their exchange radiated a sense of warmth and camaraderie. Dan observed the pair with growing surprise as they appeared closer than expected, eliciting a slightly bewildered reaction. Another individual, confident in their observational skill, reassured Dan that everything was under control. Meanwhile, the duo in question displayed lighthearted intimacy, enjoying their peaceful moment together amidst the mission's tension. Unbeknownst to them, hidden adversaries watched from the trees, enduring hardship in contrast to the group's relative comfort. The purgatories advanced through the forest, their figures heavy with malice and desperation. Hidden poison, previously scattered by the group, began to take effect, clouding the intruders' judgment. Observing the situation, Zinc and his ally noted the poison's success in weakening the enemy's focus, rendering them vulnerable. Despite the strategic advantage, a subtle tension lingered as the group contemplated the morality of their methods amidst their determination to prevail. The group remained on high alert as the purgatories revealed their position, breaking their stealth with shouts of rage. While Zinc and Nina maintained their composure, the others quickly prepared to counterattack. The strategy unfolded as planned, with the enemies stepping into the trap. With weapons drawn and the group's morale steady, they prepared for the confrontation ahead. The opposing group, armed and intimidating, surrounded Zinc and his team. With their leader at the forefront, they issued demands for the group's provisions and Nina, signaling their aggressive intentions. Zinc stood his ground, strategizing as the tension thickened, while Nina remained composed but visibly apprehensive. Surrounded by a group of armed opponents, Zinc and Nina prepared for an inevitable confrontation. The enemies confidently taunted Zinc, oblivious to Esther and the rest of the group's presence. Meanwhile, the adversaries strategized their next moves, eager to secure their victory and escape the oppressive heat. The group of attackers, influenced by the effects of the drugs, began acting erratically as they closed in on Zinc and Nina. Nina stood ready with her shield, determined to protect her companion. Meanwhile, Zinc observed the deteriorating coherence among the assailants, noting their disoriented state. As the attackers charged, chaos erupted, setting the stage for a fierce battle. The attackers closed the distance, thundering footsteps surrounding Zinc and Nina. Zinc skillfully parries the incoming strikes, maintaining precision to incapacitate without using lethal force. One of the assailants launches a fierce attack, but Zinc counters deftly, deflecting the weapon with a calculated move. Nina, shield in hand, holds her ground as the chaos intensifies, ready to assist her companion. Zinc unleashes a powerful fireball, its flames searing through the air and striking one of the attackers directly, causing them to cry out in pain. Amidst the chaos, he swiftly dodges an incoming swing, the blade narrowly missing its mark. The clash of weapons continues as another assailant lunges forward, their strike met with determined resistance. Zinc's movements remain sharp and calculated, maintaining control of the battlefield. Zinc counters an incoming strike, delivering a solid blow that sends his opponent crashing to the ground. Nearby, Nina fends off another attacker, her shield deflecting a blade before she retaliates with force. Zinc leaps into action, striking another enemy in the midsection with a swift kick, causing them to stagger back in pain. The chaotic skirmish continues as they hold their ground against the encroaching foes. An enemy lunges forward, grabbing Nina with a sinister grin, catching her off guard. She lets out a startled cry as Zinc turns, shouting her name in alarm. The attacker forcefully slams her to the ground, his grip tight and unrelenting, while Nina struggles to break free. The tension escalates as the battle's intensity reaches its peak. The assailant pins Nina to the ground, mocking her and twisting the situation to his advantage with cruel words. Nina struggles beneath his weight, her expression filled with defiance and fear. Zinc watches, fury boiling over as he clenches his fists, his determination to protect her unwavering. Nina, despite her predicament, resolutely declares her faith in her master, her words filled with conviction and resolve. Nina retaliates with fierce determination, twisting the situation to her advantage. She delivers a powerful kick, shattering the assailant's composure and causing a sharp crack to echo through the scene. The man recoils, his face a mix of shock and pain, as Nina stands her ground with unwavering resolve, proving her strength in the face of adversity. Nina channels her energy, lashing out with unrelenting force. She delivers a decisive strike with her shield, sending her opponent reeling. In retaliation, another assailant launches an attack, conjuring a powerful water projectile, but Nina evades and counters effectively. The clash intensifies as she stands her ground, showcasing her unwavering resolve in the chaotic battlefield. Nina delivers a fierce shield strike to her opponent, the force creating a loud crack as it lands. With a defiant shout, she pushes back against her attackers, her intensity and bravery taking center stage. Nearby, her companions watch in awe as her courage surpasses their expectations, proving her strength in the heat of battle. The chaos of the fight intensifies as Esther swiftly counters his adversary with a precise attack, leaving the enemy staggering. Nearby, their leader shouts commands in frustration, urging his group to regain composure. Meanwhile, Zinc charges forward with his blade drawn, aiming to create an opening as confusion spreads among the attackers. The group realizes too late that they've stumbled into a calculated ambush. The clash erupts in full force as Zinc and Esther move with precision and speed, their blades cutting through the chaotic onslaught. Zinc deflects an incoming attack with a skillful twirl, his movements fluid and calculated. Esther takes advantage of the disarray, striking down another assailant with a sharp counter. Meanwhile, their adversaries scramble to regroup, shouting battle cries as they charge. The scene becomes a flurry of weapons, dust, and shouts echoing across the battlefield. Amidst the chaos of battle, Dan moves with deadly precision, his blades cutting through the air as he eliminates an enemy with a swift strike. Blood splatters as his target collapses, a cry of pain escaping the defeated foe. With a determined expression, Dan maintains his stance, ready for the next opponent. A fleeting thought crosses his mind, gratitude toward Zinc for reinvigorating his fighting spirit, as if he feels years younger amidst the intensity of the fight. After successfully subduing their opponents, the group gathers amidst the fallen enemies. Dan stands firm, issuing instructions to secure the area by tying up the unconscious attackers. Zinc reassures Nina, who appears hesitant and uneasy, offering her a chance to rest after the ordeal. The atmosphere momentarily shifts from intense battle to an urgent but controlled aftermath as the team ensures their safety before moving forward. The group regroups near a serene waterfall, surrounded by their bound captives. Zinc inquires about Nina's whereabouts, and it's explained that she has gone to wash up and set up camp with Ian. Observing her efforts, someone remarks on the challenges she faced, noting her young age and resilience. The team maintains their focus, preparing for what lies ahead while ensuring the situation remains under control. The group interrogates a captive tied among others. Zinc offers the prisoner a vial of truth serum to expedite the questioning, emphasizing it would save both time and effort. The captive mocks Zinc by spitting at him, showing defiance. Undeterred, Zinc maintains his composure, and the standoff between captor and captive continues with tension rising. The interrogation takes a sharp turn as Zinc uses a fiery dagger to stab the ground near the captive, sending a clear message of intimidation. The captive's confident demeanor falters, his eye widening in fear as the situation escalates. The tension thickens as both sides brace for the next move in this high-stakes encounter. The group discusses their next move regarding the captive, weighing the options of inflicting pain to extract information. Zinc coldly contemplates methods to intimidate or incapacitate the captive, while another member reflects on the harsh training they endured to handle such situations. The captive's cries of desperation amplify the grim atmosphere, emphasizing the ruthless tactics being employed. The captured man finally succumbs to the pressure, agreeing to provide answers. Meanwhile, another enemy struggles in disbelief against the young fighter's grip, astonished by his overwhelming strength. The tension in the scene underscores the imbalance of power between the captors and their adversaries. The young fighter begins to use his advanced fire magic, increasing the heat to intimidate his captive. The captive screams in pain as the flames sizzle against his skin, visibly terrified by the threat. The fighter calmly explains the dire consequences if the heat continues to rise, showcasing his dominance in the situation while warning that others may share the same fate if resistance persists. The young fighter, standing with calm intensity, speaks with chilling confidence as the captured enemies writhe in pain. He reflects on his experience in battle, equating his foes to the countless monsters he has faced before. With his commanding aura, he delivers a stark warning, leaving the surrounding captives visibly frozen in fear. The captor breaks under the intense pressure, begging for mercy and offering to reveal everything he knows. The young interrogator observes the situation with measured detachment, briefly reflecting on how his demeanor might appear to someone like Nina. Meanwhile, the other captives shout defiant threats, vowing retaliation and emphasizing the ever-present danger of the depths of purgatory. In a calm and menacing tone, the interrogator explains the grim consequences awaiting the captors for their betrayal, spelling out the fate of torture, execution, or life as a slave. He emphasizes that their trial, and possibly their lives, hinge on their cooperation, and hints that their sentences could worsen depending on their choices. The gravity of the situation is clear as they are forced to confront their dire future. The interrogation continues, and the captives, faced with the consequences outlined earlier, begin to talk. It's revealed that the depths of purgatory were orchestrated by Nezar to systematically exploit Qual, weakening the nation by recruiting and then eliminating adventurers raised there. Through these captives, connections to merchants and spies within Nezar are exposed, shedding light on a far-reaching scheme. The problem proves to be more insidious than initially assumed, with Nezar's strategy involving deeply embedded infiltration and exploitation.